After a rare day off in the ECS, we are back with a big Monday of action. It's week 2, and we finally see the 10th team in this European Cricket Series. Umeå, they'll be here, and they're up first up against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians team, who are desperate for some points. I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome to another big week of European cricket. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Stockholm, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are ready for another huge week in Stockholm. We had a lot of entertainment through week 1, and now we are starting all again on Monday morning. Of course, by Saturday we'll know exactly who will walk away with the trophy here in Stockholm, and we're starting with a match between Umeå and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Umeå, it's their first time in this series, although we did see them last year. Just the one win on that occasion. I'm sure they'd be desperate to get some points, as will the Mumbai Indians, because we know that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they got close, didn't they, on Saturday, but couldn't get their first points in their ECS history. So it's all on the coin toss as well. I know that Stefan Gooch, he's well rested after a day off. He's out there with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 25.
Okay, Stockholm Mumbai Indians call, head. Head's the call. Tails. We'll bat first. Okay, good luck guys. Thanks.
So it is Umeå that have won the toss, and they have elected to bat first. Don't mind that. They have had a bit of cricket actually coming into this. They played both matches, or both days I should say, on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. That was in longer form cricket, so they do have some cricket, maybe a bit more experience coming into this ECS than some of the other sides in Group B. And look, with only one win, like I said, out of their group campaign last year, Umeå, I'm sure they're going to want to, to do a little bit better than that, but they were a bit unlucky last year. They lost some really close ones, including a golden ball. So let's see if they can do the job first up here against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians team that, they were so disappointed, I'm sure, not to take any points out of Saturday. They had the unfortunate record of not being able to chase down 63, and that was the lowest defence we have ever seen by the Tigers, who defended 62. So look, it's going to be a very interesting day for the Mumbai Indians as well. I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they will certainly want to take some points. And remember, they've never won a game in ECS cricket. Surely this morning is a really good chance for them. Let's talk about the conditions today in Stockholm. Well, the sun is out, and that is a wonderful thing. Some really good weather for you, I think, today. Expecting a maximum temperature of 17. Currently it's about 13 to get this one going. And here is a man that's well rested as well. Rico Fu is in the commentary box. And Rico, let's get ready for another big week. Match 25. The news from the toss is that Umeå have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there. Well, he's certainly looking nice and bright and breezy, and so is the weather. What a beautiful start to the day. Clear blue skies, plenty of sunshine, and that pitch is looking absolutely magnificent. This is the Northbury Cricket Ground. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sweden, in the capital city of Stockholm. Well, they're the two teams, and, Umeå, I have to say, these guys, they travel. They are from the north of Sweden, about 900 kilometres away from here. I mean, they came down early morning on Friday because they had a few league fixtures here. They played on Saturday and on Sunday, and now they'll be here all this week playing in this series. So good luck to them, and also good luck to the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We saw them play match number 21 and 22 on Saturday, and things didn't go too well for them. They had issues with the bat, didn't they? Weren't able to score, put runs on the board batting first, and only made 62, losing 62 to 66 against the Stockholm Tigers. And then they did magnificently well in the field, restricting the Stockholm Tigers to 62. It was good bowling there from a number of bowlers, especially Sunil Kaklic bowled really well, and also Swapnil Kale. But unfortunately, they couldn't knock the runs off. And as you heard Maximo say, they struggled, and they finished 49 for 9. So they do need to batter, and they need to dig deep to try and get those runs. You have a look there at the prediction from a bat versus wall, and we have Umeå, the team that have come from a long way away. They're 78 to 75. I do believe this will be a close match. I think both teams, will be looking to get the points on the board, especially the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, knowing that they've already had 2 matches. Umeå, well, they'll love to make a great start here, getting a win under the belt straight away. But you can see there at the bottom, there's a lot of red dots with L's in them. And well, one team that are desperate to get a win. And ECS win is the SMIs. Let's see how they fare here. They're in the field. And, getting set. I can tell you that Sohail Adnan will be the opening batter. And at the non-striker's end will be Majid Mustafa. So the umpires get ready for the proceedings to start. A number of players made good contributions for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians when we saw them on Saturday. Certainly did like Shakir Singh. He batted very well. And it was also Rahman, who was good for them as well. And in the second match, it was all about Darshan Lakhani. If only he could have stayed there, I think they would have got that win under their belt. Well, liking the kits. A real contrast there between the blue and the orange and the black bottoms of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. And Umeå, well, do like the green tops there, the blue bottoms. And you can see there plenty of sunshine, and just keep an eye on those flags. That gives you an indication that there's barely a breeze as well. So perfect conditions for cricket this morning. Very good morning to you wherever you are tuning in from as well. Syed Arif and Tuhidul Rashid are our match officials. Syed Arif, the umpire at the bowler's end. Speaking of bowlers, the first up, it's going to be looks like Samir Hanke is going to bowl the first. Firmly struck straight to the fielder, non-striker, having to backpedal. Ground looks absolutely magnificent today. It's had a nice cut as well. So I'm expecting the boundaries to be pretty quick. After the rain that we had late last week, the outfit did slow down a bit. The grass also shot up, but it's been cut now, so I'm expecting. And well, it's bubbled, and he can't hold on to it. And desperate effort there from Pratik Sankhi, and just couldn't hold on to it. There we go. See this here. Yeah, definite edge. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think he was surprised about the bounce on that. It really did shoot up. And so there was a bit of luck as the first runs finally go on the board. And it could have been a 1 for none. But that is the first one, so it's Adnan who was dropped. Well, that could be crucial when we go back and look at the score here. Just keep an eye on how many Adnan manages to put on. Yeah, I just think that one really did kick off the pitch. I don't think it was expected for Sankhi that much bounce. And that's just too short, and he's onto that straight away. No messing around from Mustafa. 4 runs, 4 carreras, and that's the first of the morning. Just a little bit too short. Gets into position early. Puts that away. Plenty of encouragement there from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Saying, come on, let's get back on this. Better delivery. Full, straight. And attack there by the captain. Sanjay Mahajan, he is hoping to lead his team to victory. Oh, leaves this one, and the umpire does say it is too wide. Right idea from the bowler, just trying to get it to drift away from the right-hander, but just goes too wide. Just trying to finish the over off. Oh, that's a good delivery. And that's the one that almost got in the wicket last time. No mistakes this time from Pratik Sankhe. And can I just say to Pratik Sankhe and his lovely wife, Fred, congratulations on your newborn baby, your first child, Alora. I hope Fred, mother, and Alora are doing well. 7 of the first. Consider himself unlucky with the bowler. He found at the edge, but unfortunately the catch couldn't be taken despite several attempts by the keeper. Beautiful ground. You can hear the birds chirping away in the background. And just to the far left of this Northbury cricket ground, we've got the Sluxter Lake. Which is a popular destination on the weekend. So I know that Sunday there were several people there, fishing, swimming and boating. Goes out onto the onside. They take 1, taking 2. That's very good running. Excellent running between Mustafa and Adnan. Sensing that that fielder mid-wicket is back on the boundary. Has a lot of work to do to get there, especially when there's no pace on the ball coming off the bat. So Majid Mustafa back on strike, short, and beats him outside the off. It's a good ball there from Shelar. I think if you're going to be short, it's got to be outside the off. Chandrakant Salar. Goes short again, but this time it's more at the body and it's been put away. And I think already we've seen that Majid Mustafa, if there's anything short, especially if it's at him or down the leg side, is going to be onto it pretty quickly. There is a man out there, but there's nothing that Snotnil Kale could do about that. Just got to be a bit fuller. Good morning to everybody on the YouTube chat with us bright and early. I hope you all had a lovely relaxing Sunday. Congratulations to all the Man City supporters as well for winning the Premiership. What a final day in the Premiership that was yesterday. And this is now played out on the offside. Have got a sweeper out there, so it'll just be a 1 run. Quick scan of this field. There is a sweeper, so 2 men allowed out. 1 is out on the off. The other is now sort of quite a wide, long on as opposed to mid-wicket. Good delivery. Nice areas. Outside the off. Haven't seen too much movement from the Kookaburra this morning. It's hit the seam and it's good carry through, good bounce, but not so much movement as such. That's to do with the lovely sunny day and very little breeze. And this one, oh, that's quite a harsh call really. But the umpires, you will find, are very much on it. Anything they feel that is close or close enough, that one may be just catching the line as it goes through. But the umpires will be very consistent with those calls. Oh, got him. And oh, isn't he happy about it, Shelar? Oh, he knocks him over. And almost knocks himself over with the excitement. And he gets lifted up there by the captain as well. That's a nice picture there. The captain, Sanjay Mahajan, coming up to the bowler and says, Aja, Aja. The people on here. There he goes. There's the excitement. Oh, yeah, he says. Oh, yeah. And here comes the captain. Comes into the scene and says, Aja Mundio, Aja. Gives him a good lift up to get the first wicket. So, it's well bowled indeed. And that's what you get, I think, when you attack the stumps. So, Adnan, he's the man who was dropped when he was on 0. Only adds 1 more run, so not too much damage done there. at all. So one man who'll be happy with that is the keeper behind the stumps. Pratik Sanke, he was the one who wasn't able to hold on to him. And just a quick scan of the standings in Group B. Right at the top, the Tigers. They beat SMI twice. And you can see then the other two teams that played, Hammarby and Master, they both registered a win apiece. So very important match this is to really stay in contention. And talking about staying in, a man that's come in and probably stayed in all over Sunday as well to rest and get his energy levels back up. Comes and joins us now in the Ice Cube. Mr. Maximo, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Rico. Good morning to all of our viewers. Great to have your company today on a beautiful sunny Monday morning. Tell you what, if all Mondays were like this, I don't think people would hate them so much because it is pretty as a picture out there, isn't it, at the moment? And yeah, currently 13 degrees. Just very, very pleasant conditions. And yeah, great to see Umia again. A little bit of a shaky start for them, to say the least. Here's Hankare, who starts a new over. Play back at him. This is Majid Mustafa, the captain. He's certainly got to kind of take a leading role, I think, in getting this innings back on track. Umia, they've had a fair bit of cricket over the weekend, playing league matches on Saturday and Sunday, so they shouldn't be short of cricket. It goes to the leg side. And yeah, don't they have to travel a long way to be here, though, Umia?
It's got to come a long way, Vinny. I was just chatting to a few of them and talking to their president as well of the club, and he was also the co-founder, and he was giving me some interesting stories, and that was Tabib Razaullah. He was saying that the club was founded in 2012.
This ball from Hankare. This will just be another single.
Yeah, founded in 2012, and they've got a lovely setup there. But he says, Rico, we're about 1,000 kilometres away from where they played yesterday in Linköping. And he says, there's not too many teams who want to come up and play. He said, but we want to play cricket, so we're prepared to travel. And he said the other thing was, he said, we tend not to even travel as a group. That's nicely struck, and work to do for the fielder out there. He's not going to be able to do anything about that. And Mustafa, once again, very powerful on his legs. And that fielder is not too far away from this. Just see the amount of power in the shot and the timing. And yeah, once again, it's 4 more runs. That's an area that you can't be bowling to him. Very strong on the leg side. So yeah, they're prepared to travel, but some of them fly, some take the train, some come by the car. So he says, it's only really when we get to the ground that we actually get back together. So look, it's a huge effort on their part, and all the travelling they do to play cricket. So we do wish them luck this week.
Yeah, for sure. Next one's just another single. Yeah, you're not wrong there. I think Saturday they were playing up there. I think they did come here and play yesterday on the second ground as where they were playing yesterday. So still, they've had a bit of time to recover from the travel. But again, it's a different kind of kettle of fish, isn't it? This 10 over format. This is skied, and this one should be a simple catch. And it is taken. Nicely done by Sanjay Mahajan. Makes no mistake on that occasion. So the captain stepping up for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians as they're desperate to achieve their first win in ECS cricket. They're in a great position at the moment. And so a wicket off the last ball of the power play.
Yeah, really good. And that's both the bowlers have been in the wickets now. And a good catch from the captain, Sanjay Mahajan. And that's one thing that they weren't doing particularly well when we saw them on Saturday, but he's taken that well. And look, I've spoken to Sanjay, and Sanjay's had some issues with his hands. I mean, he's had plenty of injuries to his fingers. You can see there that some of the tapes are on those fingers as well. So I think for when the ball comes to him and it's catch, he's always going to be just a little bit tentative, but he holds on to that well. Well done to him.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have confidence when you're catching, because if you are tentative, then you're more likely to get it on the end of the fingers. But yeah, as someone that's taken a fair few myself, I know what that can be like. But fantastic bit of fielding, and that's going to be important as well. Mumbai Indians taking the opportunities that are offered. End of the power play, 22 for 2, heading into the middle overs. And that's funny that there was a wicket there, because I was getting some information, we may put it up for you shortly, about which overs you see the most wickets falling, or the higher percentage of wickets falling. And I just got a feeling that the last over of the power play does create a few opportunities, because I think the batters, they do feel the pressure that the And the field's about to go back, so often they do go for those boundaries. You saw the batter trying to elevate, and just couldn't get over the infield on that occasion. So a new over about to begin, and it's Swapnil Kale who will be bowling it. And so once again, Majid Mustafa, who's on 18, he's going to be in the hot seat. Remember, he scored 18 out of just 22 runs. So yeah, the captain has a big burden on his shoulders, I think, to get Umyot to a respectable score here.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that the man we were talking about there, Tabiz Razaullah, it's been and gone in the middle.
Tossed out.
Oh, and just wide from the captain. And Majan certainly was hoping that he could just grow his arm by a couple of inches to take this one. It was a very tentative shot, actually, from a man that's been hitting the ball so well, Majid Mustafa. Maybe just going to show that he's probably not as strong out on the off as he is on the leg side. That one will be called a wide. Yeah, one thing that Tabiz did say to me, he said that they play a lot of midnight sun cricket. And more on that in a second as this one goes through. They are from the very north of Sweden, where at certain times of the year, between June and August, they have so many hours of sunlight that you can literally play cricket 24 hours. And there was a few documentaries done about that. Well, this one has gone a long way. This is heading towards the sun. He just rocks back and fires it away. So Hussaini, he comes in and says, well, I'm not going to hang around. It was a little bit too short. And going down the leg side, but he's onto it pretty quickly and has the confidence and the power to hit it over that boundary. So 6 runs.
Yeah, nicely picked up, and that's a little bit too short. Sent away over the leg side. Take that. So that's a nice bit of striking from Amir Hussaini. Maybe he's an ally for the captain. They need a partnership. Wants to go again. Nice shot all along the deck this time. A lot of work for the fielder. Let's get the fluorescent shoes to it. They will get back for a couple. Yeah, nice batting. I think can't be too worried about the 2 wickets early on. Still 8 wickets in hand. Still plenty of time to build a score. Hussaini's made a pretty bright start. Kale's gone for 10 in this over. Last ball of it coming up. This one just sneaks in, I think. That'll be the end of the over. And 32 for 2. This one, a bit lucky to get away with that, in my opinion. Anyway, umpire is happy with it. So 4 overs down, 32 for 2. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Welcome to another big week in European cricket. Week 2, and we're going to see Group B continue. And I think there's going to be a fair bit of jostling of position between these teams.
Yeah.
Of course, heading into quarterfinals Friday later in the week.
Yeah, I think so. I think we said on Saturday, didn't we, when we had a brief look at some of the Group B action, and we said there's going to be some close games here, and I think all these teams are going to be tightly congested together. Net run rate is going to be key here.
Could be, yeah, so margins matter. Just a reminder, you can also join us in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm going to pop my head in there in a second, so say hello. It's always a great feature of ECN Cricket that you can interact with us live on air as we see Shayla. He will continue, and well, this one forces the fumble. Now they're going to take 2. A ball that doesn't even leave the circle. That's pretty attacking running, but they get away with it.
Yeah, I think this one, I don't think it was so much the batters, it was more the bowler, Shella, that put his captain under pressure. He was jumping Jack Flash, wasn't he? Saying, come on, get it in, get it in, get it in.
I don't mind that, though.
It was enough to just put the captain off a bit, and they come through for the second.
I'd rather have fielders attacking the ball and have the occasional misfield than kind of just sitting back. Pitched up, driven away, past Shalat. Just a single. You can see the win predictor saying this one's pretty even, and you can see why. Not too much between these 2 teams so far. I want to say hello to Kamran Rashid, who's in the chat. He was just making a comment about maybe some success that his team have had over the weekend in shopping. Hope you're well, Kamran. And if you want to bring any more tasty treats, feel free. Next one gets a bit of extra bounce from Shalat. Nice bit of bowling. And there is a little bit in this pitch for the bowlers. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Time and time again, the bowlers that are willing to put a bit extra in. That one just hits the seam, nips back, and maybe a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah. And, well held by the keeper. Sankhya there behind the stumps. Just getting used to the bounce now, I think.
A lot of buzz about the Mumbai Indians this morning in the field. This one, just to the left. This time just a single. Yeah, I mean, they're a team, Stockholm Mumbai Indians. And they would have been so disappointed to be on the wrong side of history the other day where they couldn't quite manage chasing down a target of 63. And I think that's just must have played on their mind on the day off. And they have certainly hit the ground running here, being asked to field first. They have brought a lot of energy to this innings so far. At the moment, doing a pretty good job. Shalar's been good. Oh yeah, this one a little bit shorter. Doesn't get up. This is below the bails. Almost knocks the off stump out of the ground.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rash shot, really. Maybe the ball doesn't quite come up as much as the batter is expecting there, Mustafa. But he certainly has already shown that he does favour to play most of his shots out on that onside, hasn't he? He's looked a bit cagey outside the off.
A bit lucky to be there, to be honest, after that one. Could have easily knocked him over. Shalar has one more ball in his spell. Oh, a pretty good one this time. Goes straight on Shalar. Good spell from him. 1 for 12. Halfway through the first innings of the day. Umyop are 36 for 2.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. It seems to be, I mean, very much a sort of bowling heavy attack in Group B. I think the bowlers really have been on top. I mean, just looking at the games that we saw on Saturday, and there was no, I mean, 86, and that was in the chase that Master had against Hammarby, was the highest score. Master, when they batted first, 76 for 8. Hammarby got there with 18 balls to go. So I think the bowling and fielding in Group B seems to be what's been pretty tight. The batting hasn't really clicked yet.
Yeah, for sure. So here's Darshan Lakhani coming on to bowl the 6th over. Pretty good ball first up, spearing in. They decide against the run, probably a smart decision. That one was hit straight to Mahajan at short cover. So I want to say hello to Reynold Pillay, who's in the chat. Anyone else that wants to say hello, now's a great time. This one comes back. It will be called wide. It seems harsh, but I do think that did just grab a little bit of the line as it went past the popping crease. I think it's a good decision from the umpire. Just has to bring it in about a ball width, and that'll be a perfect delivery. This time, Hossaini runs at him. Just gets one. I do like the way Hossaini is hitting through the line of the ball for the most part. He's not afraid to go offside to those deliveries rather than trying to drag across them. I do have a long off and a deep kind of cover point, but there's a big gap at cover. This time, it's Mustafa who's just kind of lost his mojo a little bit in the last over or two, hasn't he?
Yeah, they have bowled better to him, though. They haven't bowled any short stuff at him. That half trackers, they've kept the ball up, outside off, and that's where he's struggling. I think pretty soon we're going to see him go right across the line and try and attack. This time he hits it to the captain, Marjan, who stops it, but they still get the single.
So kind of avoiding boundary trouble at the moment of late. I feel that Mumbai Indians have done pretty well. Haven't had a boundary since late in the 4th over. So about 2 overs ago. In fact, now that's 13 deliveries without a boundary. Just a good over by Lakhani at the moment. Just bowling one side of the wicket, isn't he? And getting some success. Here's the last ball of his over. Can he hold on? He will. This is just clunked out into the offside. Once again, the captain, he's been busy, hasn't he? So 6 overs down. The score is 40 for 2. And a pretty good over from Darshan Lakhani as he only concedes 4 in the 6th.
Yeah, that was a good over from Lakhani. Did everything right. He wasn't trying to bowl too fast, just concentrating on getting the ball sort of outside that off stump. Bowling down that off stump corridor, as I like to call it. Nice, it was tidy. Didn't bowl anything short. And once again, no boundaries from it. So tiki-taka at the moment from Umyop, a team from the north. And, as you said, Vinny, they played some cricket over the weekend. I think they played at Lynn Shopping on Saturday and then played a match here yesterday. But that was 40 over matches, so they're having to adjust quickly to playing the shorter format. So
4 overtime with 8 wickets in hand. I think it's go time, isn't it? Push the button. And here is Avi Dongare to bowl the 7th. This one is a bit straighter. It's just going down the leg side, probably a bit high, but see that one was a bit straighter. The batter wasn't afraid to go after it. Hosseini couldn't make any contact.
Yeah, that's the sort of deliveries that I think both these batters are looking for. And Dongara just needs to get it back outside the off. So I think that's one that Hosseini misses out on.
Just mistimes this. You know, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, let's not forget, and we talked about that game the other day, the 62 game.
Yeah.
They did bowl and field really well, didn't they? I mean, let's not take that away from them.
They were amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, in the field on the bowling that day, I mean, they earned the right to win that match. And then, like I say, it was their batting that just fell apart.
This time, bit of land. This one hangs in the air a long time. Fielder comes in and he spills it. We had to go a long way there, didn't he? And that is Swapnil Kale. He's normally a pretty good fielder. He did get there in the end fairly comfortably, just couldn't hold on to the catch.
Yeah, he does the hard work, doesn't he, Kale? He gets himself there, gets into position, but not able to hold on to the catch when it mattered. It just, I think he overran it slightly, seemed to hit his upper arms as opposed to his hands.
He didn't get there and get set. Makes a big difference when you're on the move and your eyes are moving with those ones. This time, he might get a bit more practice. Yeah, he will. And this time, he will hold on. See the difference there. Kale was able to get set and get still under that. So it is arguably a bigger wicket, as is the captain, Majid Mustafa, who holds out. You see, once again, he tries to go and fetch it, doesn't he, from outside the off stump. Yeah. It's good bowling by Denagre. And SMI, they've been really good at getting the ball outside the off stump. And so it's a difficult ball to go get and put out of the ground. In the end, he puts it straight into the hands of Kale. And life gives him a second opportunity. And Umyo, they lose the third wicket, 43 for 3. Yeah, it's good reward for keeping it really tight.
Yeah, good reward. It's good reward for the bowlers. Bowling a good line. They know that the batters are going to go after them. And also, well done to Kale. When you put one down, it's always plays in the back of your mind. And when it comes back at the very next ball, well, he does well. He keeps his head cool. But this time, like you said, he gets into that position. It was that split second earlier. Gets himself set. And the ball goes safely into the hands. Good wicket and a good time to get a wicket as well, because I think the captain Mustafa was looking to go big.
Yeah, he certainly was. So Hosseini survives, but the captain does not. It's Pardeep Singh, the keeper, who comes in at number 5. Facing now, he's happy just to push and run to Mahajan. It decides against throwing. So last ball of the over coming up. Once again, they've put the strangle on him at the moment. It's on about 64 pace. Hosseini, what's his approach last ball of the over? Does he go for the one or go for the boundary? Well, there's your answer. He blasts this one and he takes it off length and deposits it. Maximo! That's a big shot from Hosseini as he takes this one over cover. Really good batting. Brings up the 50. And that's the kind of acceleration they're going to need if they're going to put a competitive score on the board. 7 overs down, it's 50 for 3.
Yeah, top shot. Boom. Shaka. Yeah, well, that ends a period of, several deliveries where they haven't been able to register a boundary. It's come at a good time. It also brings their 50 up.
Let's have a look. Schedule. It's a new week, so you can have a look a little bit further ahead in our schedule. We'll be in Czech Republic in a week's time. We'll be in Prague, and then we go to Hungary and Austria for a week each. Then the Italian summer. And these are the locations that we'll be taking you. Milan, then Brescia, then Bologna, then Rome. And in those 4 weeks, we'll have some qualifying teams that will make it through to the Super Series. Also in Rome, the 5th week, that will determine the ECL representative from Italy. And then we go to Germany for the first time this year for ECS cricket. We'll be in Dresden for a couple of weeks, starting on the 1st of August. So, yeah, plenty of exciting locations. I know that you'll be doing most of those with me, Rico, and we're looking forward to an exciting summer of cricket on ECN.
It's going to be a fantastic summer.
They've gone to Cuckledge here in the 8th, using him as a death bowling specialist, I think. Just drifting onto the pads. They will scramble through. That'll be a leg bye. Yeah, leg bye signalled. So, yeah, that's a dangerous delivery, isn't it? Just kind of drifting into the pads. Unfortunately, the batter couldn't make too much of that.
Yeah, they're the deliveries that I think if Mustafa was still there, he would have put those away. But with him back in the shed, you get away with it. Singh, at the moment, has been just content and just stroking the ball around. And well, he goes, cleaned up. And this ball looked like it was set again, drifting down the leg. I reckon this might have just caught a bit of something and been diverted onto the stumps. Maybe a bit of pad there, but good bowling. It's nice shot there of the captain as well. He's right there, Muhajan with the bowler. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I thought it must have taken some of the pad as well, but I think it just goes straight through clean. And so Pardeep Singh tries to move things along, but he's the one that has to move along as he is dismissed, and the score now 52 for 4. And we'll see Ainul Rana coming out as the next batter. Still a quarter of the innings remaining. Where can they go from here? I mean, 169 pace, helped by that big Maximo last over. Still think, yeah, 10 and over here gets them to 77. They probably take that. They'd know the woes that SMI have had chasing. I think that's one reason that much of Mustafa wanted to bat first.
Just places out onto the onside. Yeah, I mean, they are boosted though. You have to say the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I think the man behind the stumps there, Pratik Samke, I think he's one of the key batters as well. They certainly did miss him on Saturday. Having him in the side will certainly strengthen them.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, new date, new week, new attitude from Mumbai Indians. This one will be knocked into the leg side. Nobody in the infield, so it'll be a simple single. Yeah, they don't mind singles at the moment, do they? SMI guys, they're pretty happy just to concede the one. See, run a ball from here. It takes them to 67. Last ball for Kakledge in this over. It's been a very good one. This one tries to go leg side, but ends up with half a leading edge, and it will just be the one down to Dage on the long off boundary. That is 8 overs down. The score is 55 for 4. And it's a good start. It has continued for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians heading into the last 2. But I mean, it's so important, isn't it, to keep this going all the way to the end? Because just imagine, let's say even from here, if you had 2 overs of 15 or so and you get up to 85, you just feel the momentum's against you. At the moment, they've done pretty well to hold it. As you can see, all the bowlers have been pretty good in keeping things quiet.
Yeah, everybody's bowled really well. I mean, the openers bowled brilliantly, didn't they? Hanke there and Shelar. And looks like they're going to Darshan to bowl this one. He's Darshan Lakhani. He bowled a very tidy over last time, just 4 runs from it. So there hasn't been any bowler that's really been taken apart. They haven't been able to get hold of anyone. And you're into the mid-order batters here now. Rana on strike.
Lakhani had conceded 4 in his first over. And he gets this one right in the block hole again. It's been pretty good, hasn't he? Lakhani just kind of angles in, maybe a bit of in swing, but he seems pretty good at getting it in that block hole. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road for me. Amir Hussaini is shown he can clear the ropes. I think he's going to be going for it here. It all happens in the 9th, and he won't be able to reach this one. Problem here with his footwork is not only does he go down the wicket, he kind of backs away outside leg. So it makes this ball unreachable, even though it's well inside the tram line.
Yeah, he's, as I say, showed his deck a little bit too early there, and well done for Lakhani.
Good bowling. This time it's full toss, and he misses out on that as well. So Hussaini's had a funny kind of an innings. He's played some really good shots, but in between, he has struggled.
Yeah, he's missed out on this one. I think he knows where he wants it. He's looking to place it. The right shot to play, but misses out on the ball.
This time he'll just get a single. Yeah, because he's 20 off 18. He's hit 2 sixes in there. So if you take those out, then what is he? He's 8 off. He's 8 off 16. So not a bad shot by Rana, but he's going to be caught straight down the throat of Dage, who's a little bit wider than usual, I think, at long off. But he obviously knew what he was doing, as this one went straight to him. And once again, we see the fielding being important, and that was a good bit of catching from Dage. He's the reason he's in that position. So a bit unlucky, you could argue, for Ainul Rana. He gets plenty of this, but unfortunately he's going to have to go for just 3, and the score now is 57 for 5.
Yeah, certainly hits it pretty well, doesn't he? But not able to get underneath it, and that's all down to the line that's been bowled by Lakhani. So that was struck pretty well, but Dage taking a very good catch. Certainly liking his positioning there. Gets into position early, makes it look easy.
He sure did. I mean, that was travelling. Here's the first game. Oh, we've seen some colder mornings, but still 13 degrees. And he took that one clean as a whistle. Kyle Mia is the new batter. And this one's a nice clean pickup from Sanjay Mahajan at cover. So this one will end the over. Once again, Lakani delivering. They're only 4 off of his first over. That time only 2 in the ninth. So not much happening on the scoreboard for Umyot. 9 overs down. They're 57 for 5.
Yeah, really good bowling. He came on to bowl at a key moment, didn't he, for his team? And only goes for 6 runs. Picks up that 1 wicket there as well. And a good bit of bowling there. Just have to finish well here. And looks like they're going to go with Kaklich to finish things off.
The last 5 overs have only gone for 25 runs.
Yeah.
Really shut things down in the middle overs. And now it makes sense to go back to Kaklich, who was pretty good in the 8th, only conceding 5, which included a leg bye. So it's now or never, isn't it? As we get rolling in the 10th. Hossaini launches, and I think he's got enough, and he has. Maximo! Half a dozen to start the last. This time Hossaini does go leg side. The footwork's better, doesn't back away. He stands tall, delivers, and an important 6 for Umyot as they try and put something on the board in the first innings of the day.
Yeah, I mean, whatever they get from this over is going to be so huge. I mean, that one takes them past the 60 mark, which is important. And now, really, Hossaini will be hoping to get a few more in the slot that he can put away.
Now he misses out. Well, Reynald Pillay from South Africa, he's liking what he's seeing. He thinks we should send these Mumbai Indians to the IPL. Don't speak too soon. There's still the batting half of the game to go. Let's see. I'd love for them to perform a little bit better.
Yeah, they've come out firing here today, haven't they? They've obviously had a talk over the weekend. This one's been hit well, but will just be, well, he doesn't want the single. He says, no, leave it. And I'm not sure if that's wise or not.
Yeah.
Once he hits his 6, you see, he then goes to sleep and then wakes up again a few balls later.
It's an interesting one. It probably is the right decision at this stage, I suppose. You've got number 7 out there. It's only faced the 1 ball. Let's see if he can make it count, though. Didn't want the single. It's kept the strike. Mir Hossaini has missed out. This is the problem with that strategy as well.
Yeah.
If you pretty much put the single away, which I feel like he'll probably do again, he's committed to this plan now. There's 2 balls to go. I think he'll either hit it to the outfield and try and run 2, or if he hits it in the infield, I just don't see him running.
Yeah, that's 6. See, the first ball went for 6, the next 3 dots. So that's 6 of 4. Doesn't look so good now here, does it? He's got to get bat onto ball. And I think for me, whatever it is, you take it.
Yeah, well, they may think of 2 here. I don't think they're going to take it on. That surprises me slightly, strategically. I know Hossaini's had some issues getting bat and ball this over, but does get a chance to to see me up for the last ball. Well, we just had an issue with the wasp in the commentary cube, but anyway, it's all sorted. Here we go, last ball. Oh, he's going to have a run out here, surely. Or will we? Yes, we will. So, Kaklich, he was kind of stuck in the concrete boots there. Couldn't get up and get to the stumps, but he does hit the stumps. And so Mia will get run out for a duck. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, that's 2 games in a row. They've bowled and fielded really well this time. It's a similar kind of a chase to last time that we saw them, as they've held Umyot to 64 for 6 off their 10 overs. The chase will be 65. Well, hopefully, the ghosts of Saturday won't be in the minds of SMI as they embark on this chase. And hopefully for them, their first points in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, it will have to be the highest score that they've posted so far. When they batted first, made 62 for 7. And then chasing 62, they ended up on 49. So they've got to go that little bit further. But I think they're up for it here, Vinny. I think they've come together as a team. Didn't start so well for them. Couldn't hold on to it.
Just think about it. There were a couple that went down. If you took those, I mean, who knows what would have happened with this score. Early on, it really was the captain, wasn't it, that was making the running. I think he scored 18 out of the first 22 runs. And the wickets tumbled around, and it was a bit of jig time for SMI as they look to get their first points on board. Shalat was pretty happy with that. Some good shots played, to be fair, but they're just few and far between. And they got rarer, didn't they, through those middle overs where Umyot just couldn't get anything going. That was a nice catch by Sanjay Mahajan. And they just took the important wickets when it counted. The occasional Gundy ball, but for the most part, I think Stockholm and Indians, they'll be really happy where they're at in this game as we start Monday morning. with a few thrills and spills, but you know, sometimes life will give you a second opportunity. Carle took this, and they never really looked back, Mumbai Indians, in this first innings.
No, they certainly didn't. I mean, you look back at the batting there, I think Mustafa and also Hussaini, they're both going to be guilty of playing some nice shots, but then at the same time wasting a lot of deliveries as well. In Majid Mustafa, 25 of 20, Amir Hussaini, 27 of 23. So yeah, they did hit the ball well, but at the same time they also missed a lot, and that comes back to, I think we say a lot of times, yeah, hit the balls big if you can, like that, but then when you get the opportunity, take the singles as well. But this is good work there from the bowler right at the end there, Kuklic, and just finishing off things for his team. And certainly I think that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they've come out here looking hot, they're looking electrifying, they're looking to make amends of the 2 defeats that they had to the Stockholm Tigers on Saturday. I think there's been a few team talks there. I know that they were here at the ground doing some training. They had a practice match as well. So I think, well, we've certainly seen it in practice with the ball, but can they do it with the bat? There's that scorecard, really. It was just all down to 2 men. Majid Mustafa, the captain, 25 of 20, and then some good hitting. Hussaini there, 27 of 23 from him as well. But the key thing there to look at is the number of balls that they face. I mean, that's 43 balls the 2 of them faced there, and I think there was too many dots there for me. Good bowling though, only 5 extras. That is very good as well from the Mumbai Indians. They kept it tight, but you have a look at those bowling figures. There's not anybody there that was expensive. They were all tidy. They all picked up wickets apart from Carle. But Carle, well, he bowled 1 over for 10. He also took a very important catch as well to get the captain Mustafa out. Good all-round performance, which puts them in a good position. So just have a quick look at the win probability, what it has to say. Well, it's saying that the SMIs are 80% to 20%. That's based on the information that we know about these teams at the moment, and certainly the Stockholm Mumbai Indians will be happy to see that. As we have a look at the mid-match summary once more, you'd expect when you see 2 men, 27 and 25, that score to be a lot higher. But they used up a lot of deliveries, didn't leave too many for some of the other batters that came in. 64 for 6, a 65 required for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians to register not just their first win in this European Cricket Series, but their first win ever in a European Cricket Series. Will they do it today? Well, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match number 25. Volvemos in 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to Sweden. Bright blue skies greeting us on a Monday morning here, the first day of week 2 of action. It's day 7 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Stockholm. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network with you to take you through the second half of this game. And it is Umeå for the first time. We're seeing them in this series. Oh, I have been busy playing some cricket over the weekend. And it'll be an interesting second half because Umeå didn't really set the world on fire with the bats in the first half of this game, putting 64 on the board. 65 is the target for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. That might sound simple, but they failed to chase a slightly smaller target the last time that they had the bats in their hands. Here we go with Sahil Adnan, who starts up with a fairly pitched up delivery, driven by Darshan Lakhani for one. He'll be a key, I think, in this innings for SMI. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me once again is a man that loves his cricket, he loves life, and he loves being here, I'm sure. Rico Full, welcome Rico.
Thank you very much. Loving being here, of course. Beautiful sunshine, not a sunny day, and what looks like it's going to be quite a good contest between these two teams. Stockholm Mumbai Indians searching for their first European Cricket Series victory here. The first one just in this series, but the last time we saw them, they were winless. So they'll be committed and determined to get this victory. Lakhani, I think, certainly will be one of their key hopes. And he's gone. Gets a little snick. And, well, the man that makes his comeback here, Pratik Sankhe, they were hoping that he was going to be able to get some runs for him. He just feathers this one into the gloves of the keeper, and he knows it as well. Yeah. He doesn't hang around too much. He knows he's got a touch, and he goes.
Bit of extra bounce, I think, and yeah, a little feather. Well, no luck for Sankhe, who they threw up the top of the order. There's no real foot movement. He's reaching for that. He just, unfortunately, nicks off without scoring. Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, I just wonder where their mind's at with the bat, despite having the day off to think about life. But it is 1 for 1 here in the chase. And this brings the captain, Sanjay Mahajan, number 3 on his back, coming out at number 3. Well, this is a key partnership, isn't it? Just steadying the ship after that early wicket, Rico.
Yeah, Singh taking a good catch there off Pratik Sankhe. A man who, well, he's got a good excuse. He probably hasn't had too much sleep. And thanks to himself and his wife, Fred, becoming parents for the very first time, the birth of the baby Alora. But I'm sure we're going to see better from him in this series.
Well, that's a good result as well for Sahil Adnan, who now gets a chance at the captain. Oh, and he knocks him over very first ball. This one really swings in prodigiously, and Adnan's on a hat-trick. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, their innings is on the skids from the get-go. The captain can't deal with that, to be fair. It was a pretty good in-swinging Yorker, and suddenly it's 1 for 2.
Oh, well, this is spicy. And Adnan gets this one to swing in beautifully. What a great delivery. Jog, and there, one day. And, well, it's unfortunate that the captain, Sanjay Mahajan, gets a first baller like that. That would have got many a batter. And disappointment for the skipper, who has to go first ball.
Wow, what a delivery that was. And it was funny because I can understand why Mahajan wasn't looking for one that was pitched up, because the first 2 were pretty short, weren't they? And they took off. The first 2 that he saw to Sankhe, at least. This one right on the money. Surely we're not going to see another 60s chase fail for Stockholm Mumbai Indians. And what a time to come to the crease. Shekhar Singh, who I think is a pretty clean striker of a cricket ball. He's coming in with the pressure right on. 2 deliveries left in this first over, only 1 run on the board, and ready. 2 wickets back in the shed.
Hat-trick ball, Vinny.
Yeah, it is. Could we have our first hat-trick of Stockholm? Ooh, it's a long way across, you know. Having a really good think about this.
I think the swing.
Yeah, but look how far across and how far down he is. Look at the point of impact. It's closer than you think. He's just so far down. I think you're right. It's hit him on the back leg, in fact, so it's actually comfortably going down. But yeah, whenever you get that far across, I think you're asking for trouble. Luckily, that one was just swinging a bit too much. Lakhani doesn't care. And it's a pretty good bit of fielding down there. Majid Mustafa, the captain, down at long on to keep that to 1. And look, if you're going to defend a score in the 60s like we saw the other day, you have to field out of your skin, don't you? And that's going to be really important for Umyot on ECS debut here in 2022. End of the first over. Pretty memorable one for Adnan. It's 3 for 2.
Yeah, good over Adnan. But, we said that, so I certainly said that. I didn't see the ball swinging around too much early on. When we saw the Stockholm Mumbai Indians out there in the field, there wasn't no real movement, and yet here Adnan, his first over, he's got that kookaburra swinging big, and in fact he got a little bit too much swing. Otherwise he probably was very much in with a hat-trick shout. Can they keep the pressure on here? Umiu.
Yeah, so over number 2, it's going to be Tatbik Raza to bowl it. Makani watchfully prods it away and is sent back by Shekhar. So yeah, the power play, don't want to get kind of grounded. I think they want at least, let's say 20 or so. 20 plus in the power play. Let's look at that run rate required. It's just ticked over 7 for the first time. And once that gets to about 9, I think things do get pretty interesting. That's my pogey point of getting interesting in this low chase. Goes after this, almost carries down to third man, but fielded on the bounce, just a single.
Yeah, Tatbik Raza was the man I was having a nice chat with. He was one of the founders of this Umeå Cricket Club. It told me a lot of interesting stories about where they're based, about 900 kilometres from here, north of Sweden.
Pretty well bowled, pitched up, and nicely played as well. And one fielder had it covered, the other one almost tried to kick it away from him. It's Gopi Manavalan. He almost booted that past his teammate, but just a single. At the moment, I don't think Umeå mind the singles, but really they'd love another couple of wickets first up in this power play. This one takes off a little bit. There is some good bounce in this pitch today. Tatbik Raza gets that one through for a dot.
Yeah, he's this one cuts in a little bit as well. He's been a little bit short. He's got away with it so far, probably because he's bowled a good line. The direction's good. It's outside the off, but I think if he bowls it short into the batters, they'll latch onto it. He's played with soft hands as well. Both these, Lakhani and Singh, I think they know this is very much a point of just building this partnership. Singles is not going to hurt them too much with that rate the way it is, so they can afford to spend just a little bit of time just to get themselves in, find the feel of ball onto bat, and get this partnership started. This is the key partnership.
Yeah, you do think it is. Oh, this one's nicked but doesn't carry to the keeper. So, well, a bit fortunate for Shekhar. Have a look at this. This gets a little bottom edge on this. Pretty good pickup by the keeper. Pardeep Singh has the gloves for Umeå.
Yeah, Singh does well, doesn't he? It's the end of the over. And it's not a bad one either. Just 3 runs come off it, so score moves on to 6 for 2.
In good shape early, aren't they? And you can see the table. That's Umeå. It's their first game of the series. Mumbai Indians, they are without any points. So the 2 teams without points, they are going to battle this morning. Very early, of course, in Group B. The bottom team will be eliminated on Thursday evening. Second overtime. They do go back to Sohail Adnan. This is pretty nice shot. Picked up, and it will get to the boundary. Lakhani just goes over mid-wicket. There was nobody back there in the outfield. And all that one wasn't really out of the middle, but gets enough. I think it hit him quite high in the bat, almost towards the splice, but still a welcome boundary. The first of the innings for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians.
Yeah, brave shot by Lakhani. I think he knows what Sohail Adnan is going to bowl. He's going to bowl it right up there, getting the ball to swing in from around about the off stump. And I'm just wondering if Adnan will still back himself to bowl the same line and try to get one to go through that attacking shot of Lakhani. Forced him to change what he's bowling, and he's going to bowl a wide here.
Yeah,
tight call.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this on the replay. Ooh, see. I think if you look at that when it passes the popping crease, I'm not so sure that was outside the tram line, but I'll have a look back at that one later. It goes a bit straighter, and this one will just be one. Well, if you're Stockholm Mumbai Indians, you probably feel like you need a break. They've just got the yips a little bit with the bat. But I'm sure if they were to chase this down, they'll be pretty confident going into the second game because they have been bowling and fielding really well.
Yeah, and they're going to stay around the wicket here, which surprises me. I think he's got to come back over because, okay, Lakhani was playing that shot pretty well. The ball swinging into him. But it's another batter there now. It's Singh now. Singh hasn't got hold of one. And I think he's got to come back over the wicket and get this ball to be swinging in.
Yeah, true. That's where he did the damage in the first over. Seems to have lost that in swing now.
Looks like he's going to, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if going back over the wicket does the trick. Again, I do think he doesn't want to bowl too defensively here. I think they want a third or even a fourth wicket.
Edge, goes down. That's a big moment. And it was too spicy for Pradeep Singh in the wicket. I mean, this is one you got to take. And it travels at a good speed to him, gets gloves to him. I think he doesn't have his balance here, Vin.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just kept going up. You know, it should be taken, to be fair. But his arm's away from the body, gets outside the eye line. And so Pradeep scrambles, but he can't hold on. I wonder if that will cost them. Next one down the ground. A fair bit of work for the man on the boundary. He slips and he's going to be 4. Wow, that's unlucky for Mustafa, the captain, who just loses his footing at the critical stage. So Stockholm Mumbai Indians catching a couple of breaks here in the third over. And that one, was just an unfortunate one. Just have a look here. The last moment, Mustafa just slips and he's not able to deal with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, his footing goes and he's agonisingly sees the ball go to the boundary. That's a captain. And when you're a captain, that's not the sort of things that you want happening. You don't want that rubbing off on the team.
Now Dot to finish the third over. Well, funny one, wasn't it? They didn't quite get the 20 in the power play, but still a couple of moments there, which Umyot might live to rue as 11 come off the third. And at the end of the power play, it's 17 for 2.
Yeah, how crucial was that catch going down going to be? It was Singh edging it to Pradeep Singh. So the two Singhs in the action, but Pradeep Singh keeps his brother alive, and that could be costly because I still believe that this is the partnership that Umyot have to break if they want to register their first win. And I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians also know that if they're to go on to win this one, that these guys, this partnership is key to them. It's going to carry, it looks like it's going to be the big Raza to carry on.
Yeah. And they're sticking with him. Why not? He only conceded 3 singles in his first over. Yes, that third over, we saw an opportunity for a wicket, wasn't taken. Nice dot ball to start. Yeah, one thing that was funny, I looked at this, and this is the percentage of wickets to fall on each over. So you can see the third over, it's kind of significantly more than the overs around it. Over 10% of wickets fall in the third over. As we see the next one turned around the corner. Just get a single here. That's good attacking by Anil Rana out there. Yeah, because I think that's because the power play is about to finish. Okay, the 10th over, you're always going to get a bunch of wickets there because there's run-outs and last ball's off in a wicket. But you can see how the third over is an over where batters do get out more than some of the surrounding overs. So interesting stats. Thanks to Ravi for that statistical insight. This one almost takes out the umpire, and the non-striker will just be a single to Lakhani, who moves over to 14. That makes sense to me. I've been in that situation where the power play is about to finish, and you think, okay, well, I better take the risk now because soon it'll be harder to hit boundaries when everyone goes back.
Shot, and this one should go to the boundary, and it will. That's a delightful shot from Singh, and having been dropped, I think he realises he's got to make the most of it. It was probably slightly slower delivery. It was a little bit short as well. And swing, he rocks back and rockets it to the boundary. What a lovely time shot that was. 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice, and picked up length pretty quickly. He was a bit lucky there, I suppose. It does bounce as he expects. That's one that if it bounces a bit more or a bit less, he could be in trouble. Still, you just feel like those couple of breaks they caught in the third over just made him a bit more fearless. Another nick. This one will also be 4. So at the moment, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, things are rolling their way. This one rolls all the way down the hill. Another boundary, not convincing, but effective as they move up to 27.
I think you've got to be positive. This is one of the things that we were saying about that shock defeat that they had trying to chase 62 against the Tigers on Saturday. They had to go out there and bat positively in a positive frame of mind. And if you're able to do that, you will get some lucky breaks. And we've seen that here already on 2 occasions.
Good delivery, really good one. But he'll go wicketless. A bit unlucky there, to be fair. Tapik Raza Ullah. As he'll finish none for 13 after 4 overs. It's 27 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico 4. And thanks to everyone's interaction in the chat as well. I saw the man in the chat. He was saying, yeah, also thinking about the 3rd over. Often it's the opening bowler coming back and they're a bit more in their rhythm, a bit more settled, which is a really good point. That's another reason that we might see a few more wickets in the 3rd over. But yeah, it's really interesting to see. You know, it's pretty unprecedented the amount of T10 cricket that we've played. So to get these kind of insights.
It'd be interesting to compare that graphic with another one with the percentage of runs scored in overs, because I wonder if that as well as wickets falling in that 3rd, we're going to see more runs in that over as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Here is next over, and it could start with a wicket. Oh, well.
Oh, it could have started with a nasty one.
A lot of things could have happened here. He loses his footing here. Astahir Mujtaba, who is going back, and then he loses his footing, but he still almost catches it. And I was worried he either could have caught this or he could have dropped it, or it could have kind of nicked him on the head because he loses eye contact on the ball.
Yeah, and he could have hit him on the nut.
It could have ended very badly. It's a bit high, this one, I think. So I'll see if the umpire thinks it's a leg by. It looks like it is. Yeah, okay. I remember from seeing the runs graph at the end of last year, the 3rd over was, I think, the highest scoring of the power play overs, but there wasn't too much in it between the 2nd and 3rd.
Right.
It's the 1st over is normally the quietest, but the 4th over was significantly less than the 3rd. I remember that because the field goes back, and yeah, the 4th over was one of the overs that was quite a bit less than the rest. Gone, and he goes straight through him. Lakhani tries it one time too often, tries to go across the line. This one crashes into the top of the middle stump, and Amir Hussaini, well, he's been featuring heavily in this game, hasn't he, for Umyot? And this time comes up with a wicket early. You see Lakhani just kind of walks and wafts across that one, misjudges the bounce of the ball. And so a key player lost. It's 29 for 3.
Huge wicket, and Hussaini does a little jig there and says, how about that? Well, it was very good. He was unlucky, wasn't he? Should have had a wicket already. And it was, I think it was Lakhani that was dropped by him. The field, well, you can't call it a drop. The fielder, unfortunately, it was Mustab who lost his footing. A good ball, straight, full, and he's got Lakhani going across the line. Big moment.
Yeah, they needed that, didn't they? Umyot, as we'll see, new batter coming to the crease, and it's Rudraj Dargay. I want to say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt. He's in the chat saying good morning to everyone. Well, good morning to you, Charlie. It's good to have you with us. Of course, Charlie was doing a great job just over a week ago since he finished the Valletta Cup in Malta, Six Nation T20 tournament that we showed on ECN. Here's Hussaini. Just nurdled down to 3rd man, who seems to have gone a bit finer now after that nicked 4. He still does well to keep it to a single.
Yeah, does well. And now I think all the other batters that come in, they've got to get back onto ball and do exactly what Darja does there. Just gets a single, and hoping that Singh can stick around.
Nice shot. All right, gets through the fielder. Just got a bit on it though, so I don't think it'll go for 4. Will cost him a couple. So I suppose at least he gets something on that, Rico, but could have been a dot. Instead it's 2.
Doesn't he hit the ball well though? Times it so well. It comes off his bat so sweet.
It's a cracking shot. Timed it very, very well. I need to see the back of him quickly. Umyot, if they can have a chance to defend this. Pretty good ball. They might push for 2 here.
For 2 here, surely.
They'll get there fairly easily in the end. So that's good running. And so, end of the 5th over. They are ahead of the rate now. Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They are 34 for 3. And once again, highly entertaining tussle to start the week in match 25.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on that rate. I mean, the rate is still, I mean, they don't have to do anything crazy. Run a ball sort of pace is fine. They'll pick up the odd extra, wait for the bad ball, put it away. It's easier said than done, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. We see still a bit of batting to come. They've got Kale and Cuckledge listed to come in next. So, I mean, look, they should do this. Let me just check the runs versus balls. I mean, 31 off 30. I think, any time that the runs required is above the balls remaining, particularly the way SMI have been chasing lately, I think Umyot will fancy their chances. They'll feel they're just 1 wicket away or a couple of dot balls away from kind of getting back ahead in the game. Now going to go for Kayum Mia, who's going to bowl over number 6. Obviously, they're forced to change their bowlers after the openers bowled out. This is just the 4th bowler used.
Interesting that they're leaving the mid-wicket boundary side open. Mid-wicket's right in at the moment to put pressure on the single.
This is interesting. They've taken the fine leg and they've put him to an extra man at third man. That means fine leg is completely vacant.
Yeah.
It's got 3 fielders on the leg side. They basically got third man in the circle and 1 out of the circle. And now he's going to bowl off stump, but he goes too far outside and this will be called a wide.
Yeah.
Interesting
That's the
tactic.
loosener.
I mean, maybe they're just trying to get the batter, trying to maybe manufacture something to get funky to go into that fine leg region. I'd be tempted. But he's done well so far. He put the extra man there. He obviously backing himself, Mia, to bowl in that offside channel. And yeah, pretty good start to his over, despite the first one being called a wide. So a ring of fielders on the leg side. 6 of them in total, 4 of them in the circle. And once again, it's good. Ooh, it's called a wide, but
that's a really tight call for me. It's a tight call because I think this one just stays in, but
still, anything outside there isn't being hit at the moment. It's an interesting one. Yeah, that offside field. You can see there, you got 6 fielders on the leg side. You can see them. So they've really packed it. At the moment, he's bowling to his field. Great camera shot there.
yeah, Darja though just needs to get bat on the ball. He's trying to hit the ball hard rather than just get bat onto it. And well, this one, he gets down on one knee and doesn't play the shot. He's looking for the wide, and well, that's well bowled.
Yeah, well, that's
he was unlucky with the one earlier.
That's a correct call that time. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Got him, gone. Excellent bowling. Yeah, he deserves that, Mia. He stuck to his task, he stuck to his gun, and well done also to Pradeep Singh, taking a fine catch low down to his right. Good bit of bowling, good reward for the bowler, Mia.
Yeah, and so you're exactly right, Rico. Well, Pradeep, he just clutches at this, and this time it does stick to the gloves. He's in a pretty good position, to be honest, pretty well balanced. Does well to hold on to the ball when he impacts the ground. So it's been a really good over by Mia, I've got to say. I know he got the rough end of the stick on 1 or 2 wide calls, but still he stuck to his plan. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, not a lot of production in this over at all, just the 2 wides. And we're 5 balls into it, and 4 balls in fact. The score now 36 for 4.
Yeah, that's good reward. That's all about having a plan, sticking to it. That's what the captain wants, really. As much as Mustafa, bowlers probably said to him, this is what I'm going to bowl. I want that extra fielder across. The captain probably reluctantly agrees because it leaves a big gap on that leg side. He can't afford to get it wrong, but he hasn't. He's bowled well.
At some point, I mean, I would have been super tempted to jump outside off stump and try and get funky with this field. This one is going to be 1. A couple of reasons for that. I mean, it's easier said than done. If it goes wrong, you can look really silly. But what I was thinking is, I don't think it's going to be a ball on the stumps, so I don't think I'm a chance of getting bowled if I was to try that. I mean, it depends how well you play that shot. But if you really made a quick jump across to off and went to that fine leg area, if you get any batter, it's going to be 4, as it is. And the strategy working really well for Mia, who takes 1 for 4 in the 6th, and it's still game alive, SMI. They are 38 for 4.
Yeah, good over there. I was just having a look at that field, and I think if you are going to bowl that line, and he's shown that he can bowl it, rather than the field that he set when he moves one across and gets him to go to sort of the backward point area, I would be tempted to say, right, okay, we need wickets here. We ain't got a high score. I would put the slip in and then have a wide third man.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, even if it wasn't a slip, maybe you could have this kind of slip on the circle or kind of a very fine third man. We see that sometimes because sometimes the edges still carry that far, right?
Yeah.
You can cover a bit more territory. Anyway, here we go. Hosseini is going to continue. Have been really disciplined bowling one. So we could be trouble here. Well, we had an opportunity and the fielder slipped. have a look at this. I mean, they push and run. Well, one of them runs. Have a look at this first up, Shekhar Singh. See, he goes, and then he sees, and then as he's looking away, Kaklich puts the stop sign up, but the fielder, he had a slip of his own as he boots it away from himself. Wow, that could have been a disaster. As it is, they do get a single. He's hit pretty well. Hit straight at the fielder, picks it up cleanly, and he's going to be gone. What a fantastic bit of fielding. And the umpire's going to go upstairs. I think he was still on the move, so it doesn't get a great look, but I did. And this one is a fantastic bit of fielding.
Superb.
Oh, this is an unbelievable. Firstly, to pick it up, and you see the batter, he's trying to get out of the way of the ball. But he's going to have to get out of the way of everybody now, because this one, there's no way he's made it, has he? No, he's going to be gone. What an excellent piece of fielding that is.
That's fantastic. Just have a look at the line the batter also runs here. You see, if he runs straight, and he keeps going straight, he's going to get in. He hesitates there, but he's got to run straight. He's ball watching. He's run a long way around here, and that's why I think he doesn't make it in. He has to go around the bowler, you see, and if he just kept on going straight, he would have made it, Vin.
Yeah, I think he's a bit worried about the ball coming and collecting him, but in the end, he's going to pay with his wicket. You already got closer than I thought, actually. What a fantastic bit of fielding that is, and that's the sort of thing you need to do when you're trying to defend a score in the 60s. Unfortunately for Kaklich, he's run out for just one. The score is 39 for 5.
Yeah, well, there was the let-off, wasn't there? The ball before when the fielder slipped. Unfortunately, a couple of fielders slipping here, but well, that was tremendous bit of work for the fielder. Look at that. I mean, it bobbled in his hand, but he still got control of it and fires it in and knocks them over.
Yeah,
superb.
It was the route that he ran, though, you're exactly right. I mean, despite the slight fumble, but it just kind of sat up in his hands, and he got rid of it really quickly, considering he did slightly bobble it. But yeah, the batter had to kind of just hold his line there, and if he slid in, he had every right then if the ball does hit you.
Yeah, because he's not changed his line.
Exactly. Anyway, will be Shekhar on strike.
Ooh.
This one sneaks under the mat, I think.
How does this miss? It's so close. And no wonder the bowler was seeing he's on his knees. Oh, dear.
This is by about a stump. But still, so loose shaken out. It's going to be sweaty palms time. What a great game this is. Low scoring thriller. This one I think sneaks in as well. They've been really disciplined with their bowling, I've got to say. Yeah, a lot of teams could take note of this. Let's see. Looking up, thinking he might get lucky with a wide call. And you never know your luck, but that was definitely inside. Umio lost a lot of close games last year as well. I'll be hoping to buck that trend here. Slow ball, I think. Well, guess who? And this time, the batter does make sure that he doesn't change his line. But I've got to say, Gopinathan Manavalan, he was brilliant in the way he picked up that ball and ran out Kaklich earlier in the over. This is Kale, though, who's there. He's a pretty decent batter in his own right. Despite coming in number 7 in this game, pretty low for him.
Big moment. Also keep an eye on that rate, Vinny. It's we said, it wasn't that long ago, I said a run a ball will do it. It's approaching the 8 now.
Gets a fair bit of bat on this. Takes some stopping, but that's good work. It's the kind of defensive pressure you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sahal Adnan does the fielding. Into the 7th over, and the score is 41 for 5. They'll need 8 and over for the last 3. 24 off the last 18 balls. Coming up in around about 35 minutes, we'll have the second game of the day. Once again, Umyo have won the toss, and they are going to bat first. Obviously, know that Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they can kind of get the wobbles. I think Umyo, they'll be hoping for a few more runs. We saw Majid Mustafa. He was pretty impressive, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In the first innings of this game. Sohail Adnan as well, key player. He'll be up the top, I think. And I'm going to say it, Gopi Manavalan, his fielding has been excellent so far. You see him listed down at the bottom. Now, one of the things that they are going to do here is they're going to bowl Manavalan now. Now, you might go, why wouldn't they go back to Mia, who bowled a really good 6th? Well, one of the reasons is, well, then you'll be forced to bowl 2 different bowlers in overs 9 and 10. So I think this is a good move. I mean, it's a bit risky, I suppose, but if Manavalan has a good one here, he can bowl the 10th, and then you can bowl Mia in over number 9. So here we go. 24 required off the last 18. Another ball in the offside channel. And just dragged out for one. And this is where singles, they probably don't mind them now, Umyo, the fielding side, because it just drives up that rate little by little. They just need to protect boundaries. If they can do that, then they could pull off another miraculous defence.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Singh is not going to do is hold back. He's playing his shots.
Again, should just be one, and that's definitely a win. I think, particularly with Shaker Singh, if you can keep him to one, get a go at the new batter Kale.
Yeah.
So good start from Manavalan.
Kale, can he surprise us and get a boundary? I mean, that's what they need. One boundary here in an over will just take so much pressure off, and they almost got it at the end of that.
That's all you need.
Over.
You only need one boundary every over.
A boundary,
if you don't get it, you're going to be feeling the heat. He goes down the ground, and this one will travel. Kale goes Maximo. An important shot. This one just in the slot. It was a little bit straighter, just a little bit, and it was enough. He gets the middle on that and gets 6.
Big shot. That is a big moment. We're talking about a boundary and over. Well, a Maximo will do it. Backs himself to boom. Shaka. Goes all the way. That will certainly take a lot of pressure on. Now it's pressure on the bowler. Manavalan.
That's the first one of the innings as well. It's just been 4 boundaries before that. And now he goes over the offside. Don't think this will go all the way. As this time, Mustafa will throw it in. This could have been out. Going for a second, but the bowler was nowhere, was he? Anyway, they do keep it at 2. I think Majid was just pretty conscious of making sure that didn't go past him. Remember, he had that little slip on the boundary before. This one would have been out, I think, if it hit, but fairway wide of the stumps. That's important as well. What a good game this is. 14 off 14. There's a new kind of confidence. It's just well done, well stopped. That's what I like to see as well. There's Hosseini there, gets down, gets the body behind it. And how often do we see fielders kind of offering the foot at that kind of delivery? Yeah. And that's just a bit too risky at this stage.
Big delivery this, the last one of the over. Now Singh, he doesn't have to go mental. He doesn't have to try and pump this to the boundary. They've got the runs they needed off the over already. That will help. That will be a wide. Just trying to keep it out of the hitting zone. The bowler, Manavalan, not happy with the call, but yeah, that's a good call. It's on the line.
Yeah, for sure.
Called.
I mean, remember, we'll have Mia bowling the next over, and he bowled super well, didn't he? He only gave away 2 singles and 2 wides in the 6th, and a couple of those were a bit iffy, those calls. He's got to get out of this over, though. Manavalan with no further damage. Don't know if he will. This is hit pretty hard, but I think it should just be 1. The field's well set there. So it's the end of the over. It will be Shaker Singh that will retain the strike. He moves to 20. The score is 54 for 5 after 8. Remember, we talked about the 8 and over required. Well, they actually get 13 off that over. That gives them a bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
But still, it's going to be a big over coming up. You see Mia, he'll be coming back in the 9th.
Yeah, big over that. I mean, that takes that rate from it was coming up to approaching around the 8. Get the good over in there makes all the difference. Brings it back to just under 6. So, yeah, big over. The 2 batters need to play this sensibly, but they will know also that if they manage to get 1 boundary here, that really that should be the match.
Yeah, that's true. Remember, Umyo, they're a team that lost to Golden Ball last year to the Foreign Royals. That game was 70-70 after regulation. Could we have the lowest Golden Ball ever? This could be 2 here. It's a lot of work for the 3rd man to do. And they are going to get back. That's good running, isn't it, from Shaker? Yeah. I think it just spotted that the fielder had a long way to go. I mean, a perfect piece of fielding maybe runs him out here, but every run's so valuable, especially when you get this close to the target.
Yeah, well, it's getting nervy now. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians looking to register the first victory in a European cricket series.
I think I put another fielder over there. They didn't have the 6 over there. That's why there was a bit more of a gap where that ball went. That was the kind of fielder that was plugging that gap last over, but maybe just a slight lapse in concentration. They didn't have him there. So 9 off 11 balls now. Straighter, punch for a single. Now singles are okay for the batting team. If you score off every ball, you can't lose from here. Got to get some dots from somewhere. Kale, it's been an interesting contest between him and Kayum Mia.
Yeah, Kale has already shown he's good at hitting straight. I think he'll fancy Mia. He'll fancy hitting one straight down the ground.
He might. I don't think Mia will get 2 straight to him. Well, he reaches for this, and he's going to get lucky. He's going to get one. This could have gone absolutely anywhere. Just fell safely in the infield for a single. The other thing is, who do you go back to? Do you go back to Manavalan in the last, or do you go for a new option? Haven't really seen spin, have we, at all in this innings from Umyot. Hit hard, and this will be a boundary. This will relieve all the pressure. It's a good shot. Well, Shako's saying hasn't always been pretty, but one thing he has done, he's stayed there. And now he's got Stockholm Mumbai Indians within 3 runs of their first win in ECS cricket. It's their 9th match they've played in the European Cricket Series, and surely this time they're going to get the points.
Beautiful shot. This, for me, is the shot of the day so far. What a beautiful shot. Executes it brilliantly. It wasn't a bad ball. He had a lot of work to do, the team, to make this a boundary shot, and he played it absolutely beautiful. Excellent shot.
You know pretty much where the ball's going to be from Mia. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they can't find room for a deep point there, considering the line he's bowling. 3 to win. Goes leg side, and he's gone. Well, is there a twist in this? And Shaker goes for 27. And this time he tries to drag across this. Fairly vacant leg side. There's only 3 men over there, but that one went just over the head. But fairly much straight to the fielder. And it is Tutbeek that takes the catch. So Shaker doesn't get him across the line. And surely they're not going to lose from here. 7 balls left in this one. It's 62 for 6. Still pretty good innings from Shaker. He's got the most of the way there.
It was a fantastic innings, really. It's unfortunate that, well, you can't be there to see him home. Well, let's see if they get home first. I mean, it's 3 runs required. But this one, you see, if he gets it over the fielder, that's it. Done. It would have been at least 2 runs.
Yeah.
It may have been 4. Doesn't quite get the timing right. This now, well, look, there's a ball to go in this one. If this is a dot, there's all the pressure going into the last.
So what's your approach if you Hankara it? Do you take one?
No, you swing.
Or just swing and hope for the best?
You swing and hope. If you give your wicket away, it's fine.
6
a
wickets
left-hander,
down. 6 wickets down.
Yeah, it's fine. Because you're going to keep the main batter on strike, aren't you? I mean, Khalid, who's done a... I don't think you want a single. I think you're just there to swing the bat and get a boundary.
Single's a third of the runs, though.
He does swing the bat, and will he get the boundary? No, he gets stopped. Now they will be looking for 2 if they can. And it's a good throw. They're not going to get it.
Really good fielding. I mean, that was a match-saving stop for now anyway. And I don't mind that approach. I think a single's not the worst result. When you only need 3, you can cut that down by 33% if you take a single there. And so we're going into the last. 65 required. 63 for 6 at the moment. And now we're going to need to see a super duper over from whoever bowls this one. The other thing is, I think now's the time. You've got to bring everyone up. It's like the helmet's coming on. It might be a sign that they're going to go for some spin. It looks like Tahir Mujtaba is going to bowl. So yeah, I think this is where you got to gamble some dot balls. You do have the new batter out there. Maybe you can get him a rush of blood, maybe running down and missing one. There are 6 wickets down, so we are getting into the lower order, aren't we?
It's a brave call, isn't it, Mujtaba? I mean, if you knew, I suppose you had to take the match deep, so maybe bowling him earlier was going to be a risk. He hasn't got much to play with, has he? He's got to get the ball on line straight away. He's also bowling to the left-hander. Just having a look at it. I mean, he did play that one pretty well straight, didn't he?
Yeah, he played that one really well.
So you don't want to overcommit. I still think you need at least on the long off, maybe just have that man right on the line.
But I mean, if he gets a single, you're thinking Carlo will finishing it off. He goes and hits, fumble allows the run. And this one's going to tie the scores at 64.
Yeah, pressure on the fielder. Not able to collect the ball cleanly and get it back, and
this is why
a single.
That's why I would have over-attacked, because I think if you do allow a single, you're pretty much as good as gone anyway with Carlo. With 5 balls, 5 chances to win the game for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. In their 9th match, it does seem certain at this stage, doesn't it, that they're going to get their first points. This is in the air, could be caught, and it's dropped, and that's going to be game over. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they are going to do it. Well, you'll only see that kind of thing right here in the European Cricket Series. As the Mumbai Indians, it was the least convincing shot that Carlo played, the last ball, but he does strike the winning run. A drop catch does it. Got a feel for Mujtaba. I mean, if they hold that, then they're going to have a new batter coming out feeling the pressure. But look, congratulations. The Stockholm Indians, 2 years after they first appeared in the ECS, they do have their first points. And it sets up a really interesting return matchup against Umeå in the second match of the day.
Yeah, congratulations to them. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians have won. They win by 4 wickets. It's their first victory in the European Cricket Series. So congratulations there to them. And also to the captain, Sanjay Mahajan. And he's led them well. And they had to come back strong, didn't they? And there they are. They're all waiting. And what a good moment this is. And they'll be hoping that they can do it all over again in this next match. But look, you see there, Darshan, he was key, wasn't he? Lakhani earlier on. But that innings of Shikhar Singh was pure class. 27 of 24. It just meant him getting out with 3 runs required. It made it a bit nervy. And that last over, you think about it, there was a misfield. It shouldn't have been a single there.
Yeah.
And then the drop catch.
There's a few
Anything
things
could have happened.
I mean, look, early on, how good were they early on? Saw first up, we saw Adnan on a hat trick, and he absolutely cleaned up Mahajan with a beauty. But then there were a couple of these missed opportunities that I think do come back and bite them a little bit. I mean, that was an opportunity in the third over, and then this one, I mean, it's just one of those things. Yeah. Just a bit of a slip from Maji. And unfortunately, that one snuck through for 4. With everyone crucial, that might be the sort of thing you look back on and reflect on.
That catch that Pradeep Singh put down, and it was Singh he put down. I think Singh was probably, he was less than double figures at the time. That's some of that cost him.
That's another one that could have easily been caught. And eventually, we saw Lakhani go, trying to swing across one. Nothing's for sure. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, you don't want to take your eyes off them with the bat because anything's possible. That was a nice catch by Pradeep Singh behind the stumps, making up for the earlier one. They were pretty disciplined, Umeå. I think the case was they just didn't have enough on the board. This was a fantastic bit of fielding to pick it up and hit the stumps from there. Manavalan it was. And Carlate, well, this was a big shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That 6 just made their life a little bit easier. And as we went late, this is another one. Bit of a game breaker, wasn't it?
That was a superb shot.
Shaker, they gave him room to move, didn't they? But then a late twist, you thought maybe they could just still be a chance they could get back into the game. But once again, Umeå missed opportunities. I know the sun's a factor there, but still just need that ball caught. As it is, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they do it with 4 balls to spare. Their first win in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, and a wonderful moment for the team there. Just congratulating the 2 batters as they come back. They registered their win. Well, now they've made a start. Maybe they can keep on going because that match between the Stockholm Mumbai Indians and Umeå, well, we've got take 2. They do it all over again.
Yeah, so this is the next match coming up in about 20 minutes. About 24 minutes away from a start in that one. Once again, Umeå, they won the toss and elected to bat first. So let's see if they can put a few more on the board. I'm sure Umeå, they know how much these close games can cost you. I mean, they only won 1 out of their 8 games last year, but so many of them were close. They lost a golden ball, lost a couple of others by single digits as far as runs scored. So, yeah, join us for that, and looking forward to seeing these 2 teams go at it again. I'm sure Sohail Adnan, he was so good with the ball first up in that game. Let's see if he can do it with the bat as he's listed to open the batting with Majid Mustafa.
Yeah, Umeå, though, they know that though they had 2 batters, they batted pretty well and got runs on the board, but they used up too many deliveries. Hussaini was one of them, and he'd be hoping that this time round he can sort of not give away too many dot balls, and Mustafa as well. And it didn't give an opportunity to a lot of the other batters to face too many. So I think they would have learned from the first one. I think they'll come out a bit more determined in this one and trying to get a bigger score on the board. And well, the scorecard coming up for you here now. It was Lakhani made a good start. He looks like a good bat, Darshan Lakhani. He's a good all-rounder for them. And he certainly played his part in this victory. But then there was those 2 ducks, wasn't there? Sankhe, he went for 2 balls. And the captain, Sanjay Mahajan, he went for a first baller. And the pressure was on. But we said then the partnership between Singh and Lakhani was going to be key. They did put a good partnership together. And then right at the end, they had a little twist there. But, well, Swapnil Kale, 13 off 7. Helped to see them home. And look at the bowling figures. Nobody really was too expensive, really. They all bowled really well. That one over from Manavalan, where that big 6 was hit by Kali, that was the one that maybe just opened the door there for the Indians.
The other thing was the third and fourth overs. There were 21 between those 2 overs. And Adnan bowled a really good first one. Only went for 3, but then 11 came off his second over, the last one in the power play, and there was a missed opportunity in there as well. But still 2 wickets for him. 2 to Mia. I thought bowled really well. 1 for 9. Hussaini didn't give too much away in his spell as well. And Mujtaba, He's a bit unlucky, wasn't he? Because he was almost a hero. And catch going down, and it was the 65th and final run of match 25. Join us when we return in 20 minutes. We'll be back with more cricket, and Umyot, I'll be hoping to get their bats talking. Hope to see you then. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great start to the week. We are. We'll be back with more cricket on the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, and now we're ready for the toss for match number 26. It's the second of 4 matches here today on day 7 of play in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Once again, we're going to see Umeå. They're here against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. But we know that we've had some low-scoring thrillers, and Umeå themselves, they're no stranger to close games. Let's see which team can get the points here in this match. Let's go to Stefan Gooch. He's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Umeå to call. Heads to call. It's heads. We'll bat first again. Okay. Thanks.
So it is Umeå. They've been lucky with the tosses, and their captain Majid said, we're going to have a bat again, and you can see why. But what I would say about the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, their fielding and their bowling pressure has been pretty good throughout the whole series. It was just always a matter of whether their bats would be able to do the talking as well. I'm sure it'll be the same kind of story here, as SMR will be looking to do the same kind of job they did in the first innings of the day. So Umeå, they will be winning the toss, and they will be batting first in this one. Let's see if the men from the north can do the job in match 26. Rico Full will be your commentator to take you through the first stages of this one. Let's get ready for the first ball. Let's go.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, giving us a good intro and some good insight on the 2 teams, as we're going to see Umeå come back out again against the Mumbai Indians. An interesting match. Certainly one that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians they're looking forward to going out there again after winning their first ever match in the European Cricket Series. And we already know some of the key players there. Shikhat Singh from the Mumbai Indians, 27-14 in that last match. Was supported well by Darshan Lakhani. And well, Lakhani was good with the ball as well as Sunil Khalid. So they'll be hoping to stay in good form. Umeå, well, I think Umeå Hussaini and also Majid Mustafa, they know that though they did get themselves into the 20s. One of them has to go big. And they've got to do it pretty quickly as well. I think the one main thing they would have learned from that innings is that they only lost 6 wickets, but they did use up too many deliveries in getting to the scores that they did. So I think there'll be a change in attitude, certainly from the Mustafa, the captain, and also from Hussaini. Umpires make their way out. And, it'll be a long day for them today. To Rashid and Saeed Arif. And the teams follow. And of course, it's the Stockholm Mumbai Indians that take the field first. And one thing we will say is that their fielding, particularly their bowling, has been very tight. We saw it was good on Saturday. So that is, of course, their strength. And then they're relying on a couple of batters to help them get good scores on the board. There was a few ducks in that innings. And from the man that was making his debut today, Pratik Sankey, and also the captain Sanjay Mahajan. So when it comes to them doing the batting, they'll be hoping that those 2 can get off the mark. First up with the ball, I think he bowled very well in the first match, will be Samir Hanke. He's a tall man, and I think if you can get the ball in the right areas, hitting the seam, he's certainly going to get a lot of carry through. And I think that was what surprised the wicketkeeper first time round, Pratik Sankey, as he fumbled one that he wasn't able to hold on to. But not too much damage was done, because Sohail Adnan didn't really go on to add too many runs on the board on that occasion. He only got 1 last time. Sohail Adnan, the opener, he'll be hoping to do a bit better here this time. He's going to be joined up there by the captain, Majid Mustafa, at the non-strikers end. Once again, a very good morning to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, aibawan to everybody that's tuned in the sub-Indian continent. And also, a very good morning, Haloa, as they say here, to everybody that's watching via the YouTube. Remember to subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family. The more the merrier, that's what we say. And certainly already been some interesting conversation. So keep it going as we see the start of this match, match number 2 between these 2. That's pretty high. I'd like to see this side on. Let's have a look. I mean, I think the bowler just gets away with this one, I think. There or thereabout. It was certainly a loosener. But, Adnan gets himself off the mark straight away. Oh, that's a bit of late swing there. Good work from Pratik Sankey. That's very well to get across here. Just starts to move about there, and wouldn't have seen that at all. That's very good anticipation. And how he did that and kept his cap on, well, I will never know. Well done. And now the big swing across the line. A lot of noise, as you'd expect from SMIs here. They're up and about. Got their first victory in the European Cricket Series against the opponents, Umio, and now want to make it 2 out of 2. It's down the leg side once more. It's going to be another wide. Quick look at the field. 2 men outside the ring at the moment. It's unusual. Well, it's a man on the 45 and man at mid-wicket are the 2 men out. So there's only 3 on the leg side, but 2 of them are on the boundary. The mid-on is inside the circle as well as mid-off. And then you've got a number of bodies there, as you can see there, on the offside, just for that shot. I think the cut shot and the paddle towards third man. He's not looking to go that way. Big appeal here. And once again, we'll probably find, I'm not sure if this pitch is outside the line, but certainly looked a bit leg side-ish. See where this pitch is? Yeah, that's pitching just outside leg stick, so the umpire makes a correct call there. Umpire Rashid. And this time it's right into the body of the batter. Excellent bowling is what they're shouting. It is a good start. Oh. Can he finish well? 4 on the board. Just strays down that leg again, and one of those 2 men out there will just keep this to a single. So yeah, it was a nice start, nice and tidy. Couple of wides that he'd be disappointed about down the leg side, but other than that, he's done well. No boundaries from it, and just 5 runs. 2 batters come together. Captain Majid Mustafa and Sohail Adnan. Adnan certainly will be hoping to do better. Well, he already has. He's doubled the score he made in the first innings, but I think he knows that he wants to get a good partnership here together between him and Mustafa and lay a good foundation for somebody like Amir Hussaini to come into. John Lashella coming to bowl. Another bowler that had a very good outing with the ball first up. Starts with 1 2 wide outside the off, and signalled so by Saeed Arif, the umpire. Changed in the field to Shella's bowling. Mid wicket is back. And so is long off. Well, this has gone a huge way up. And 2 fielders coming together. And, well, Darshan Lakhani there is giving Darjay a bit of a strange look because he was the man getting right under this. Darjay came from nowhere. Nearly knocks him out, but I think it was always going to be a 6. Just have a look at this. He just comes in from nowhere and sort of says, leave it to me. Gets a slide in. Good work from our camera crew there. I think is that Dennis up there today in the tower. And the rest is up there. This is it. Clean and straight 4 runs. What a lovely shot this is. Well, 6 and now 4. And he is hungry for more. Beautiful shot. Just perfect timing. And as soon as that gets past the outstretched boot of the bowler, nobody's going to stop that. Lovely shot. Shout out to our production partner here, Spring Productions, Andres, and also Dennis doing a marvellous job. Bringing you all the action. This one stays low, and wicketkeeper does well really to just get his body onto this. You see this, it just doesn't come up, and yeah, he's got to get something behind it. Does very well. I do like the look of the keeper, Patrick Sankey. got those little pads on, and then he's almost like he's got his pads on underneath some leggings there. I can tell you that. Looks pretty nifty. There he is again in the action. Yeah. Looks like he's sort of ready to go for a cycle ride as well, doesn't he? Looks like he's got those socks tucked in. And then the cap is glued to his head. Doesn't move. Shall Oh, he'd be disappointed with this. He's down the leg side. He is disappointed. Great keeping though once more from Pratik Sanki. This one, he saved 4 runs here. That was motoring. Once again, congratulations to Patrick and his wife, Red, and their baby, the new addition to the family, Alora. Special moment for both of them. Up in the air, this is the opportunity. Oh, he spilled it. It's an absolute dolly that goes down. The captain can't believe it. He's got his hands on his head. And these ones you have to take. And completely messes this. And it's Singh, the man who's ever dependable, Shakar Singh, puts it down. Big opportunity. Adnan gets lucky. I think there's a slight injury here as well. I think in the process of trying to take this catch, it looks like Shakar Singh has just caught the ball on his lip, and he's requested to be able to just go off and just sort that out. Just here, just have a look. See, come straight out of his fingers and just hits the side of his face. So it looks like that we're going to have the 12th man. Come on. Slightly short, but doesn't really come up. We've seen the occasional one that has stayed a little low. End of the over, it's a good one for Umio as they move on to 19. And Shalar, who's normally very tidy, just going for a few, wasn't helped with those big hits down the ground. And here's the standings. So the Tigers on 4 points, Hammarby and Master on 2 apiece, and now joined by the Stockholm Mumbai Indians after winning their last match, the match between these two. Umio, they'll be looking to make it another team on 2 points if they can register a win here, or could the Stockholm Mumbai Indians go up onto 4 points and be challenging to be top of the table. That's the sort of normal carry that we tend to see from the ball. Comes up and you see the batter playing it off the back foot, but every so often you get that one that just starts to stay a little low. Captain gives the ball back to Samir Hanke. He went for 5 the first and saying, come on, get me a wicket. That's what I need. Half an appeal. And it was stopped straight away. You see the keeper starts to go up here. And then just here, so it's, no, it wasn't. There was nothing from the bowler at all. In the air, this is a chance. It goes a long way up. And Lakhani coming in, and it just drops agonizingly in front of him. It could not have been placed better. Well, Lakhani, he needs what Patrick, the keeper's got inside his cap, because he doesn't stay on it. It flies off. Shades and all. And they're just showing off. It's lovely, silky hair. Pitched up, stroked nicely to Darje. Well, Darje, isn't he keen? He's throwing himself at everything out there. Almost knocked Lakhani over in the previous over. There's that swing and miss. You see, this is where I think Omeo can learn. It's almost like they feel the need to try and clobber every ball, and I think they don't have to. I think it wouldn't hurt them to just decide, okay, let's take singles as well. It seems to be big shot and no shots and dot balls. They need to be a bit more productive with every ball. Big appeal, and yeah, the umpire straight away saying, correctly so, leg side. Probably pitches outside the line as well. Have a look here. Yep, just pitching outside leg. End of the over though, and it was a nice tidy over once again from, okay, he just goes for 8 of his 2. So the score moves on to 22. No wickets down though, so though it's not a aggressive power play, the second over was good. 14 came off it from Shelley, and that's probably why he's been rested. They're not asking him to bowl this one. They're going for Kale. And the field now, of course, can be spread, and that's why the captain is directing his troops to where he wants. So 3 on the leg, so quite an orthodox field on the leg side here. Square leg, mid-wicket, and long on the boundary. There's a man on the 45 on fine. And then everyone else on the offside, so they got long off and a man at extra cover on the boundary. This one is very wide. And well, the umpire does signal eventually. I'm not sure if something was going through his head, but has been called wide. This one is another ugly shot from Mustafa. Needs to be patient. Hasn't had too much of the strike, but just needs to be patient. He also needs to realise that the men are waiting there. They know this is the shot he's going to play. And this is up in the air, and here comes Tarju once more and takes a really good catch. Well, there was never any doubt. He's been up for it. And Ruturaj Darje comes across and takes the catch once more in similar fashion to what he almost did earlier on in the innings. He's very quick, isn't he? Very quick, very nimble. And he gets there, takes the catch. So it's disappointment from Majid Mustafa. He wanted to get on with it, but you see, just swinging and missing too much. Applied a little bit of unnecessary pressure on himself early on. He goes for 4 of the 8 balls that he faced. Good catch though. Just covers that area so well, does Tarjit. So bringing Kale into the attack does seem to work. So it's not going to be Mustafa that's going to get into the runs from this day. Adna's made a good start. New batter will be on strike. Kale floats it up and teases him. No mistake from Tabik Raza. Goes back, finds, makes room for himself, cuts that through onto the offside. Yeah, no changing the order so far. So Tabik Raza Ullah scored 1 in the first match, but he's off the mark here as well. Adnan slices it up in the air. It's another opportunity. Darje, but can he get there? He throws himself at it. He can't. It's a good effort. He makes up a lot of ground to gets himself on the boundary, well into the 30-yard area of play. It was a wide delivery. He shouldn't have been chasing this at all. And he gets very lucky. It will go down as a drop chance. It's been dropped twice now. Well bowled, clever. It's a good over from Kale. That takes the wicket and only goes for just 3 runs. That's clever bowling right in the areas. You see the batter is moving away. So 25 for 1 and a good time to welcome back into the Ice Cube. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Yes, good to be back here, Rico. And yeah, we're looking forward to this for sure. I mean, enjoyed some of the fielding so far. I mean, Darge got pretty close to that one that ended up going over his head earlier. Nice to see him take a catch. That one, more of a half chance than anything, but he is attacking it. And Mumbai Indians have got their first points on the board. Surely there's a few nerves that are gone away now. But I think they'll be the ones feeling the pressure here in game 2 because they certainly don't want to lose their first 2 games. They could be right in the danger zone.
Yeah, and like I say, they haven't really got off to a flyer. And it won't get any easier for them because Darshan Lakhani has bowled really well. Now this is picked up beautifully and it looks like it will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. What a great shot this is. Just using the pace and the angle of the ball. Makes good contact and that goes flying out of here. 6 runs. No, Sohail Adnan gets himself into double figures with that shot. What a lovely shot that was.
Yeah, beautifully picked up. It's pure timing there, wasn't it? Wasn't not a big swing at the bat. Here's Lakhani.
It's nicely played. Yeah, see, that's better. That's what I think we need to see more from Umio. He's played one big shot. The next ball, be happy to take the single. It doesn't have to be followed by several swings and misses. Let's see how Razaula deals with things.
Yeah, I think he'll be keen to give it a bash. It's not a bash, more of a deflection. Just one. That'll be fine, third man there.
Just in the win predictor, it's having Umio 60 to 40.
Yeah.
As we speak, it changes 53 to 47.
Didn't like that single, did it?
Didn't like the single at all.
There's another single. Let's see what it is after this. It is, something that's getting everyone talking, the win predictor. I don't mind it. I mean, like I say, it's just something to, get you to think about what you think, basically. It's just another tool. And you can see when we have the graph of how it changes during the game, there's quite a few ebbs and flows to the contest.
Firmly struck fielder, gets ready, and he drops the catch, and it goes for 4 runs. It was right at him. That's what his play's there to do. And he's going to be really disappointed here. And in that there is Sudukar.
I think that's Vipul Shrodkar. And it was hit hard and flat, just kind of burst through the hands. It was pretty annoying from him as well. That did just trickle over the boundary. So, see, Tatmik Raza catching a break.
And, well, not too much of one because this one knocks him over. And this is where Darshan Lakhani says, well, if you can't catch him, I'm just going to knock him over. And that was a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra 5 ball.
Yeah, it's the perfect response, isn't it, from Lakhani, who probably not thrilled about the 13 runs off the over, but this is the way to finish it with an exclamation point. He played all round that Tatbik. It's not a ball. It's easy to hit to the leg side. That's where he tries to go. Over goes the castle. Good way to finish the first half of the innings for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They are 38 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, 38 for 2 in this one. In the last match, with 36 for 2, so they haven't really got the acceleration that they want to gain so far. It sort of followed a very similar pattern this innings as the first match between these two. Kale will continue his spell. He bowled brilliantly. Just 3 runs came off his first over and that 1 wicket.
Kale was the man who was feeling the heat in the first match, wasn't he, when he had to bat at the end, but he came through, handled the pressure well. Here he is bowling over number 6.
Gets this wide of the bowler. Kale gets the dive in, can't stop it. Lakhani is there. Ever reliable, makes the stop, keeps it to 1. So now we have got Amir Hussaini comes in. Wonder how he'll go about things here now, whether he will try and build an innings or look to go big straight away. But he gets beaten first up.
I think he'll try and attack. He went to the second half of the innings, still 8 wickets left in hand. It's a pretty good ball though from Kale. Look at the length there. Basically a Yorker length. Tries to jam down on that and misses. Hussain, he does get something he can pick up. He can hit the ball a long way.
And he tries to hit this one a long way. He tries to send this one to the moon. Misses it. So that's 2 dot balls. And that's where they let themselves down, Vinny. Then there's too many dot balls. There was too many in the first match between these two when they were out there. And it's the same here now. They're trying for the big shots, but not getting anything. Not even getting bat on ball. This one, he's got plenty on it. That goes a long way. Boom, lagya, shaka. Gya, shaka, lagya.
Well, this one's launched into space at a furious pace, and the difference is it's a bit closer to him, I think. Doesn't get him reaching outside the off stump. You can see what the bowler's thinking, saying, well, if you're going to keep missing the ball, I'm going to put one on the stumps. But Hosseini's waiting for it, and he absolutely launches this one for 6.
Yeah, it's a good shot, good comeback from the batter. Then he commits himself and gets a good bit of bat onto it. He wants 2, and he'll get there comfortable in the end. Nice shot. And wasn't a bad bit of bowling either from Kali. He was just trying to encourage the batter to come out of his crease, so it did work. If he didn't hit this, then I think it certainly would have been interesting. Sanke would have been called upon to take the bails off. But he reached and he got bat onto it, gets 2.
Good in ball adjustment there, I think. He knew he wasn't going to get it with a big swing, so he just went defensive.
Straight down the ground. Darjit gets there, gets the throw in. It's like a whippet, isn't he? So quick. Covers the ground so well, Darjit. End of the over. So he did get that 1 big 6 from it, then a 2 and a 1. So it was better. The score moves on to 48. 2 down.
Yeah, see the win probability. The pulse monitor, well, it's doing a little dance, isn't it? And pretty much not diverting too far from the kind of middle region, which tells you it's going to be a close contest, and you would expect as much after the last game, Rico.
Yeah, very much so. It's going to be Lakhani to continue. He did finish well, didn't he? That his last over with a wicket. Good delivery, too high surely. Yeah, and that's I think exactly what's been signalled there by the umpire, saying a little bit too high. Does get good carry. I mean, he's a tall man, so when this ball hits the seam and it's on the, as you can see that, good delivery. Probably the way it's been angled as well, going down leg side. Adnan, he knows he's got to just keep the momentum going. Sort of almost chipped his out onto the onside, going to the man at long on. Khaled does the fielding. It's a single.
Yeah, they won't mind singles at this stage. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, you know, probably a good thing for them, I think. Maybe to chase something like 80 and do it, I think, for their batting. Still haven't had a chance to bat first.
50 up and bangs the short ball in. Good bowling. Sees the early movement from Hosseini. And says, well, okay, if you want to come down the track to me, see how you handle this one, the short ball. And Hosseini doesn't really get hold of it. It goes into that open area on the onside. This is up in the air. Has got the legs, and the Harjay is there, but can do nothing about it. Over it goes. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Got just enough. Yeah, Dargate couldn't have done anything more. He's been pretty good at managing the boundary, managing his position within the boundary during this innings, but yeah, sometimes you can't reach him. Adnan gets 6 moves to 30. Lakhani, a couple of balls to go in his spell.
Well bowled, good reply from Lakhani. And this time it's been respected and stroked out into the covers. They'll take a single.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not a disaster for Lakhani either. He's gone for 22 now. The ball to go.
He finished well his first over. Can he finish with a wicket in the second as well?
1 short last over as well. It's going to come off the total.
He doesn't finish well. He bowls wide, and it's called one as well. Well, that one short has been given back to them.
Yeah. So there you go. You can have it straight back. But yeah, I mean, this game's on a knife edge at the moment. Emir favoured there, probably because they know how the Stockholm Mumbai Indians have chased historically, but still plenty of cricket left in this one.
Plays this into the ground. They take this run, and good backing up there from Adnan. And that ends the spell of Lakhani and goes for 24. But did pick up that 1 wicket. The score moves nicely on to 60 now. That's a bit better.
It'll be 59, I think. I still haven't taken that 1 short off. I got 59 for 2. But what I can tell you is that we have 5 teams in Group B. It's their their first matches this morning. But the best 4 performers in Group B will take on the Group A qualifiers. Albi Zalmi finished first, Bachirka in second, Lin Shopping in third, and Diska in fourth. Unfortunately, the Titans, they were eliminated in Group A. So we're in this phase of the tournament. Currently, this is match number 26 at the end of match 40. I'd like to say goodbye to one of the teams from Group B before quarterfinals Friday, which is only 4 days away, and finals day on Saturday. What I would say is I hope the weather stays like this, Rico, because at the moment it's very, very pleasant, isn't it?
Yeah, this is beautiful. Lovely day for cricket. Sunil Cookledge comes into bowl. And this is smashed. This is big. Andres, watch out, because this is coming your way. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya.
What a good shot that is. And you're right, that's the danger zone. That's the TV crew where they hang out and they try and just have a quiet moment sometimes on the steps of the production van. Or nothing quiet about this.
I think that's called a no ball as well. It's a no ball picked up. I think it was a field.
Must be.
A field implication, yeah. So that's how you get 7. And it's 7 from nothing.
Yeah, well, that's even worse, isn't it? It must have been for 6 outfielders.
Yeah, I think it was. It was square leg that was calling it. So, well, it's the right time to get the acceleration in. And now it's a license to go the full Monty for Hussaini. Free hit. And it's been cleverly bowled actually into the pads. And Hussaini can't do anything about it. They'll get the leg by.
What I will say is Hussaini, he's a bit of an enigma with the bat, isn't he? He doesn't hit all, but when he does, they really travel. He's moved to 16 off 10 deliveries now, I think. There you go. Score is now correct at 67.
Bad ball, and fortunately for the fielder, it goes straight to him. That one was one that needed to be punished, and now it's not. Oh, well, hang on a minute. They decide not to. Thought they were going to sneak a cheeky 2 in. How lucky do you get here? It was a Gandhi ball, but he hits it straight to the fielder, who does well, gets a throw in straight away. But it wasn't well backed up, and there was a thought of a second. And he decided against it.
Sometimes you're in the right place at the right time. So much of life is about that, Rico. And Cookledge trying to keep things tight at the death.
Up in the air, opportunity. Darshan Lakhani getting under it and takes a very good catch. They needed to just when these two were starting to find the boundaries in some momentum. And Hussaini, he gets caught, and Darshan Lakhani will go and pick up his hat and his shades.
There we go.
This is, you know what this is? There's a song that goes with this. I'll tell you what it is. As we see the replay, because I can see clearly now my shades have gone.
I thought you were going to say it could have been, you can leave your hat on. Baby, take off your shades.
I can see all the kookaburras coming my way. And he saw that one coming his way.
That was a good catch,
Good
wasn't
catch.
it?
Well done.
And you know what? I like the work of Dargate. He was just sneaking behind, not putting him off, but he was in a position where if it had kind of burst off the fingertips of Lakhani, Dargate might have been able to clean up on the rebound. But Lakhani wasn't going to let that one go. So it's the end of another entertaining knock for Hussaini, who goes for 16. 2 Maximos in there. Always seems good for a couple out of the ballpark. 68 for 3. New batter is Pardeep Singh.
And I think he's gone straight away, hasn't he? Yes, he has. It's a first baller. And Pardeep Singh, well, he's not able to get anything going with the bat here. He went for 2 in the first one. And when he's bowled, cleans him up. Beautifully bowled.
Pretty good bowling. I mean, probably not the best shot ever. He just plays all across this and just tails in a little bit, flicks the outside of the off stump. Well, Cookledge, he's turning his over around pretty quickly. There were 7 off the first ball, but now he's got figures of 2 for 8 after 4 balls. And Umia, just the collapse is on at the moment, you feel, 68 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled. And that's the thing to do, though, isn't it? A new batter come in, you've got to attack the stumps, and he does. And now he gets himself an opportunity to take a hat-trick. Have not seen a hat-trick yet in Sweden.
We're still waiting. I was going to say how many hat-tricks we've got this year. I might put the count on in a second, but this will be an opportunity for Cookledge. And what a remarkable turnaround this would be after going for a no ball 6 first ball.
You get a feeling it'll either be a wicket or a boundaries. That sort of innings. And he plays it nicely, and Cookledge does the defending himself. Says, you're not getting any run off me.
And we've had 9. Yeah, we've had 9 hat tricks, and That's in 2022. Interestingly, though, remember we had a big hat-trick drought at the start of the year in the ECL? We didn't actually have one until, I think, Group D of the ECL, which is right into the 4th or 5th week of the season. Anyway, Cuckledge, it's turned out to be a great over from him. Here's the extra delivery from the no ball.
Carves it away. Get a single. That's Rana. And he'll be back on strike. The score moves on to 69. And 12 deliveries to go. Look, they've got to be smart here. 12 deliveries to go. I mean, you've got to get the 12, right? You've got to get the 12. So you've got to go run a ball. But if they can get to a ball, 24, that gives them a good score.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, already it's in the zone that say it's going to be an interesting chase no matter what. But yeah, you're right. 9th over coming up. They've got Shalart still to bowl one. Will they go maybe for another option? Cuckledge, you think, is a certainty to come back for the 10th, but it does look like it's Shalart that's going to bowl. I want to say hello to Liam Day, who's watching from New Zealand. I know that some of the New Zealanders are having a bit of fun with us, the Alternative Commentary Collective. We had an interesting chat the other day. If any of them are watching, drop into the chat and say hello, ECN European Cricket Network. Good to see entertaining you guys.
Shalart. And Rana does what he has to. He doesn't waste a delivery, gets a single off the very first ball, and now he says to Adnan, who that's batted all the way through so far. He's made up for the disappointing one he made in the first innings. It was one off, I believe it was off 6 balls as well. So he's come good when he's had to for his team.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can get them past and sort of get them into the 90s here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what he's thinking. I think he's thinking leg side, just the way he's setting up.
Short. Thumps this hard. Lakhani has to do really well. And, well, the big man gets down, but he's not able to stop it. That was just power from Adnan. A great shot. A great bit of cricket there as well. Well, there's the hat of Lakhani. I don't know where the shades are. The hat's over there. The shades have just disappeared. Look, brilliant effort once again.
Yeah, look, it was a good effort. It was hit really hard. I could just tell with the way he was setting up there. Did want to go leg side. Ended up going fairly straight pull. Whatever the keeper is wearing, Pardeep Singh, not Pardeep Singh, pardon me, Sankey, his hat's staying on fine. I think maybe Lakhani needs some of that.
This one is going to be close, and yeah, if that's straight, that's just knocking him over. He knew he was going to play this shot. He's missed out Adnan because he's played this really well.
This is an interesting one. I mean, I do have a kind of instinct that was probably hitting. You can see off stump and a little bit of the middle. For me, that's an umpire's call, that one. I think there's every chance that would hit the stumps. I know, Rico, you're probably concerned about the angle there.
Yeah, I think it might. It's umpire's call. You're absolutely right. The only thing is it going to, because of the angle the bowler's bowled it, it's gone very wide, and he's angled it across the bat. It's pretty short, and I think it was there was a possibility it may have gone past leg stick, but the umpire's in the right position to get it.
Certainly wasn't a clear-cut one that you'd say, oh, that's definitely missing. I do think it was fairly straight, and I think could have taken a bit of leg stump for me. I don't mind that decision at all. I think you get to reward the bowler for getting the batter to miss one as well. Halfway through the 9th over, 74 for 5.
Big wicket to get, because that could have made the difference of the score being in the 90s, and they struggled to get it into the 80s here, because you've got the main contributor from Umio out. And now this is the danger. Now the dots start to creep in. Dots are gold dust in this format of the game. Batters have to be smart here. Like I said, at the end of the 8th over, a run a ball, well, that's healthy. That would have got them to sort of close to the 80.
81.
Yeah.
At the start of this over.
It's well hit. Should just be one. I would like to see them pushing a bit harder, but no mistakes from Darshan Lakhani there. Easy pick up and throw back.
Let's say a quick hello to Helix, who's popped into the chat, watching from Australia. How are things down under today, Helix? I know they've had a change in government. He said he didn't want to bring the politics in, but that is something that I was aware of. So last ball of the over coming up from Shalar.
Struck well. You've got to run hard here. They're ball watching. It's poor cricket for me. Coming up to the end of the innings. It's 5 wickets down. You've got plenty to come. You've got to be pushing. That's 2 occasions there, I think, in that over that you needed to go hard. They finish on 76 for 5.
Yeah, so I mean, from here.
Over to go.
Yeah, something like 85, scrambling 85. I mean, there was a team you want to be defending against, it does seem to be the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, just based on what we've seen this week. But the other thing is, I think the Mumbai Indians, they'll feel a bit of a weight off their shoulders. Now they have got that first win on the board. They'll feel like, that's all in the past now. Umyot, they'll be the ones, I think, feeling the heat in the second half of this one, because they certainly don't want to walk away with no points from their first morning of ECS cricket in 2022. Here's Kaklich with a big over coming up, the 10th over of the innings.
Slightly overpitched, and there is that acceleration now from the two batters. They take one, and well, the man at the striker's end, Mia, was happy to come back, but the big unit of Rana says no. So got to get bat onto ball. That's the key thing. We'll see him play a miss at a few. Bat on ball and got to go. And Rana's got to be backing up. And gets enough on this to take the single. Just sort of chipping it, if you like, over the bowler's head. Gets a single.
Yeah, just one. Take the European Cricket Championship coming up in just a few months' time.
Cartamania.
That's going to be huge. 5 weeks of action.
Up in the air. Well, how much is this going? The fielder comes in and takes a really comfortable catch. Who else but our man out there? He's been so good. Rutraj Darje. He has got safe hands. I mean, anytime anything goes up in the air, you just back him to take it. I said before, he's like a little whippet. He gets everywhere. He's quick, he's fast, and he's safe. And that's a good catch to take at this stage. And not only is it a wicket, it's a dot ball. More gold dust.
Really good, hasn't he? I had Liam Day in the chat. He was asking about where we're heading to next. Are we going to the Czech Republic next? The answer is yes. We'll be there from Monday, just a week away from a 2-week series in Prague. Looking forward to that before we go to Hungary, Austria. And then the Italian summer kicks off 5 weeks in Italy. And then we've revealed today that we will be certainly going to Germany for the first time in August. Get to have 2 series in Germany, one in Krefeld, just outside of Dusseldorf, and one in, that's after the one from Dresden, which you see there on the 1st of August. Anyway, back to the action here, and here's Kaklich.
Jutaba getting bat onto ball. And, it's a single.
A few people asking about the weather today. Yeah, it is nice and sunny. Currently 15 degrees. It feels a bit warmer than that, though, because no real breeze today, right? So it's not
very little breeze.
And getting that chill.
Sun is nice, high and hot, just like you like it. It's well hit, and they've got to run hard here. Oh, well, they haven't got to, and that's a foot fielding fail, and that's something that the fielder is not going to want to look at. He's sort of let his team down a little bit there, and it's Singh again. Well, Sakar Singh, I think his major role in this team is certainly his batting, not his fielding.
That wasn't that low. I mean, he could have easily just bent down a little bit and got a hand on that. I wonder if that'll come back to bite them.
Gets them into the 80s, Vin.
Hello, Tanjit Singh and everybody else. Let's get ready for the last ball.
Strikes it well. Goes to the captain, who makes no mistakes. Sanjay Mahajan picks it up clean. And gets the ball into the gloves of the keeper. And that will be that. So they finish on 84. It's a much more competitive score than the last time round when it was 64. So they've added 20 to it. And is that 20 going to be enough?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly puts them in the game. I think for mine, it's kind of what I would call a par score for Group B so far, or for these 2 teams. I think neither one's really impressed too much with the bat so far in this series. So I do think I'd rather have the 84 runs on the board. But again, it's all going to depend on how they defend. They certainly almost defended their 64 earlier on today, but it'll be a hard mountain to climb, that's for sure. Both teams keen to get the win here in match 26. And that one was a pretty good effort from Dargo. I think he felt it pretty good during this innings. Had plenty to do. Some good shots. And also, we saw Stockholm Mumbai Indians pulling off a couple of moments of brilliance. That wasn't one of them. That's Shekhar Singh, who was in the wars. That one was upstairs. Didn't deal with the one downstairs later on. But pound for pound, 84 runs on the board should make for a really interesting chase. That was a nice catch by Dargo, who did manage to reel that one in. This one, not so lucky. Made some good ground. So a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly, but ultimately it's game on here once again. I think another close contest on the way in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Very much so. I mean, some of those Maximos there, and some good hitting, clean hitting, certainly from Sohail Adnan. I think he did very well. It was the one that got away, though, and it does few of those missed opportunities that will haunt him. You saw there Lakani saying, well, if you can't catch him, I'm going to knock him over. And that's how he got Ula. But the shot still kept coming. But there's only one man to watch out for. And that's in the field there. That was Dargate. Because his catching was brilliant. He showed us and his team just how to take these catches. This time he just couldn't keep it in. And this was another one straight down the ground. And that was a big hit. This goes up in the air. Somebody's got to get there. Who's it going to be? Who's going to take this one? Well, Lakani says to Dargate, you stay away. I've got this. Dasha Lakani. I think we're going to see him play a big part with the bat as well. I think they've got 3 key men that have all got to perform. And one of them is the man who sort of let them down a little bit in the field, Sakar Singh. He dropped the catch, which ended up catching him on the chin. And then there was a bit of bad fielding there right towards the end, which did help the team get into the 80s. That LBW, I think that was umpire's call. Was it going to go on to hit or was it not? Well, this one, I could call this one. I know where this was going. It was going straight into the hands of that man, Rutraj Dargate. He was sensational out there. This man was not so sensational. It wasn't a good day in the field for Singh, and he's hoping to make up for it with the bat as we have an opportunity to have a look at that scorecard. It was led by Sohail Adnan. He needed to come back well after his disappointment in the first innings. He did, but he didn't get the support really from Mustafa. Mustafa was in a bit of a hurry, swinging and missing too much. He'd be disappointed with his 4 of 8. Ula, he played one good boundary before he went. Then it's that man, Amir Hussaini. I think a good, valuable contribution from him. And then right there towards the end, I think Mia 7 of 5. That helped them get to the score 84. So 85 is going to be required. A quick look at the bowlers. I think 1 or 2 of them ended up a little bit more expensive than first time round. Shella particularly, he went 1 for 20, and also Darshan Lakani 1 for 24. But 3 wickets there towards the end from Sunil Kakalic. He'll be disappointed with 4 of those that went on to that, and that was because of some bad fielding there right at the end from Singh. But I think, again, it's a score that it's a grade 80s, isn't it? We know what can happen with a score in this area. 63 in favour of Umio here. 63% to 37 for SMI. Be interesting to see how that develops. But certainly, I think the power play is going to be key. I think if we're going to get a power play in where it's 30-35 without any wickets down, SMI are going to be favourites. But you get those 3 wickets of the key contributors for SMI. That's what Umio will be hoping for. Then they've got every chance to register their first win in this European cricket series. So match number 26 is very evenly poised. We have a score in the 80s. Here's the 80 Gradies, or the Grady 80s. And could this one go all the way down to the wire as well? I think it will. I think it's also going to be one that goes into the 10th over. Maybe even get a golden ball. Well, to find out, join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo in around about 10 minutes time when we'll come back for the conclusion of match number 26 and the mini duel between these 2 teams, Omeo and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We'll be right back about 10 minutes time. Hello, good morning, cricket lovers around the world, and welcome back to the Osborne Cricket Ground as we're about to start the second innings of the second contest between Umeå and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Umeå put a productive 84 on the board. It was well engineered by Sohail Adnan, 36 of 23 with contributions throughout the innings. They've posted 20 more runs than they did in the first match, and that one went down into the last over. And I got a feeling this one has got very much the same feel about it. Darshan Lakhani is opening up with Pratik Sankhe, the wicketkeeper. And it's going to be Sohail Adnan. He's done good work with the bat. Now it's his turn to see if he can get those early wickets again here. That's what they need. Get the early wickets. Get the main batters out. Lakhani's certainly one of them. And also, when Singh comes in, Shikhar Singh, he was the one who really ended up being the thorn in their side when they just couldn't get him out, losing the first match. Here's the start. It's a positive one. He launches himself into this, Lakhani. He's in a no-nonsense mood. And speaking of mood, that one certainly uplifts the mood of the SMIs. It's in the first one going to the boundary. Just a little bit short, and he's onto it straight away. He's very keen to have his field set aggressively on the offside. We saw that in the first match, but here he's having to, because of that shot being played, make an adjustment straight away. I'm not quite sure he needs to. It was the first ball, and it wasn't in his normal areas. But he's got a man that's gone into mid-wicket, so he's been able to push the square leg back on the boundary. So square leg and long on back. Lakhani still goes for the same shot. Just got to get this ball outside the off stump. Adnan is strayed a little bit down the leg side. That one's come off the pad, leg by. To Rashid, the man at the bowler's end, and Said Arif at square leg. There are match officials for this match. In the air, one bounce, and in comes the throw. And it's good running, good backing up. So, good moment also for Pratik. Gets himself off the mark. Went for a two-ball duck in the first match. And well, this one's going to go all the way through, and it's, well, has that been saved? I'll certainly look at that again. If it has, it's an incredible save. It really is. Goes through the keeper, Pradeep Singh. Keep an eye on this. And where's the body here? Oh, it's marvellously done. What a great stop that is from Jaffrey. Excellent. Saves 4 runs. Well, I think they got 1 by from it, so it certainly saves 3. And this is another one that Pradeep Singh can't get hold of. If he hits him, it'd be interesting. Oh, he's missed him. Well, living dangerously. And Pradeep Singh, he was very good in the first match. He just can't get hold of anything at the moment. They decide to go. This would have been out, I'm sure. Oh, it would have been really close. Really, really close. I think we would have had a look at that a number of times. But Singh guilty once more of letting another one go through. Adnan round the wicket to try and finish off the over. It's been well hit, powerfully hit, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot, well played. And it's a good end to the over. Just not getting the swing into the batter, so he decides he wants to come around the wicket. We saw him do this in the first match in his second over, and it wasn't productive, and is not productive in this one. 12 off the first. It's a good start from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. It's Lakhani who's looking strong, but just those few extras going through behind the stumps, that's going to be annoying for the captain. Majid Mustafa. Again with Tadbik Raza now. Just adjusting his field. He doesn't want the extra man on the leg side, so he brings back Murtaba. So obviously, want to try and keep this on the offside, and a little bit short, but that's where he wants it. Interesting for me whether they go with somebody like, I mean, Mia bowled just the 6th and the 9th over in the first match. Just change it up slightly. Wondering if they might use Mia a bit earlier. This is short. Climbs on the batter. Not really where you want to be bowling it with the field you got set. It's dicing with danger a little bit. He has got one man back there at square. Now this is the test. Lakhani, and there you see, he can't bowl that to Lakhani. Lakhani is very, very strong on the short ball. He's not afraid to play the shot. This is beautifully played. Walks up to it and then just, well, manoeuvres, manufactures it over to behind square. Not clever bowling. It's got a bowl to his field. He's not at the moment. Got away with one short delivery. And it's a good start here from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, racing away. Getting in a good power play. That's what it's all about. Raza Ula. Oh, it would have been a great catch if he took it. It wasn't one. And he goes through cuatro carreras. Well, that was belted our way. Now Vinny Sandhu in the house. Leaves it all to me. And, I got it. Don't worry, Vinny. Good shot. It would have been a spicy catch. It wasn't. So, Darshan Lakhani. He's on a mission. Short delivery again. Gets away with it. I think this is good also for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I mean, Lakhani's batting well. He's hitting the ball well. But just to get him off strike now and again, gets him time to compose himself. And get somebody like Sankey just to play the odd shot as well. Well, he hits it up in the air. He could be gone, and he is. He goes with a big shot. Didn't really need to. I think his role was just to maybe stay out there, but he fancied taking the shot on, but he hits it straight into the hands of the captain. So Majid Mustafa makes no mistakes. They get the first wicket. And well, it's a better start, I suppose, for Pratik Sankey. He does get some runs on the board this time, but not as many as he would like. He goes for 3 of his 5 deliveries that he faced. Caught well by the captain. He wasn't going to make any mistakes there. Hasn't. I mean, they have got that wicket, but really, the bowlers haven't bowled well. They're in a bit of a huddle there. And I'm pretty sure that's all about Majid Mustafa saying to his bowlers, come on, let's get our line right. Let's get the ball pitched up. We're bowling far too short to somebody like Darshan Lakhani, who's really hurting them at the moment. 17 of just 7 deliveries. But that could change things. It's a wicket. It's probably not the one they wanted, but it is a wicket. And it means that brings a new man out there. That was also the end of the over. So 22 for 1. That's a wild swing. He's got to bat more sensibly than that. And the man who's joined him is Shikhar Singh. So Shikhar coming up the order. Coming in at number 3. That's where the captain came in last time. Shikhar himself came in at number 4. So they've changed the personnel slightly. Looking and hoping that these two are able to see them home. The rate just hovering above 8 at the moment. Short delivery. This will be called a wide, I think. Yeah, it's too short. And banging it in, which is probably not the approach you'd take to Lakhani. He's dealt with that pretty well, and they haven't really set up anybody for that shot. There's no backward square leg. I think that's where you need to bowl. Just get it full straight. He likes to charge, and by him liking to charge, I think he tempts the bowlers, or he gets the bowlers to naturally bang the ball in shorter, but I think you need to just say to yourself in your mind, okay, he is going to come at me, but I just need to get this ball full and straight. Singh, wouldn't they like to have him early? Scored 27 of 24. He was the player of the match in the first match between these two. Match number 25. Into his pads, and they run well. They've got to hustle, and they're hustling well at the moment. Rotating the strike. There hasn't been too many dot balls, and that's always going to be key. Cerny trying to get the breakthrough. Full up in the air is going to be an opportunity. Will he hold on to it? Yes, he does. And that's the wicket they needed. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It was a full toss. But sometimes the full toss can be a wicket-taking delivery. And you can see it does end up. Lakhani is trying to give it all the welly he can. Throw everything at it, including the kitchen sink, but it just goes to the safe hands of the fielder. So a good time to get a wicket. That is a partnership. If it got going, that really could have hurt Umio. But they've got him. Lakhani goes for 18 of 9 deliveries. And he's been lucky while he was there, but he did ride it well, and he played some nice shots. So the captain, I think Mustafa will just be feeling a little happier right now because he knows that one of the big guns is out. Lakhani well caught by Manavalan. New batter taking a long time to get to the crease. Looks like it's a left-hander, so it looks like it's Samir, perhaps. That's taking guard. Samir Hankir. So the captain not wanting to come in just yet. So Samir Hankar to face the bowling of Husani. And he goes big straight away, and he's nailed it. Bolle. Well, what a start this is. He throws everything at it, gets it out of the middle of the bat, and it sails over for a huge 6. We know what he's out there to do. It's not to mess around. Now, how about that for a start? Well, the over was going pretty well until then for Husani. Well, he knows what to expect. Let's see if he can get this one on the money. And that's well played, and this chase on for the fielders. And it won't go to the boundary. It will be stopped, but 2 runs, 2 valuable runs. And that's a good response after you lose a wicket. That's also the end of the over. So he goes for 10 off his first over, but he does get that prize wicket. But the score also moves on, though, to 33 for 2. I was saying they needed a power play of around about 35, but they probably lost 1 wicket more than they would have liked to. And this match is very much alive, and it's a good time to bring back into the commentary box the man with the funky shoes. It looks like he had banana for breakfast, and he's wearing them on his feet as well. The banana man is Mr. Maximo.
Thank you very much, and yeah, nice to be back. I think it'll be a very interesting chase. It has been already. Hankare certainly has made his intentions pretty clear. Now, let's see if Shekhar Singh can put together another meaningful contribution. 33 after 3 overs, so going well. 7.4 required from here. Looks like they're going to go for spin a bit earlier.
I like this, yeah.
Than they did last time. Last time they just gave Mushtaba one towards the end, but yeah, I don't mind this at all. Just disrupting the rhythm of the innings. As Stockholm Mumbai Indians almost look like a new team, don't they? They've got the monkey off their back after finally getting a win.
I thought the monkey would be chasing you for those bananas. Tell me, what's the story about these shoes? Oh, he's gone. This has got to be out for me. Yeah, he's got to be out. This is it's come in a little bit, but he's gone right in front of his stumps. Oh, this is not a good shot at all. This is ugly. He's just gone right in front, and that's knocking him over.
I tell you what, where does this ball bounce? I think it's pitched outside leg stump. Have to be honest with you, Rico.
Oh.
It does turn a lot. Have a look.
Let's have a look.
Look at where this ball bounces.
No, I think it's just the angle of the
Maybe
camera. It's
umpire's
close.
call.
It's close, but yeah.
I had the initial reaction that you did, and obviously the umpire did as well.
Yeah.
Geez, he got a bit overexcited there, didn't he? Shakar Singh has a bit of a game to forget in match 26 as he goes for a globe.
He goes for a 2-ball duck. That's not what they needed. And so now everything is going to rely on the shoulders. Well, I'm going to say it relies on the shoulders of Samir Hanke. He's only had 2 balls and he's on 8. But they've got the 2 big guns. The man that hurt them in the first match, Shakir Singh, 27 of 24. He's just gone for a 2-ball duck. And Darshan Lakhani has scored 15 of 13. Well, he's made a good contribution in this one as well. But he gets out in the teens, doesn't he? So his team have a lot of work to do. Mujtab gets the wicket.
Kaklich coming out, number 5, game's alive. And Mujtab showing this different spin makes. I mean, Shakar got absolutely kind of the blood rushing to the head, I think. That one, he just thought it had to go. Ended up in a real muddle.
He's certainly getting rip, isn't he? I mean, he's bringing the ball in loads. If he can pitch one right, it'd be more trouble.
Yeah, I like it. He's not afraid to really put a bit of work on the ball. There is turn there if you're able to get some revolutions on the ball. So we're going to see Hankare from his approaches to Mujtaba. Field 3 men kind of patrolling the leg side boundary. Square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. Ball around the wicket.
Hits this out to man at long, and obviously now he's hitting sort of with the spin, isn't he? The left-hander gets to the other end. So now
surprised me a little bit that he'd want to go around the wicket to the left-hander because he's already getting a lot of that in movement anyway. So I would like to see him pushing it across and then maybe trying to spin it back. But that wasn't a bad delivery.
It's well hit, but there is a fielder out there, and it's been taken. A very good catch, and well, that's our man out there again. He's had a good time catching. Sohail Adnan makes no mistakes at all, and what a good match he's having. This is well struck, but he doesn't get enough under the ball, you see. It's always going to be catchable, and Adnan says thank you very much.
And the thing is, his length has been really good this over, Mujtaba. It's been really very kind of tempting, I suppose. So the old catch and kick from
Danny Boy.
Adnan.
Yeah. Nice kick.
So this is the captain coming out a little bit lower this time. Sanjay Mahajan coming out at number 6. You know, he's got the ball above the eye line. And again, that's one you feel like you want to drive it, but it's very difficult to get on top of it. So he kind of elevates, but it just kind of goes flat, doesn't it? And a nice catch taken out there by Sohail Adnan. 35 for 4. Very interesting point in this game.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at the bowling, I did say that I'd like them to change it up. Maybe bring the spin in, and it's worked a treat so far. It's still a couple of balls to go in the over. Can't be out because this one is pitching way outside leg, but certainly getting some rips, getting some turn.
Yeah, and he gets that drift in because of the revolution. Look at that one just, yeah, it's kind of drifts in and turns back slightly. Last ball, the over.
In the air, it could be another one for Danny Boy, and he says, yes, it will be. And there you go, Adnan just taking it as clean as a whistle. And he says, yeah, it's all about me, baby, no problems. Another catch, and what a combination. That's 3 wickets in the over. Fantastic.
Well, 3 wickets, can you believe it? 1, 2, 3, and 2 of them hit down to long on, and that time Sohail Adnan did not need to move. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Oh, Rico, he's pretty busy. So what are you doing? He's going, show everyone on your sheet. You know, you think Rico doesn't need to do his homework. This is what he's doing all the time. Look at this. You think he's just sitting there talking? Well, he's doing that as well. But yeah, it's great to be here with you. Okay, Shu, we're going to do this?
Come on.
Okay.
Can you manage?
I know people
Can you
ask me,
manage?
yeah, that's
There you
actually a bit easier today. I've got the yellow shoes on.
Just peel the banana back.
Matching the shirt. That's about enough. It's
You're
Monday.
right. There you go.
Coming off a day off. I wasn't particularly active, I'll
How
be
many
honest
pies
with you.
did you eat yesterday?
Well, you know, 1 or 2. But yeah, look, what I'm saying is these two teams, they had a really close contest earlier. I think we could have another one. But at the moment, with those wickets, I think it's advantage Umeå. I think that they'll be really happy. And that over of spin, disrupting the rhythm of the innings and just changing the game, really, isn't it?
You know, I mean, I always say once the power play's done, I think if you've got a spinner in your camp, depending on the match situation, of course, depends how many runs you're chasing, but that's the time. The 4th over is spin time for me. Spread your field, get your spinner on, and see what happens then. Well, in this case, he's bought the 3 wickets, and it certainly does put Umeå right on top of him.
Yeah, what you do if you bring the spinner on in the 4th is you say to the batters, look, do you want to take a risk?
Yeah.
It's not as easy just to pat that around, especially that kind of a length. Just tempted the batters, and they paid the price a couple of times. Here's Adnan, who's going to bowl over number 5. Starts with a big wide down the leg side. They do still have Hankare there. I mean, he is the man that started his innings with a real thump. Need to do more of it, I think. He's been joined out there by Ruturaj Dargay.
Yeah, the captain Mahajan has not had a good day with the bat. He was out first ball, the first match, and this time he lasted 2 balls, but this didn't get any runs on the board. So he's certainly going to be feeling it when we see him next with the bat in the hand.
Yeah, for sure. Got to get it right though, Adnan. It's better.
Yeah, I'd like to see him go back to over the wicket though to the right-hander. For some reason he's not backing himself to bowl over the wicket. It looks like he is now. This is better, and he's just got to stick with it. He's trying to bowl a little bit short in his first over, and that's why he got punished and straight down the leg side. I think he's going to go back to what we did in the first match, pitching the ball sort of outside the off, and whether he gets that swing movement in or not, that's the line he's got to aim for.
Go over the wicket to the right-hander, Dargay, facing up for the first time. He's cut straight to the fielder. He's going to go downtown. But they do get a chance to scramble through for a single. I just want to say hello to Maiden Waters, who's in the chat. Nice to see you, as usual. Hello to Viking Bay as well. What a great time to join us in the chat. Helix thinks I've gone the full Queensland look, which is kind of maroon and yellow in their colours. Well, they would call it gold. Webster's asking where I buy my shoes. Wish I could tell you. It's classified. Next one will go through the covers, and they should come back for a couple here. They will. Good throw might have them in trouble, but they do get back for a couple.
Yeah, good throw. Good work. But, I mean, bad work, though, really, from the backing up. Nobody came to back up the bowler there.
Yeah, that's true. Did well to block it. Hankare, well, I don't see him not swinging at pretty much everything. Let's see how he deals with that none.
It's up in the air and catch taken. And he's certainly very happy about it, the man with the shades on. And he's giving some running commentary as well. That's Mia. Yeah, you see, that was good from Adnan, the bowler. He can see that Anke is trying to play games with him, moving around in the crease. He says, well, you can move wherever you want. I'm keeping the ball just in one spot, outside the off stump. A good catch taken, and there's a celebration. He's jumping with joy. And the fielder behind says, I'll take the cat second time round.
He does. This is a proper ice cream cone, actually, for Mia as well. Almost sneaks out the top. Just have a look at this ball. When he catches it, it almost tries to get away, and he gets a good look at it. He's reading the writing. But, yeah, he's thrilled. And why not? Yeah, and you saw there, it's Hankare just wasn't going to be defensive no matter what. That one gets big on him. Not the kind of easiest length to play that kind of a stroke. And now 6 wickets down. Stockholm Mumbai Indians in a bit of trouble. 40 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of trouble to say the least. You've got Darche out there to be an exceptional in the field. Can he be exceptional with the bat?
Got to say, Viking Bay said he was planning a trip to Sweden next year. First up was Umeå. And he says now that I know they play cricket there, maybe book an extra couple of days. Well, where are you watching from, Viking Bay? Let us know. I mean, I have heard it is a fantastic ground up there.
It's a great ground, yeah. They're very keen to show it off more. And they have some touring sides there. And, of course, like I said right at the beginning, they have that what's called the Midnight Sun as well. So this one's just got it over the fielders. Chase is on and well picked up. And, yeah, good bit of fielding. Pick up and throw straight away. Yeah, they get the Midnight Sun. So at some points between June and starting in June and all the way through to August, you can probably play cricket all day, all night long.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Bit of Lionel Richie all night long.
Yeah, all night long.
The sun does just go below the horizon. There's still a bit of light in the air, so I'm told.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. It's a corker of a delivery. What a seed this is, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, this is just where you want to be. See, I bet it doesn't know whether to go forward or back. Pardeep is probably a bit relieved in the end. There wasn't a little nick on that. You see, just beaten all ends up. So it does take us to the end of the halfway point of the innings. It's 41 for 6. So, I mean, run rate-wise, they're going okay. They're tracking okay for 82, which is almost there. But, I mean, the big concern is the 6 wickets, isn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, you got Carly we know can bat. DRJ is there as well. So I really think these two, they've got to decide what the plan is. You've got to have a plan. The plan can't be just like we're going to swing at every ball. The plan's got to be right. Where are we going to be? And sometimes I like your strategy. You don't think about where you want to be at the end of a over, but where you want to be at the end of 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean,
so they need to be looking for me at the end of the 8th over. What do we want to be at?
Yeah, true. I mean, now we're basically need 9 and over. I'd be going, okay, want to be 50 after this over. I mean, I do like breaking it down because you're 6 wickets down as well. You don't want to leave it too late. Won't be easy, though, because Mushtaba has got 3 wickets already. Pretty nice looking shot. Yeah, so to get that 9 and over, you basically need a boundary and over. And then fill in the rest. Hopefully not too many dot balls. But it's very hard to get the 9 without a boundary. So, okay, you might not get a bad ball in the first half of an over, but then I'm probably looking for it in the second half. Otherwise, it's just going to get away. Maybe take a calculated risk. Think about a slip here.
There we go, a slip.
Okay.
Interesting. It's been firmly struck, but straight to Adnan. Feels this like he's really got the swag about him now, doesn't he? And then it's like nothing. He's saying, relax, nothing's getting past me.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens next ball.
Well bowled, asking the question, but I think this probably just pitches outside the line. Remember, he's moving it away, so is the ball going to go and hit the stumps? Probably not.
Too high, I think, as well. I think it was climbing. But, yeah. See, it was already up pretty high. And this is up pretty high as well, but the fielder is going to almost get there. Now, that's gone for 4, I think, Rico. It's a good effort. It was diving goalkeeper style, wasn't it? And I think, that's Saini out there. Have a look at this.
I think it just bounces inside and then goes over. Great effort. What a fantastic effort that is.
Yeah, we saves a couple, I suppose, in the end. And there's the boundary for the over, though.
Yeah.
Counter-attack against Mushtaba.
It's nicely played, a little bit shorter, so rocks back and gets it through in the offside. Should come back for 2. And it's a very good arm from the fielder, but 2 is completed comfortably.
Slight hesitation, but they still get back there for 2. Yeah, don't count them out with these 2 at the crease, but again, they're on a bit of a knife's edge, aren't they? They don't want to lose another wicket at this stage. Still plenty of balls left. But, yeah, the wickets in hand is a real concern.
Oh, that's well bowled, but also well played. That's 4 runs. I was just thinking in my mind whether he's got the quicker, straighter ball, and there it is.
This has almost killed that fielder. I don't know how that close that was to him, but, wow, that really flew off the bat, and you can see how far it went. Rolls down the hill, 4 runs. Oof. Anyway, it's the end of 6, and yeah, the 50 comes up off that ball, and you can see just with that little mini comeback that the little wires here could be crossed again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good over, wasn't it? I mean, the boundaries, that's what they need, a couple of boundaries, and all of a sudden that rate, it brings it back into attack, and you just think one good over, one of these batters, whether it's Kale or Darje, one good over where they get lucky, and it goes for, say, 12 to 14, all of a sudden, they've just got to keep the composure and see it through.
Yeah, this guy bowled really well earlier, though. It's Kale Mia in the 7th. And he's been so good at bowling in that channel just outside the off stump. Haven't gone the full 6-3 field like they did before to him. They've still got 4 fielders on the leg side. What he did before, he had an extra person in that quarter, that top left quarter, just to block those little edges.
In the air, but he hasn't got enough on this. The fielder takes a very good catch, running backwards. And it's Mia once more. You said it, Vinny. He's a dangerous bowler. He comes on, he takes wickets. And he breaks this partnership pretty quickly. Darje just trying to hit this. I think it was the right shot to play, but he ends up slicing it. He doesn't go through with the shot. He sort of goes across the ball rather than with it. He's not able to get good contact. And a nice catch from a man who certainly enjoyed himself out there. And that's Gopinath Manavalent taking another catch.
Yeah, important to hold your catches as well. I mean, the thing is, that is a wicket, which is pretty handy. Also, it means the new batter's on strike. Carley, you would feel lots on him from here. And near enough, they're good enough, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, but again, they're making real hard work of this chase. 53 for 7. There's Vipul Sharodkar, who is coming out in the number 9 position. I think he just needs to get out of the way here. Try and get a single.
Sees this one go past, and the umpire stays planted, so he's just managed to sneak this in.
Yeah, that's fine. That one does certainly stay inside the line. Doesn't offer. It's been so accurate here, Mia. It's been incredible. Got it on a string.
We saw him do it in the first match. He just backs himself, doesn't he? He says to the captain, this is the field I want, and then does the job.
Just another dot ball. That hurts. That's why Sharodkar said he needs to get a single and get out of the way. So, yeah, well, now, trying to rock in a hard place. I'd say have a swing, but you don't really want to lose an 8th wicket either.
Just strays this one. Oh, this one could go to the boundary. It will. This is going to be 5. It just goes to show you how quick this outfield is as well.
Yes, there'll be a bonus 4, or bonus 5 essentially. Sharodkar's off the hook.
Well bowled, nicely played, straight.
So essentially, it will be the end of the over. And so, weird looking 6 off the last ball, Rico. Just keeping things interesting. 59 for 7 after 7. As we have a look ahead to this afternoon. And Stockholm Tigers, well, they are back and take on Hammarby. Well, both those teams had some success on the first day. Remember, Tigers, they're the ones that defended that 62 against the Mumbai Indians. And Hammarby, well, they split their series with Mashtap. News from the toss is that the Tigers have won the toss. And their captain, Mohammad Munir, decided he wants to bat first. So fancying themselves to defend again. That game is starting in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Settle in for a big afternoon of cricket on ECN.
Yeah, Hosseini coming on to bowl now. He bowled very well as well. Nice to see, because it's a lovely day. Plenty of spectators turning up and watching the cricket as well. It's a good start for Hosseini. Well, this is going to be pretty close, and there was a bit of a wrestling match there going on there between Hosseini and the non-striker. And there we go. Carley wants to get to that end.
Sure does.
Yeah, here we go. He said, get out of the way. He's got every right, of course, to hustle to try and get there.
Bit of a test of strength. I think he was going to be in a bit of trouble here if that hits. That would have been a real interesting one. Yeah. It's like they were both pushing each other. I think it would have been very, very close. Anyway, it does get on strike. What can he do with the strike, though? 25 more required for the victory.
Firmly struck. Gets it past the inner fielder and gets it past the fielder on the boundary as well, the captain. And Majid Mustafa sees a full toss crashed to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, puts it away. Resists the urge to try and hit across this. He knows there's value through cover if he can get away from the infielder. Oh, this has golden ball written all over it, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, what does Hosseini do here? He goes for the fuller ball, doesn't work. Does he go for a shorter one here now? No, he doesn't. Same area again, and it's a repeat of the same shot. 4 more back-to-back boundaries. I thought he had to do something different. He doesn't. He went for the same ball. He gets this one to pitch, but it's an even better shot. Gets down on one knee, cracks it past the inner ring, and then past the captain there on the boundary. Game on.
Oh, Rico, what a batting from Carley, who's 20 off 8, and he's changed the face of this game again. How interesting is this T10 format? I would seriously think about putting the cover back now, trying to get him a hit across it.
Bring mid-wicket up.
They keep the field the same.
Oh, and this one, what does this take? It has to have taken something to go through like that. This has to have caught something. What's the umpire? No signal, so that's a chance.
Well, that really took off. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was a big edge, and it just flew through to the keeper. That's pretty well to get a glove on it. I thought that was 4 straight away, but the third man was really fine there. Wow. That could have changed the game as well.
It's well bowled and well played. Sensible batting from Shirodkar. Now this is interesting what they do here. I think there's a ball to go. Now, Khaled, does he just try and play his normal game and send this one to the boundary, or will he be smart and try and take the single?
I think if it's there to hit, he'll still go after it, but he won't do anything crazy trying to get a boundary, but he won't refuse a boundary. I mean, I know he wants to strike, but Shirodkar, that was a nice looking shot. He can be confident maybe Shirodkar can get a single next over. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Oh, I was wrong. He was crazy, and he misses out completely. So 8 overs down is 70 for 7. 15 required off the last 2. And Rick, I don't know about you, but I'm tingling here. Golden ball, I think, is a real possibility.
Real possibility. Amir's got to surely bowl this one to try and take it into the last and leave it with enough runs on that they can protect. And looks like he is getting the ball here. You have just a look at those bowling figures and saying it just went for too many in that second one. Other than that, they've been pretty tidy. What a catch that would have been. If they took that catch, that would have been a match-winning catch, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Carly. Here we go.
Could have been.
Oh, this is a cracking shot. Oh, it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. What a shot this is with the Shirodkar. He comes in and says, you know what? I can bat pretty well. That's a glorious shot.
Yeah.
But where have they been hiding him?
I reckon. I mean, what a good shot that was. I mean, one thing you would say about Mia is you know exactly where he's going to bowl. Yeah. You know exactly where he's going to bowl. And so, he's set up for that. And that's why I thought a bit earlier, I'm a bit surprised I don't have a deep point to him. Now they will push a man back.
Yeah, I think third man has to come into the ring. Looks like he has, or fine leg rather. And this one is not well bowled. It's not well directed. Could be 2 wides here, Vinny. It will be.
Yeah, definitely went over the line. Carley, it's a bonus for him as well because he gets to the other end. But yeah, Shirodkar just seemed like he was getting more confident. Even the defensive push that he got for one last over. This one, well, I mean, umpire's call, I suppose. Tough one. Carley on strike though.
Hits it well. And at the moment, you see, Carly, after seeing those couple of shots played from Shirodkar, he won't be worried about giving these singles. He's thinking, yeah, I've got no worries here at all. I've got somebody who can bat with me.
Doesn't like it. Let's have a look on the replay. Replay tells the story.
It's a tight one, Vinny. It is a tight one.
Yeah, I mean, that's consistent with what we've seen. I mean, if any of that ball grabs the tram line as it goes past the crease, even if it's just a 1% of the ball, will be called a wide.
This is a lovely shot. He's trying to split the 2 fielders, but it's well picked up. Oh, they're taking him on, and it's excellent running. Really good running from the 2 batters. This is good. Really good. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians, well, I tell you what, it's all going their way at the moment. They had that blip. They're coming back. You know what? I reckon they found a lucky penny. It is International Lucky Penny Day today. They must have found a penny on the way in. And this is another one blasted. The fielder is out there, but he fields it well.
Great fielding.
Field change did work. Oh, dear. And now, well, one of the batters thinks, what is going on here? This is a bit of ping pong happening. I think this one has been worn by Pradeep Singh as well. He's not showing any pain. I'm sure this has clocked him on the side of the face.
He's cops that one. And then if that didn't knock him out, this one would as it bounces up. Oh, geez. Stockholm Mumbai Indians looking a lot lighter without the monkey on the back here.
Oh, yeah. Balle. What a shot. What a way to finish proceedings here. They don't even go into the last. That is a sensational finish. Well, it is, as I said, International Lucky Penny Day. Well, the Mumbai Indians, they certainly had found their lucky penny on the way in today because they've made it 2 out of 2. A team that hadn't won a European Cricket Series match. And in their history, they've won the first 2 here this morning. And Umeå are the team that are not going to register any points on the board.
Umeå, they are the kind of kings of the almosts. As they had a lot of close games last year. They could only win one of them. They don't get any points here against SMI, who really brought it, didn't they, with the lower order. Shirodkar, I mean, he's made it certainly a good case for himself to bat a bit higher. And Carle, 28 off 12 for me. And that was the match-winning contribution. And, well, they do chase 85 in the end. They do it with 7 balls to spare. And that has shot their tournament to life. Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We wondered where their head was at after not being able to chase that target of 63. Well, they certainly showed it today. 2 successful chases, a new week, a new lease on life, I think, for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. And Umyot, they'll be so disappointed. But one thing's for sure, we were going to get some entertainment. And there's a few leaks in the dam wall, weren't there, at times for Umyot. But ultimately, they got a decent score on the board. They weren't able to defend it. And, well, I think you can't take anything away from the way the Stockholm Mumbai Indians batted. Under pressure, they had the wickets that had fallen, but still they held their nerve. Got their second victory of their tournament.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, we saw the wicket of Hanke when he went. Well, then there was that blip, wasn't there? The wickets fell quickly, and well, we saw good catching from the captain. And this was the full toss that was smashed pretty hard. But there's the catch, and we know that man, he likes to take the catches as well. And that was Manavalan. And then Adnan made some catches look easy as well. It was all going wrong. This was the LBW appeal, and Shakar Singh, he had to depart without really getting going as well. He went for 0-2, but there's Adnan. He took not just one, well, that one he took the catch, and there's the little kick in from Danny Boy.
Not a bad kick, but what I would say is this is the over that really put Umyot ahead.
Yeah.
3 wickets, and that one, Danny did not have to move. There were plenty of twists left as the wickets did start to tumble. That was a little ice cream cone held onto by Mia and Mushtaba. This is one which would have been very, very interesting had it been held onto. It ended up costing him 4. And this one almost cost the slip a new pair of front teeth. Yeah. But ultimately, they just got the boundaries when they needed them. I mean, that one, again, made it probably 50-50 game. This one really hurt in the end as well. The 5 wides. But, you know, credit to these two, to Shirodkar and particularly to Kale. They got their team over the line in a thriller.
Yeah, I mean, the captain there, probably guilty of not setting the field right first time there, Mustafa. He had 2 boundaries go there into the covers before he finally made that change. I mean, 8 runs, and then remember there was the 5 wides as well that came up there as well. And but you can take nothing away from the batting, really, of that man in form. I mean, Kale was just superb. Really batted well, and he did one thing that a lot of the batters haven't done. Not only does he get in the runs, but he takes his team to victory. He doesn't leave it to anybody else to finish. As you can see, the captain there, well, Sanjay Mahajan, he's absolutely delighted. He's a very, very happy man. He wasn't able to perform himself with the bat today. He made a pair, but, well, fortunately for him, his other batters were, particularly in this case here today. A great inning from Swapna Kale, 28 for 12. This is what we got coming up next.
Yeah, we do. Stockholm Tigers, well, they had a thriller, didn't they, as they got over SMI in the second match on Saturday, the first day of Group B, defending just 62, a new record. And Hammarby, they had a real mixed time, didn't they? They split their series against Mashta. And watch out for Raz Imtiaz, he's back in the lineup. And Hammarby certainly looked good with him at the top of the order. He's listed at 7 in this one, so let's see where he bats. Also, Sharav Saka, I think a key player for Hammarby. And the captain, Farooq Ahmed, again, he will feature, I'm sure. As for Stockholm Tigers, they got a fair few good players as well. After Ahmed had a good day out, but a couple of new faces in there as well for the Tigers for a Monday game. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And yeah, you would wonder if they were going to get there. Stockholm Mumbai Indians chasing that total of 85. They were kind of on the skids for a while. They came back with a pretty good last couple of overs, 28 coming off the last over and 5 balls. They had fallen into a little bit of a hole. They lost 7 wickets through 7 overs, but ultimately it was the lower order of Kale and Shirodkar that got them across the line.
Yeah, I mean, it was Lakhani. I like the way he bats. He bats very positive, I think, in the power play, doing the work well. But I think the other thing you got to have a look at is the extras we were talking about for Umyot, where they went wrong. I think those extras certainly going to hurt them. 10 wides in total. We saw 5 of them coming off 1 ball there towards the end. But that's going to be expensive. But take nothing away, though, from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I mean, they got a good start. Though they were losing wickets, the one thing that you said is that the rate that they needed never really went crazy. It was always around 8 and a bit, and they stayed with it. And batters backed themselves. They thought, well, okay, if we play our shots, if we get lucky, then we're going to get those runs. And just looking at those bowling figures, 3 wickets there from Mutaba. I think he bowled absolutely fantastic, but unfortunately, I think in this match, Mia was a little bit too predictable. He went for 23, And there was also an expensive spell there from Husseini, who those two bowlers bowled well in the first one, not so well here in this one. And I think some of the field placings were let them down a little as
Yeah,
well.
perhaps. And Mushtaba did bowl well with those 3 wickets, but I mean, his first over, he conceded only 2. The second over, he went wicketless and conceded 12. Again, that was a bit of a momentum shifter. As we have a look at the summary, and it is SMI who go back-to-back, and they sweep this mini-series against Umyo. Well, a bit like SMI had to do after their first day on Saturday. Umyo, the men from the north, they'll be back to the drawing board. They'll be back tomorrow, don't worry about that. We'll be back when we return in 20 minutes for the afternoon session as the Tigers versus Hammarby. Well, I'm sure Hammarby will want to put the hammer down, and we'll see that match very, very shortly, halfway through day 7 of action. Sun's out, ready for some fun, ready for some more cricket. After the break, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more action on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. Beautiful sunny day, and we're halfway through day 7 of action on this fine Monday. And now we're going to go to match 27, or matches 27 and 28. We're going to see Hammarby returning. They're taking on the Stockholm Tigers. I know that Stefan Gooch is out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, Tigers the call. Good. Tails the call. It's tails. Okay, good luck. Have a good game.
So it is the Tigers that win the toss, and their captain says, look, we're going to have a bat first. Don't mind that at all. But geez, they're going to want to bat a bit better than last time when we saw them only making something in the low 60s. But they did set a record back on Saturday when they became the only team to defend a total of 62. So obviously I think they'll want to make a few more runs this time against the Hammarby side, which split their fixtures on Saturday afternoon against Mashta. So look, both these teams, they have had some success so far in the series. I think this is a kind of interesting mini-series to finish the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it all pans out. Rico Full is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the start of match 27. And the news from the toss is that the Stockholm Tigers, they are on the prowl. They've won the toss. They'll be batting first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo giving us the info on these two teams. Hammarby taking on the Stockholm Tigers, and the Tigers winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. And it's one area where they weren't at their best really in those two. Though they had those two wins against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, I mean, they chased down the score of 62 pretty easily with 23 balls to go, and that was mainly down to Arif Hussein's 23 of 10 and Riaz Imtaz 28 of 15. But they missed Riaz Imtaz in the second game. He wasn't there, and they really did struggle. But as you heard Mr. Maximo say there, they defended the lowest score ever in the European Cricket Series. It was quite an interesting game really, because it was 62 scored on the board, and Farooq Ahmed, he scored 23 of 15 balls, and he was the one who really kept the team alive. But then with the bowling, there were some excellent figures from Shohawar Rahman, 2 for 6, and Oza Sakar, 2 for 9, and Asif Ferdihus took 2 for 2 as well. That's how they managed to keep that 100% record intact and started this one. So it's a confident move to bat first. I think they're maybe thinking about how things went for them when they played against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, a team that we've just seen win their first 2 matches, the first time they've ever won in the European Cricket Series. So congratulations to them, and commiserations to Umeå. They weren't able to get a win, but they'll get the chance. I think we certainly saw some good plays in that side. The umpires, they make their way out, and what a good day that they've had so far as well. Been very very consistent in their calls, and that's Tuhudil Rashid and Saeed Arif. They're the men in black. It's a long day for them as well. They're standing out there and seeing the action unfold in front of them. They've been well supported, of course, by the tournament referee as well, Stefan Gooch, who's also the third umpire. Batters on strike. It's going to be Raz Imtiaz and Arif Hussain. Both of these batters both performed the first time we saw them. I mean, Raz Imtiaz, he only just played that one game. It was the first one where he made a fantastic 20 at 15. It was a super knock from him. Arif Hussain, he did perform in the first match, but not so well in the second. That's when they had all their troubles trying to what we thought was going to be a big score. They were going to set the Tigers, but it ended up being just 62. And, but they were able to defend it. Beautiful day, as Vinny Sandhu said. It's a very gentle breeze that the players will certainly appreciate. Temperatures now, I think the highs are about 19 degrees. Feels a bit warmer than that when you're out in the sun. As we get ready to start this match, looks like it's going to be Aftab Ahmed to bowl first in this contest. Sort of has, for me, if I'm going to predict earlier, this has one apiece written all over it. It's a series that may be shared by both these teams. Oh, it's a good start first up. Beautiful delivery. Really well bowled. How about this Rashid first up? comes in and then gets that movement away. Beautifully done. And I think the bowler just after just having a chat with the keeper there and saying maybe I need you to just be a bit further up. Arslan Ali is behind the stumps. Another good ball and blocks it out but takes the single. Good bit of cricket all round. It's a good delivery once more from Ahmed. And Imtiaz blocks this, sees the opportunity to take the single and does. Hands the strike over to Hossain. Just taking guard, looks like he's taking leg stick. He likes to go early. He seems to always be a man in a hurry. Oh, this is a Gandhi ball way down the leg side. Well, how do you go from the first couple of deliveries that he's bowled, which have been absolute corkers, to this one? I'll never know. This comes out all wrong. Arslan Ali makes the stop. We don't have a fine man in play at all. It's only 3 men on the leg side. This will be probably another wide. Again, he strays down leg side. So after two beauties, he's bowled 2 Gandhis. Searching round, see where the fielders are. So, man on the 45, behind square on the boundary, by some spectators that are enjoying the sunshine, and also a fielder out on the offside. And now he's overcooked it outside the off, so not really sure what's happened for balls 1 and 2, because the next 3 have been wides, 2 down the leg side and 1 wide outside the off stump. Well, maybe it's Hossain. He was quite happy bowling at Imtiaz. As soon as Hossain gets down the other end, he can't get one at him to play it. Must be frustrating also for the batter. He's waiting to play at one and hasn't had to up until now. But he has to play at this one. It's been well struck. It bobbles away to the fielder. And Hossain gets himself off the mark. Beautiful day. Lovely day in Stockholm. And a beautiful city as well. There we go. What better coming down to this Nosbury cricket ground and enjoy the sunshine and enjoy the cricket as well. It's nicely played, trying to get it in the gap. A bit slow in responding, Hossain, to Imtiaz. He does eventually get going, but he was made to rush. Made that look harder than really what it should have been. Hammarby, last time we saw them, they lost 83 to 86 for 9 wickets to Master. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. If he can get them all in that area, it'd be so difficult to get away. But he does lose his shape and lose his line slightly. Great comeback. In that second match, well, it was Hammarby's time to come back. Master just 76 for 8 and Hammarby 77, and they did it really with ease. 18 balls to go. Well bowled, but good use of the feet from the batter as well. Hossain got to the pitch of that. And he knows he has to. He wants to. Both these batters know that he's getting that movement away. So trying to eliminate that by batting outside the crease. End of the first over, and it's despite those wides, it's only 7 from it. So no boundaries as such. Both batters got 2 runs on the board. And looks like it's going to be the captain, Mohammed Munir, will bowl the second over. Just has a quick look at his field. Don't see a slight change. He's gone for long off on the boundary and mid-wicket. Can't make up his mind if he wants that fielder out on the onside or the off. He goes for him on the off. So staying with 3 men on the leg side. Mid-on, behind square and deep mid-wicket. Asking the question. I thought I may have heard a bit of bat there. Certainly was a sound. Let's see if this says anything to us. Yeah, definitely a little bit of bat. And that's probably what the umpire is saying to the bowler. This one's down the leg side. It's more work that has to be done by the wicketkeeper, Aslan Ali. He's been tidy so far. It's been good. Munir once more. Better, well bowled, well directed. I like the running of this pair so far. Imtiaz and Hussain, they've been pretty sensible up until now. They haven't. There hasn't been any wild and unnecessary swings. Bowling has been pretty tidy to them, so they haven't really had anything to go after. But what they are doing is at least they're still taking those singles. So important when the bowling is tidy. If you're not getting anything really to hit to the boundary, you've got to take those singles. So slower delivery, and he's gone, and he walks as well. He gets done by the slower one, and Raz Imtiaz has to depart. That's a big wicket, and the captain, Mohamed Munir, strikes. Clever bowling, slows it up, and just sort of lofts it out there. Draws him into the shot and gets a snick. And the man who's been good behind there, Aslan Ali, was not going to drop this. So that's good work, and that's good reward for a tight bit of bowling from the openers. They've got the dangerous Imtiaz out, caught behind by Ali, and also just a couple of runs to him. Caught off 2 of the 4 balls that he faced. So well done to the captain. And it's been a good, nice, tidy start from the bowlers. The Tigers lose their first wicket, and well, the man that could be responsible for it, giving them a bit of bad luck, comes into the ice cube. It's Vinny Sandu. Vinny, what have you done?
It's happened a little bit. Well, it's a shame for Raz Imtiaz, who top scored in match 21 the other day, 28 or 15. Couldn't play the second match on that occasion, but he nicks off pretty early here, 9 for 1. It's good stuff. And Mohamed Munir leading from the front. That's 1-0-1. Removes another, and so this will bring 0-0-1. The captain, Farooq Ahmed, to the crease for the Stockholm Tigers. Left-hander. Didn't quite see the best of him on Saturday either. A bit of captain-to-captain action.
He gets a gentle loosener outside the off stump, and it's just driven nicely to man at mid-off. Does the fielding.
Gives us a chance to say hello to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Getting some good numbers today. You can understand why. These two teams are going to give us a fascinating contest. This is up and away. Could be trouble, and it's dropped. Wow, he almost pats this one down, doesn't he? Humay's Javed. This was an absolute sitter, you have to say. And in the end, he grasses it.
This is incredible. This is such a simple catch, but I don't know what he's doing there. It's almost like he's swatting a fly.
I think he's misjudged it, and he's been too early. His hands are already coming down, expecting to have the ball in them. But by the time the ball was there, the hands were already on the downswing. Last ball, the over. Down the ground, fingertip on it from the bowler. And this one, you see, Asa Javed sliding into trouble. Entertaining stuff, 2 overs down. The score is 12 for 1.
How close was this to him knocking it back onto the stumps?
He knocks it away from the stumps, essentially, though. I mean, that would have hit the stumps if he hadn't hit it. And you see, Javed slides in and makes the stop. So 2 overs down. Tigers, they did lose that wicket of Raz Imtiaz. And now gives the chance to look at table. And Tigers, they're table toppers at the moment. And they're joined by none other than the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who didn't win a game on Saturday, but they did win 2 close-ish matches this morning. As for Hammarby and Mashta, they played each other and they split the points on Saturday afternoon. And Umia, unfortunately for them, they ended up empty-handed, but despite pushing in both games this morning, they weren't able to get a win.
Yeah, close, but not close enough for Umeå. But they will do what I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians do. They'll go away from it. So there was plenty of positives, but they just need to find a way of winning those close matches the way the SMIs did today.
Goes back in his crease a little bit and then drives. This is for a Ahmed. The batters will play with where they stand with respect to the popping crease. Sometimes they'll get a bit full. They'll be looking for something a bit fuller and get down the track. And the bowlers just have to keep an eye on where they're standing. So left-hand, right-hand combination, that's normally a pretty good strategy. So Arif Hussain hasn't really gotten going yet, but he's got a chance to make the most of this last over of the power play. We talked a bit, didn't we, about the third over, how we tend to see more wickets than you'd expect. But I think that's to do with the fact that the batters know the field's going to go back after this over, so it might be worth taking a calculated risk. Zaftar Ahmed. That's exactly what we see here, and he does get the elevation. He gets one bounce four. Hussain doubles his score just like that. Pretty good looking off drive, elevated. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And this is where I often say, if you're going to hit it, and that's what he does. He gets enough power into it, and it's a good shot to play inside the power play when you got those fielders inside the ring, and he just gets enough to get it over Khalid.
Good contact, didn't really try and overhit that, knew he just had to get it over the inner circle, and that's all. This time gets it all wrong. It's a perfect comeback from Ahmed, who goes straight, and this time Hussain tries to go across it a little bit. Second wicket falls, and the Tigers in a bit of trouble early, 17 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket. Both the men that contributed well in the two matches. The first time we saw the Tigers being sent back, and Hussain was one of them. Imtiaz is already back there, and Hussain, even though he was dropped on 4, he's played one good shot to the boundary to double that score, but it stays that way. He goes for 8, good delivery, and that's where Tav Ahmed has been at his best when he attacks the stumps, gets the ball to move around a little bit, creates a false shot there from Hussain and gets his wicket.
And once again, we see that third over causing a wicket. We have seen two attacking strokes in a row. The first one comes off, second one doesn't. Second one, to me, doesn't go straight enough. It's a similar kind of ball. Maybe it was kind of one stump, kind of straighter, I would say, but he gets it all wrong. So new batter comes to the crease, and it's Sharaf Sarkar that's going to bowl it. See this one, maybe comes back a bit off the pitch, but it just doesn't have that same shape that was successful the ball before when he sent the ball over mid-off.
Sarkar coming in. It's all about the zeros today, isn't it? I mean, how many combination of zeros have we got? I think Sarkar is just a simple zero.
I don't know if it's good luck to have zeros in your playing number when you're batting. I've known some professional cricketers that they stay away from being number 0 for a very good reason, because they don't want a 0. Anyway,
I can understand it.
It's a bit like, to me, being number 99 as a batter. I don't know if I'd want that, because it's the score everyone dreads the most.
Yeah, I think if you but mind you, if you keep getting 99, you're not doing bad, are you? I'd rather 99 on my back than a 0.
Probably, 0 is the most annoying score in cricket. 99 would be the second most. I think 0 is more annoying.
Well, Khalid, he has 99 on his back. He's fielding to the left of us, Khalid Mahmood.
So that's a pretty good delivery. Just angled in, and it will be stopped in the circle. Just a single.
Needs to be a big knock here now from Farooq Ahmed, doesn't it? We know he's got the ability. He did bat well when we saw him on Saturday. In that second match, he scored 23 of 15 deliveries.
Yeah, for sure. Just want to say hello to Mandrake in the chat. He said good afternoon to us. Hello to you and Maiden Waters as well. And Taranjit Singh, I liked his comment. Give you that one in a second. Last ball of the over. It's a similar kind of ball. This time there is some bat on it. And we'll just get a single into the power play. Pretty good one for Hammarby as they've restricted the Tigers to 20 for 2. Well, Taranjit Singh, he said, well, I've got plenty of them both, 0s and 99s. He had a bit of a bad run in Khartoum, didn't he, Taran? Or he couldn't get on the board, but then he also made a 99 in the ECS last year in Romania. So, I mean, 99 a T10 match. I think I'd probably take that. But, yeah, Taran, glad you're enjoying it. And congratulations once again to you and all your Romanian teammates for a victory in the Letter Cup in Malta just a week ago. But congratulations also to Malta, who were runners-up and undefeated through the group stage. In fact, all of the teams, all 6 of the teams, it was great to see international cricket in the T20 format. So
yeah, plenty of records broken as well. Opening partnerships, you know that.
Twin centuries for openers in a T20. First time that's been done.
And we saw a team from Gibraltar as well. A couple of players that we know very well.
Yeah, of course.
You know.
I think there's no doubt, if you ask any of them as well, the fact that they've had to play cricket under the kind of pressure of the cameras and stuff on ECN, all these guys, it has kind of moved their game forward. And I think that's what I noticed. Someone like Louis Bruce, for example, they go out there and do what he did. So not taking all the credit, because these players do work very hard, but you know, it's hard to replicate pressure. And I think that's something that does come with playing televised cricket. And
I think you're absolutely right. And I love the fact that we're seeing a lot of these players. I mean, we talk about the Gibraltar, we talk about Romania, Bulgaria, Malta, all guys that we know pretty well, going out there playing T20Is and scoring big runs. That is good. See, this one's played out on the onside.
I do think that T20 cricket, after you play T10, a bit like a walk in the park, really.
It's easy, isn't it?
You don't have as much time. You can play yourself in. Yeah. So everyone thought T20 it couldn't get much quicker than this, coming from 50 over cricket. But yeah, it is funny how it does seem, a bit pedestrian. I'm not saying it's not exciting. It's a different kind of strategy. It's also a strategy to concentrating. It's not something I had a bunch of when I was playing. The next one is pulled away by the left-hander, Ahmed, who moves to 5 with that single.
Hey, listen, you found a lucky penny on your way in today?
Yeah, okay. Tell me what the days are today, because I heard this already.
International, lucky penny day. So you find a lucky penny. You know what they say, find a penny, make a wish.
But this is what I'm going to ask you more about this in a second, because I don't quite follow. Well,
and I think this is, maybe one that the bowler himself needs to be thinking about going for, Mohammed. He decides not to. I think he took one look at the sun in the sky and thought, forget it, I'm getting nowhere near this. And he relies on these fielders to try and get there. And, have a look at that. That walkie-talkie is alive. Well, the umpire nearly crashes the equipment there. The walkie-talkie escapes. Tie it up.
I don't know, we'll get that back, but hopefully that walkie-talkie is still working. Quicker one this time from Azam Mohammed. Yeah, it can happen. I mean, the umpire's got a lot to deal with, don't they, in this? I want to get back to that lucky penny.
Yeah, go on. What's with the lucky penny?
Well, I mean, are you meant to find one? It's not up to you when you find a lucky penny.
No, but that's why you're lucky when you do find one. And when you find one, you keep it.
How can you have a day of it?
What do you mean a day?
You're saying it's International Lucky Penny Day.
Yeah.
It's in the air, and it will be away from the fielder. This could run all the way, you know. Oh, it's a good effort, but he's not going to be able to pull it back. It will be 4. So just this one was driving. It's gone pretty quickly. I think it must have been the quicker ball. Yeah, it was. See, he slashes away. I do like this effort from the fielder, even though he doesn't quite pull it back. But you see, he dives at it. That's Anas Tanvir, who's into the side, unfortunately. Ends up the wrong side of the border, as does the ball. 27 for 2.
Good stop from Tanvir. Liking that.
So if you're going to have an international lucky penny day, are you meant to just find make a penny of your own lucky?
No, I think it's just a day to celebrate lucky pennies.
Okay.
You know?
It makes
sense now.
About as much sense to me as it does to most of our viewers, I think.
It's also World Turtle Day.
Okay. That I can get around.
Yeah. Okay. Does he have a shot? He does. And, he maybe shouldn't have done, but the batters have overcommitted.
Yeah. But
taking the first.
Throw it hard, and that way the backup fielder, it gets to him quicker. So 4 overs down. It's 27 for 2. And hope that you are enjoying yourself, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Now, look, International World Turtle Day. Yeah. I can get around that. And who knows, we might have Jeffrey, our Tortuga, our turtle, out there. Yeah. The tortoise, technically.
But it's turtles and tortoise because they're part of the same family. But it's all about having awareness about the turtles and tortoises, because they are becoming they're dwindling away, the numbers.
Shame.
So whatever you can do out there for the old turtles and
we
the tortugas.
We do our bit on ECN with a few Tortuga bounces.
We take them with us wherever we go. And Jeffrey and Henrietta. And we certainly have seen some Tortuga bounces.
Here we go. Let's have a look. Look at the umpire here. Down goes the walkie-talkie. He almost,
that was so close.
2 steps and he almost squished it. If that one was the tortoise, might have been in trouble, but this one is going to be into the gap, and it's going to be 4. And so, yeah, the left-hander, Farouk Ahmed, just getting something he likes. It angles in. He goes with the angle, doesn't he? You see Khalid Mahmood's come on. 99 on his bat. The first ball ends up the other side of the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, this has got to be positive here now, because there's no point. I mean, at the moment, they're going to the halfway point, around about 30-somethings. We've got to try and get... We haven't really seen big power plays, have we, in this group?
True. Oh, this one is Gundy. In fact, it's even better than a boundary because it's going to be 5 wides. And the keeper just couldn't get across. Could he? Ahsan Ali to cover this. You see, he's kind of wafting a glove at it, but he gets fresh air. And that is a penalty for the bowler going down the leg side. Once again, the left-hand, right-hand combination, I think, causing havoc for the bowlers. And that time it cost them 5.
Yeah, I do like it.
Question from Taran. Will myself and Rico be going to the Czech Republic next week? Well, thanks for asking. As we see, next one is a better delivery. I will be there. Rico, you can take a couple of weeks off. Well deserved, because you've done a big stint, haven't you? You've done something like, is it 8 weeks in a row you've done?
No, not quite. 6.
6, is it?
6 weeks, yeah.
I thought it was more. Anyway, the commentary will be done by myself and Danny Hudacek. He's our Czech specialist. He'll be there. Be nice to see Danny again. A swing and a miss. So you know you did Bulgaria and Romania. Yeah, okay, 6. Okay,
Yeah.
I believe you now.
You think I'm telling
No, I
porkies?
don't. I was just... I know sometimes...
I know it's 6.
Sometimes you...
I get reminded of that by
bit
Charlie all the time. My wife, you've been away 6 weeks. You've no idea what I've had to put up with.
Yeah, you've put in
so I'm going to go back and do my bit. Yeah, got to do my bit.
Put in a Maximo stint. This is better bowling now from Mahmood. He gets outside the off stump and doesn't give Farouk something that he can easily swing away to the offside. Yeah, but Danny Hudacek, he's a specialist in Prague. He'll do a good job. And yeah, we're going to see a few teams that we do know and a few that we don't. So, I think Danny's told me today, actually, he's raring to go. Oh, well, this one might be going as well. It's going, it's gone. Maximo! Oh, Farouk Ahmed, he's had about enough of this. He's enjoying the angle into himself, I think. If you get 2 straight, you're going to pay the price. And they pay the price with 6 runs on that occasion.
Yeah, well, he was odds on to hit one of these sooner. Look how far out he is of his crease. That is huge. I mean, that's something there that a wicketkeeper's got to take that into account and try and come up and stop him doing that. But, yeah, he swung and missed at a few, but he does get that one out the middle of his bat. He goes under 20 of 13 deliveries.
I guess it also depends how comfortable you are keeping up to the stumps. Not everyone is. You feel like you could leak a few. Also depends how accurate you think the bowler's going to be at the moment. He's a bit all over the shop. Mahmood's gone for 15. Last ball of his over coming up. Dragged into the leg side, so it'll be 16. And he said 30-something at the halfway. There are a few more than that now because of that very good 5th over for the Tigers. They're 44 for 2 after 5.
Vinny, I just noticed your shoes. Somebody's nicked your shoes. I think it might be Farouk Ahmed, the captain. He's got your shoes
It's
on.
not just him, it's both of them.
Oh.
These guys, the Tigers, a lot of them have the yellow shoes.
Are you part of a clan? Is it a yellow shoe clan or something?
Yeah.
Is it a gang?
Well, I don't know if we can zoom in on the shoes of... We take either batter here. Maybe camera 4 would be a good one. Or, yeah, or maybe camera 3 because I've got to get my cameras mixed up. But you see that the yellow shoes, both batters, there you go. So that's one style of yellow shoe. And then this is also, you know, I'm not afraid to kind of like get in on the yellow shoe thing as well. There we go. And, well, that's their version. All right, 6 overtime. Pushes for 1. So there's one set of yellow shoes. And if you think just a follow-up, you might be right because I've got the yellow shoes as well. So maybe, thank you, Rico. They got the yellow shoes. I've got the yellow shoes.
You got the yellow shoes, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
It's actually the...
It's actually International Yellow Shoe Day today. If we're
it's
just making stuff
that
up
should
now.
have the yellow shoes. It goes better with their tops.
Full toss, and this one could be Adios Pelota. That one's flying, and it's going to fly at the other side of the rope. Well, the spectators, well, they had a good view of that one because that one's out of here. Maximo, 6 to the Tigers.
Yeah, it was a full toss. So the last couple of overs, they're starting to get the acceleration in, finding the boundaries. And well, he gives that a big thump. The yellow shoes or not, that ball's gone the distance.
Yeah, it has.
50 comes up there as well, Vin. So, right there, that's the acceleration you wanted.
It's one thing to get a full toss, another thing to actually put it away. Oh,
Beauty.
This one's knocked him over, has it? Yeah, I think it has. I think the batters are taken off, but I think this has gone.
Yeah, this has bowled him. He's just thinking, well, maybe it's going to be the keeper that's knocked him over. He doesn't really know. Well, then he gets the message. He gets the memo from the broken walkie-talkie. He's been bowled.
Yeah, it has. That was a quick one again. So, Hassan Mohammed mixing up his pace. That one, yeah, crashing comfortably into the stumps. So just when he felt they were getting away and the 50 was up for the Tigers, but they lose Saka for 10, and now it's 51 for 3.
Yeah, good bit of bowling, good comeback. He's been smashed for a big 6 with full toss. And he gets his pitching just in the right areas. And he gets it to nip back. 51 for 3. And the wicket of Saka. He does well. He supports his captain out there. He said, well, didn't waste too many deliveries either, did he? 10 of 6. That's not a bad rate.
Yeah, for sure. And so, bring a new player to the crease, and it's their keeper. A very entertaining cricketer as well, Humayun Jyoti. He kept very well, didn't he, the other day? And didn't have too much luck with the bat, but here's an opportunity for him with 4.5 overs remaining to add to the total.
Just having a look round. Well, this is a battle of the shoes. We've gone from yellow to the blue shoes. These shoes are more sort of match their kit better, I think.
Well,
He slices up in the air. The bowler says, leave it to me. And he makes no mistakes. And, well, he does come out, Jyoti. He has a go. He misses it. And, well, he might have the funky shoes, but he hasn't got the funky shot to go with it. And it's all about Azam Mohammed saying, this is all mine. That's a really good delivery, actually. It's a teasing one to the new batter. And I think that's the one when you're a new batter, you go out there, you get that delivery, and in your mind, there's part of you saying, go for it, go for it. There's another party saying, no, I won't, it's my first ball. And then you go at it half-heartedly, slices up in the air, catch taken by the bowler. So we are on another hat-trick alert.
yeah, and that's what happens when you don't wear yellow shoes on International Yellow Shoe Day. Your luck's out, and Jyoti, a disappointment for him. He didn't have any patience for Azam Mohammed. Yellow shoes, they'll still be there. But now 51 for 4. Will we have our first hat-trick of all of Sweden, right?
Whole of Sweden haven't had one yet. Hat-trick delivery. There was plenty of opportunities in Landskrona. One was a sharp catch that was dropped on a hat-trick.
Here we go. Azam Mohammed, hat-trick delivery. There it goes. Could be a chance. Not quite. And in the end, he pokes with his foot. It'll cost him 4. So, leaving dangerously. Here's the batter. And Qasr Ahmed. He's had an interesting series, so to speak. This is one. No, you understand why he'd be rushing for the catch, but then he doesn't offer too much when he gets there.
Exactly. I mean, if he was diving in here forward trying to take the catch and it goes past him for 4 runs, I think the bowler, Azim Mohammed, would be saying, no worries, mate, thanks for taking me hat-trick for me. But when he sees that back, he won't like it at all.
Next one will be called a wide. Oh, what an entertaining over. This one maybe grabs a bit of it. Hard to say. This next one probably be a wide as well, and it will be. Good stop that time by the keeper, Aslan Ali.
Yeah, that's that quicker delivery. If he gets this straight, it's a useful ball. But I think that one, when he's bowling that one, he's got to bowl it for maybe try and wicket to wicket rather than go so wide. That's why it gets dragged down the leg side.
There's the quicker one. Ahmed's happy to play this one out into the over. And despite the fumble, they won't run.
He kicks it away from himself.
It's to nowhere. Anyway, 6 overs down. Score is 57 for 4. Let's do a 6 over check-in, I think, from here. A minimum, I think you want 10s. That gets you to 97. To a ball, gets them up to 105. So I think if they bat well from here, they could get the 100 and at least put some pressure on the bats for Hammarby.
Yeah, they've got the acceleration in them, haven't they? All right, they have lost a couple of wickets in doing so, but 16 coming off the 5th over, 13 off that one. That's what they need to do. They've got plenty of wickets in hand, and I think they've just got to take those chances, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. And now head into over number 7, and it will be Humais Javed that will be bowling. Again, Farouk Ahmed, he's just had a chance to settle in this innings, a chance he didn't get on Saturday. Once again, they're going around the wicket of the left-hander. Umace just bustles in and is able to do his own fielding. So back-to-back top balls. Last of the last over and first of this one.
Good start. Javid.
Around the corner. Well, double glove ejection. They might get two. There's nobody home at the keeper's end. I still don't know why keepers take both gloves off. It's almost like they're keeping their options open, which hand they're going to...
They've got to balance themselves.
Yeah, symmetry.
It's true. Maybe in the process of flicking one, it's just easier to flick both when you go, here we go, let's see, here it's going, and then, oh, you don't just, oh, there they go, boom, boom.
There's two targets, then if the throw comes in, it's either one of those would be 5 runs. Next one dragged out just for a single. So to say hello to Kitty Huntley, who's watching from the USA. Nice to see you, Kitty, as always. And everybody else, Charlie Hunt, Taranjit Singh, and
hello, Charlie.
so Chris.
Firmly struck. And it will go all the way, 4 runs. Bit of a shot in the gap. He's playing very nicely at the moment, I think, Farouk Ahmed. He had that period of time when he had about 4 balls, swung wildly at everyone and did connect to one, and then he's had a double think about the way he's going about his batting, and he's been a bit more selective.
Yeah, next one on pads again. Just get one here, the push, but just a single. Hello, I don't want to say hello to Israel Khan, who is watching. He's playing for United in Landskrona. Wants to know what's the difference between the pitch here and the pitch in Landskrona, apart from the fact that it's a different colour. That's an obvious one. How do you think this one plays compared to Landskrona? I mean, I've seen both as well. Next one just be a single.
Yeah, single. I think they play absolutely identically. I think we've seen on both these pitches that the bowlers do well on it. They, if you bowl a good line, you get well rewarded. That's the end of that over. But yeah, they play identical. But we're yet to see the batters get in on this one.
Yeah, that's true. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. That means you can get involved in our live chat. And also like the video so we can bring you more cricket. Also, you can follow us on Instagram as well as Twitter and Facebook, European Cricket. Also, thanks to everyone for all the nice messages I get in a day. A lot of people are enjoying what we're doing here on ECN. Certainly is an unprecedented kind of project in the cricket world, or even in the sporting world, to be honest. So it's great that you're with us on this journey. We are going to see Khalid Mahmood coming back in the 8th. Just 3 overs remaining.
Yeah, Khalid Mahmood coming on. 18 balls to go then. So you'd think definitely a 90 score. I mean, if they can get go after 1 over and make it magical, certainly going past the 100. Got wickets in hand. And the captain, Farouk Ahmed, is out there batting very well.
Yeah, let's see what the strategy is. Despite the right-hander being on strike, Qausar Ahmed, he's going to stick to around the wicket. And basically artificially creates that left-hander style angle, doesn't it? If anything, you're coming from wider than a left-hander would be, just because this side of your body you're bowling on. But that one gets across Qausar Ahmed. And now, not a real attacking stroke, just gives this a bit of respect. That's fine, but you certainly want to score off the next one. He just thought if he went after that, might be a bit too risky. If he does go after the next one, can't catch up with it, and that one really takes off.
Well, this is all about getting the ball spot on the seam, and this one, just look at that, beautiful seam movement there, good tape from the keeper as well. And 3 dots in the over. Yeah, make that 4, and this is not going to help them get into that score as I was talking about. Say that the 90 has had to be a must, but now with 4 balls being 4 dot balls there, a bit of gold dust all of a sudden. Interesting to see that the non-striker is not having anything to say, the captain, to Ahmed.
This one should be out, and after a couple of dots, it will be gone. So good stuff by Mahmood. Around the wicket attack working. As that looks like it's Java that takes the catch at cover. Simple one. And so good reward for keeping things tight. You see, tries to go leg side there, goes across it slightly. It was a leading edge and simple catch. And the 5th wicket fall, 65 for 5.
Well, what a point this could be to get a maiden in. We've just seen 4 dot balls, followed by the 5th, the dot and a wicket. And new batter will have to go on strike. So more frustration for the captain, Farouk Ahmed. Yeah, I just think Farouk Ahmed there probably a little bit guilty of not just going up to the batter that we've just seen get out there, Qusar Ahmed, and just say, look, stop trying to hit the ball, beat the ball about, get your bat on it, get me the strike. That's what your role's got to be.
But see, once you get late in the over, there's less value in that, right, to give the strike over.
But that's what I mean, you do it early.
It's almost like after you've gone to that, hitched yourself to that wagon of going big, you might as well let it play out. But now what's happened is, you're right, he's pretty much burnt this over now. It's gone dot, 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 wicket. So, yeah, every chance could be a maiden, maybe a wicket maiden for Khalid Mahmood. Debasen is a new batter, and he lets this one go.
It will be a wicket maiden. Unbelievable.
And if you wonder why we still have maidens on our scorecards, this is exactly why. We do see more than you think. See, Sen just decides, okay, now I'm happy just to stay here and hand it back to the main man, the captain, Farouk Ahmed. Will be on strike, 8 overs down, 65 for 5. Great bowling by Khalid Mahmood.
Yeah, he does bowl very well, doesn't he? I mean, he goes for 16, but 16 of those were just the one over. It's quite amazing. So that'll be, there you go. You see it there on your screens there. It's a good bit of bowling from him and Aftab Ahmed as well.
I don't know if I've ever seen someone that has bowled a maiden go for that many in their 2 over spell. I don't think I've seen 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Anyway, now I have. Here's the captain, Mohammed Munir, coming back. It's going to be the captain on captain battle once again. Yeah, tough one, maybe. Got to judge that when it passes the crease.
He's probably feeling the pressure here now, Farouk. Probably feels he's got it. Well, this one could be a no ball. It's a slower delivery.
I think that drops out of the sky.
Does it dip?
Yeah, this is a really well disguised one. The other thing is you've got to kind of judge it at the crease, right?
Look where he's batting. Yeah, he's a long way out.
Yeah, for sure. You can see where it bounces.
Wow.
He's a long way down, isn't he? Still a good meter out of his crease. Ouch.
I'll be surprised if it's given, to be honest. They do scramble and take the first, so he's just not able to do what he wants to at the moment. He wants to accelerate, he can't.
Oh, I felt that for him because that's him on the back leg. Just have a look at this one, missed the pad, I reckon. Bang. And so does find the ability to run through for a single, so.
Yeah, doesn't want to though, does he? But Sen makes him run. Now Sen is on strike. What does he do?
Goes straight up in the air, and anyone going to catch this? No, it's going to fall safely. Bermuda Triangle, 3 of them all converge. But Sen gets off the mark in auspicious circumstances. I want to say quick goodbye to Mandrake, who's leaving us for a little while. I'm sure he'll be back later. Once again, thanks to everyone for tuning in today. Hope you're enjoying it. Oh, how does this miss?
He's just trying to hit the ball too hard all of a sudden from Ahmed. He's forgot all about his timing. Just trying to clobber this. These are the sort of balls he was getting hold of before.
Doesn't bounce much, to be fair. Does shoot through. And the keeper can't handle it either. So they'll get a bye, so they get at least something from it. Now it's pedal to the metal time now. It's got to be 8 overs, or 8 balls left, I should say. There's that slower ball again. Does drop on Sen, who drags it out for a single. Good fielding.
Yeah, this last couple of overs, it's all been, well, we saw the wicket maiden. And then this one, it's only been a handful of runs from it, no boundaries. Looking for a boundary to get to 70, but really, they were on 95 course at one point.
Just 12 runs off the last 3 overs. And now this one will finish the 9th. The score is 71 for 5. Yeah, just look back at this innings. There's only 2 overs that went into double figures. 16 in the 5th from Khalid Mahmood. We know how he came back. And then Azam Muhammad with 13 in the 6th, though. Kind of 29 runs just in those 2 overs. Shows you the other 7 have only gone for, what's that, 42. So just run a ball for the rest of them. Not Not a lot going on. They had
had 14
terrible overs, except for the maiden.
Yeah, 14 runs in the last 4 overs.
Yeah.
And that's where, that's where we were at one point with the score 65 for 4 at the end of 7.
Yeah.
18 balls to go. You're thinking, 90 plus is on. 100 would be ideal. But now, 90 doesn't look on.
All right, here we go with the very last over for Ahmed. And he wants to get back for 2, but there's no chance here. So he'll have to eat a single and send. Well, he'll probably try and send something out of the park, I imagine. This is Ume's Jarvid. He's been pretty good in the field and also chipped in with a good over early on. And he went for 8 when he bowled back in over number 7. Swing and a miss. Now, yeah, I mean, that's clever running. I mean, that was an opportunity maybe for them to switch the strike, even if it created a run out. I think Sem was looking for it, but Farooq Ahmed probably wasn't on the same page.
I think you see a lot of this with batters. They do so much movement before the ball's bowled. They take themselves away from the shot. You've got to stay still. He does wait for it.
Yeah. So 73. Now for me, Farooq Ahmed, he has to really do everything he can to face each one of these last 3 balls. I mean, if you go to the outfield, I think you've got to come back for 2 pretty much no matter what. Once again, you see him shortening the pitch. Let's see if he can get hold of Jarvid. Yeah, well, he does. Hits it pretty well. And well, it's a really good bit of fielding. It's going to be 4, though. Well, it's unlucky, to be honest, because Asad Jarvid had no idea how this was going to bounce. He does get everything behind it, gets the leg behind it. Unfortunately, the spin gods weren't on his side as it just spins back into the rope 4 runs.
Well, it was a race to the boundary, wasn't it? After it struck in between him and the Kookaburra, he just got to get there.
It'll have a bruise as well. Now he goes leg side again, and same fielder. You got to go for 2 here. He will. Good throw should have him done. And you see, bounce throw just gives him the chance to get in. So good running by Farooq. Smart cricket. Did hesitate slightly. Didn't need to. Had to go for 2 for sure. They get up to 79 with the ball remaining.
It's a good example though here. If you back yourself, you will get the 2. And we just seen 2. Not enough batters wanted to take that chance.
Last ball. It goes short. This one will go to the boundary as well. So this will be a 4 to finish. So nice little kicker, isn't it? He goes 4-2-4. 10 come off the last half and over. And they do get up to, I'd call this a reasonable score based on what we've seen so far. 83 for 5. Do you think Hammarby, they will fancy chasing these down? But at least the Tigers, they have put a bit of scoreboard pressure up here in match number 27. After winning the toss and electing to bat, they're going to finish 83 for 5 off the 10 overs.
Yeah, it just came to a bit of a standstill with just 14 coming off the over number 7, 8, 9. And, but they have at least got some acceleration in there. They get into the 80s. And we know when you get a score into the 80s, the grady 80s, anything can happen. Now, this is how it started. It started with a snick. Caught behind. And just never really recovered. I mean, that one there, if that catch was taken, could have been very different, couldn't it? If you take the key batters out early. But, that was a good bit of bowling there from Aftab, full and straight, knocking the stumps over. And that was always going to be a problem when you had the likes of the main men back in the camp. Who was going to perform for them? Yeah, good effort there from the fielder to try and stop that one. And the only man that was able to perform from them was their captain, Farooq Ahmed. He finishes 40 not out of 27. Got a bit of support there from Sakar. And at one point, though, they did get that acceleration in, and you thought, well, they are going to be at around about the 90 to 100 mark. But then he got some good overs that came in and that put a stop to it. And this was a beautiful delivery. It really was. He strayed his line slightly occasionally, didn't he, Azam Mohammed? But most of the time, he was on the money. And then this was the one where he caught a bold opportunity. He then gave himself the opportunity to take a hat-trick. And the hat-trick one, it wasn't far away, but the fielder, well, instead of going for it hands first, went feet first and saw the ball go past him. And, these were the nice shots. At this point there, you thought, well, okay, they're going well here. They got the acceleration in just at the right point. But then was that wicket. And that wicket there of, at that time, it was Arif Hussain. There are more boundaries, though, to come to finish. And that's what Farooq Ahmed did. He went for a little phase, I think, on 2 occasions during that innings where he just got a bit cold. He started swinging and missing a few balls and didn't take the singles as well as he should have. And then he found his range back again. Then he went again into that same mode. But he does finish well. He does find it again there at the end. And supported by Debsen. Get 3 or 5, but he was an important little mini partnership there. But yeah, you see, the other man to get into double figures was Shurab Saka. He was beautifully bowled by Azam Mohammed, but it was all about Farooq Ahmed. Once again, I mean, Farooq Ahmed was the key batter for them the first time we saw them in that match against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. And again, he had to play an important role in that one. The bowlers, I don't think anybody was particularly expensive. All bowled well, just 5 bowlers used. 2 wickets there for Azam Mohammed. And the only man who went wicketless was Humaiz Javed. But again, if you go for 20 off your 2 overs, I think in this format you've done well. They have done well, but look at those figures though, right towards the top. I mean, those were sensational from Muhammad Munir. 2 overs, 1 wicket, and just conceding 9 runs, so that was fantastic. And 2 overs there from Khalid Mohammed for 16, 1 wicket. That's what kept the score of the Tigers in this range, 83 for 5. So Hammarby, they'll believe that they've finished well, and they believe that they've got an opportunity here to register another victory. And quite interesting that the second time, or the first time we saw Hammarby bat when they batted first, what did they score? 83. So interesting. Are we shaping up towards a golden ball here? Well, you never know. That's the mid-match summary. Farooq Ahmed, the captain, leads away 40 of 27 deliveries, helps his side to get to a, well, I would say, based on what we've seen in Group B so far, that's got to be an average score. So certainly it's defendable, it's also gettable, and Hammarby are going to try and make sure they can get to 84 and win the first match of 2 between these 2 teams. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back to see the conclusion of match number 27. Hello and welcome back. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Stockholm, in Sweden. It's a lovely ground, Osbury Cricket Ground, next to the Soltaska Lake, which is to the far left of the ground. It's a beautiful area, surrounded by beautiful greenery and forest land. And we also got quite an exciting match on our hands here. See the Stockholm Tigers put a score on the board in the 80s, 83 for 5 they finished, 84 required. For Hammarby, they're going with Khalid, Mahmood and Imranullah as the openers. Khalid will be on strike. And with the ball, it looks like we're going to be starting with Zafar Ullah. Certainly did like the bowling of Ullah when I first saw him, the left armour. Got that one slip in, because he will really try to get this ball to go across the body of the right-handers. So slip in place, then quite a wide third man on the boundary, and the other player outside is out on the offside doing the sweeping. Just two men on the leg side. Oh, got a sneak straight away. That is a great catch. Adios. Well, what a start that is from Ullah. Gets this right in the right area, and they are up and about. That is a superb strike. Look at this. Great bit of cricket. Great catch on the wicket. It's one-handed spectacular. This is fabulous. Look at this. This is a bit of action for you. What a catch. Well, I think the young Vinny Sandu would be proud of that one. As, well, it's a good time maybe to welcome him back in, because I think he's going to be pretty excited about that.
Well, we've seen some questionable wicket-keeping at times here in Stockholm. This was first rate from Jyoti. And the thing about that, it looks spectacular, and it is, but he's able to do it because he's so well-balanced. So he's not wrong-footed. He's going that way. You know, he's prepared for an edge, and he grabs it in the right mitt. What a great start that is for Hammarby. It's 0 for 1. And, yeah, I've got to say, you're exactly right. I appreciate that. I'm a big fan of Jyoti's keeping.
Yeah.
And we saw him playing for the Swedish national team at the European Cricket Championship late last year. He's certainly a live wire behind the stumps and making things happen early on. He's pretty unlucky, I think, not to get the player of the match, just for his keeping in their win the other day. A record-breaking game against Stockholm Mumbai Indians. An immediate success for Zafar Ullah. Azam Mohammed in at number 3. He tentatively pokes at this. And yeah, when you're defending these kind of middle-of-the-road scores, you want to have a good start. You want to get that energy up. And the Tigers, at the moment, they're on the prowl, Rico.
Yeah, certainly on the prowl. Jyoti, he went for the first baller himself, but, well, he takes a fantastic catch to get rid of Khalid Mahmood for first ball as well. Just, yeah, just goes down the leg side a bit, doesn't it? And they'll take a single, runs on the board.
Yeah, important you don't let him get away early. So I think sometimes the safest place is the other end early on. That's where Azam Mohammed gets to. Imranullah, he's watched it all unfold from the non-strikers, and now he's on strike for the first time. Yeah, if they can push that rate above 10, I think it'll be a bit more comfortable here, the Tigers. This is what Zafar Ullah does. Just goes round the wicket, angles almost always outside the leg, the off stump, I should say. No exception here as Ullah plays down the wrong line.
Yeah, I mean, you see plenty of bowlers wanting to bowl right arm over the wicket. And we always say, well, look, what you're trying to imitate is what the left armer will be doing. And this is so far been a great example of that. All right, he has got one a little bit too straight, but most of them are there in that corridor, and that's why he's so difficult to play.
Yeah, around the wicket attack, working for Zafar Ullah. One more ball left in this over. At the moment, it's only gone for 1. See if he can get out of it. Yeah, Slip's probably a good shout as well early. Last ball coming up. A very interesting over. Played off the stumps, and just that single off first over, then 1 for 1. Great stuff, Zafar Ullah making a great start. The Tigers, they'll be a bit more confident after that opening over of 1 for 1.
Yeah, very good over. And Ullah. And I think depending what happens in this second over, I think you decide whether you're going to bring him back or not. They do like to save him. They like him to bowl the first and then the last, but you don't want to leave him sitting there and then use him when the game's already gone. You need him to play a big part in this match, and he already has by taking that first wicket and also just giving the one run away. So that all of a sudden makes the task harder for the batters.
I'd bring him back straight away. I just think that's especially after that kind of a performance, you don't want to take the ball out of his hand. He's got the momentum, doesn't he? And I think even if he doesn't manage to take another wicket, if he just bowls a tight one, because the batters have that slightly defensive mindset to him, pushes up the rate and maybe gives the other bowlers a bit more breathing room. Anyway, second overtime, Ashraful Alam is the bowler. He's down the ground, mid on his back on the boundary. Just a single doubles the score. And Ullah, he wasn't able to deal with Ullah. It makes perfect sense if you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Imran Ullah facing up to Zafar Ullah. See what he can do against the offerings of Ashraful Alam. Drags out for one. Actually, Helix has just noticed something that I just noticed, saying finally the umpires are taking the players' hats that are bowling. It's been a while since we've seen that. I suppose in Sweden they've had a bit more of a relaxed attitude towards the restrictions, but yeah, that's one thing we have been noting little by little. The restrictions have been easing. We're coming into the northern summer. Goes short, pulls, and this will be a long chase. In fact, the fielder's not going to get there. That's Shanawaz Rahman at long on, but he had no chance. He was on the charge. This time, the Tigers, they've gone from the hunters to the hunted. And look at that. If you want to know that if people are enjoying themselves, look no further. Shoes off, relaxing Monday in the sun.
Yeah, why not? And watching some of the action. Nice shot, 4 runs. He's in the danger area there, though, isn't he?
This one's cut away. And good pick up and throw. Wow, this is actually closer than you think in the end.
I think if this hits, this certainly would have been going upstairs.
He throws off balance here. It's actually pretty close in the end. Yeah, it would be very interesting if that had hit.
Just even the flags there, the wind just started to pick up slightly.
Yeah, it's been very pleasant currently. We are up to 16 degrees. This one is driven away, and this will be 4. Good batting, and that is good power play batting. We know that Imran Ullah has struggled a bit to get going, but this time he hits straight through the line, gets the gap, and he gets 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. And, that's one for Oros to watch, and also a man with the camera there. And the rest, hello, and the rest, doing a wonderful job just capturing some of the moments. Maybe 1 or 2 of them will be in the compilation, the highlights compilation at the end of the day.
Sure, that'll make an appearance.
Certainly look forward to those. That's absolutely brilliant.
Tapped away to a yellow-shoed fielder. And so it's the end of the second over. The score is 12 for 1. And if that sounds familiar, it's because at the same time, the Tigers, in fact, were 12 for 1 after 2. So identical starts. Let's see who can have the better middle overs. I suppose that'll be where this innings will be decided. Gives us a chance. Also look at the table and you can see how Group B is looking. Hammarby would love to join the Tigers on 4 points. It would have a 3-way tie after this game at the top. But the Tigers, they've got a chance to go clear at the top of the table. So, yeah, a lot on this contest this afternoon.
Yeah, the Tigers certainly will be eyeing up that. Finishing top of the pack.
I know that Sammy Ibrahim Kill is in the chase. Is in the chat, I should say. I think it's the Hammarby that are in the chase at the moment. Here's Zafarullah now, bring him back. Again on the charge. Bludgeoned down to long on. Rahman does the fielding.
He throws himself at this, Rahman. Not sure if he had to, but he was just said to him, there's no way. Our ball Nijari. And he said, just to make sure, bang.
We saw this backfire this morning. Fielder in that area. He slipped over and let the ball go under him, but no mistake that time. Ullah battle continues. This is another good bit of fielding. Well, this is just a throw which gets away from the fielder. Jyoti was doing the right thing. He was hustling towards the stumps, but he just had him going the wrong way. You'll see here, I think this is the kind of throw, if it's a better throw towards the stumps, Jyoti has time to take the bails, but in the end he throws a big wide.
Yeah, I think that's the one where you're looking to say, right, the keeper's coming in, throw it so the keeper can take it incoming and knock the bails off.
Well, this has gone over the leg side, and this one will be a boundary. So are still in the power play, don't forget. So only 2 outfielders being employed. There's no one in that area. Once again, that's more fodder for the spectators. 4 runs.
Yeah, I told you he was in the dangerous area there. Well, luckily, and there he gets up pretty quickly and does a bit of fielding.
Well, getting a bit of treatment. Nothing on this one. So yeah, talked about Jyoti behind the stumps about that first catch that he took, but all the little things just creates another dimension of pressure. Even with things like those run-outs, you just know he's solid. And he's also capable of the occasional bit of brilliance. Very important position. And once again, there's no problems dealing with this. Zafar Ullah resuming normal service. He'll have 1 more ball to try and take a wicket. And then we'll see exactly what their strategy is in the 4th over, whether they stick with the same bowler, Mohammad Ashful Alam, or maybe make a change. Here's the last ball of the power play. Doesn't bounce at all. Once again, Jyoti deals with a tough bounce. So, yeah, it's good stuff. It's the end of the over. And Hammarby 18 for 1, making slightly tough work of this so far, but still plenty of cricket left. We could have another close match on our hands, Rico.
Yeah, we could do. I'm just having I mean, we've had 3 boundaries. So that's your all in 4. So that's 12 runs. The score is 18. So again, it comes back to the same thing. They're not taking the singles there. It's too many dot balls. And that's one thing that the teams are going to have to learn pretty quickly. Too many dot balls. Dot balls are gold dust. And if you allow that to happen, if you rely on just boundaries on its own, it just is not going to work for you. Yeah. You've got to be able to take the singles as well.
A lot of those dot balls, though, are just balls that were missed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a 0-0-1 on the back of Farooq Ahmed. If he starts over that way, he'll be pretty happy. Batted well, the captain. Here he is, following over number 4 as we head into the middle overs. This one nips back a bit, and it's cut. It's cut pretty well. It's going to be 4. It's good batting from Imran Ullah. He just kind of has to trust his hands here. It's a bit away from his body. You'll see, yeah, perhaps a little bit short. And he just kind of leans into it, and he back cuts that for 4. Nice batting.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Rather than, I mean, makes himself some space, but when he goes to play the stroke, he's then going into the shot. He's not taking himself away from it, which allows him to get the power in it, to get it over the top off the inner ring, and almost goes all the way over. Made a slight adjustment here in the field. I'm not sure if this is going to stop that shot being played.
Goes in that direction again, this time on the ground. And now we're going to have a run out here. Well, this is a disaster. And so Ullah is run himself out. And once again, it's a miscommunication. Let's just see where it goes wrong. Square of the wicket, so it's in that kind of grey area. I think this is probably the striker's call because he can see where the ball's gone. But once again, we've seen the fielding clean as a whistle. And this time, Jyoti does get to the stumps and he's able to reach and pulls him slightly wider. Has plenty of time to take the bail. So just when they seem like they were getting going, they lose the wicket. Imran Ullah run out for 10 and it's 22 for 2.
Yeah, this is all about what's happened previously. It's all about that fielder getting the ball in his hands and firing the ball in. And on 2 occasions, if the throw was better, could have had the batter run out. And I think that the non-striker there, Mohammed, as soon as it goes to that man and he's picked it up cleanly, he's stopped in his tracks and said, I'm not going to chance it for the 3rd time. And it ends up being the 3rd time lucky because Ullah, who commits, I mean, he's caught, has to be sent back. And as you saw there in the picture, he was nowhere close.
Yeah, it's Arif Hussain who's in that position. It's a funny one because I do think, you know, if the non-striker, even if he'd gone straight away, he might have been in trouble. It was that kind of fielding. It's all about the clean pickup, which creates time. But I do think it's the striker's call. For me, it's just not a good call because he has hit that straight at the fielder. And a simple decision for the umpire. Well done by Jyoti. Just concentrates on catching it. That's one of those ones where once you know that there's a mix-up, you don't need to think about rushing to take the bails. You just need to make sure you take the ball cleanly.
It's your positioning as well, isn't it? Is getting to the stumps, and that's what he does well.
Left-handers out there now. It's Arslan Ali, keeper, coming out at number 4. Geez, we've had some close contests in Group B, haven't we? And this is shaping up as another one.
Yeah, it's not been high scoring, but they've certainly been, I wouldn't even say particularly always low scoring, but they've been thrillers. Plenty of drama, plenty of twists and turns.
Oh. This one, I suppose the angle is going to make it tough to get an LBW, but it hits him on the back leg. I don't know about the height. This will be an interesting replay. Yeah, I think it's
going down leg.
Yeah, it is angling just though. Probably missing by less than a stump, but I think it's a good decision. Just sometimes when you hit in the back leg, there's less distance between the impact and the stumps. But that's good umpiring.
Yeah, he's coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Well, he hasn't been electric, Azhar Mohammed, but he's still there.
It goes straight, but he hasn't quite got this. I think it's going to fall safely, just off the toe of the bat, really. So it's a long single in the end.
The fielders do well. The captain's having a bit of a chat about it with the fielder. I'm not sure if he was expecting him to get to it or not, but I mean that was never a catch. And what's the change here now? What's happening here? All right, the move to the left-handers. The fielder just forgot where he was for a moment, and off he went.
Hassan Ali yet to get off the mark. Oh, jeez. Had a long time to get back there. But it will be the end of the over. So Ali just struggling to get bat on ball. It says one, yeah, it takes a while to turn around. Just something I noticed because he takes another step forward and Jyoti doesn't throw unless he thinks there's an actual chance. He did get back in time. So it's the end of the over. 24 for 2. Run a ball pace at the moment. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. Here's Rico 4. Hopefully you're having a great day. And they don't get much better than this in Stockholm. We talked about the long days and the bright sunshine, and we're bathing in it today.
It's been absolutely sensational, hasn't it? It's been really good. And especially when you think that last Friday we were so lucky with the weather.
Yeah,
we did get the showers. We had to have that one shortened match, but other than that, it's been great. Yeah. Yesterday was a lovely day. I know that
you can see the sun coming through. It's actually behind us here, so you can kind of get a sense of it here, kind of lighting up the European Cricket Network logo. Just remind you can always go to our website europeancricket.com to find out what's coming up in the world of European cricket, including some of the upcoming series as well. So it's going to be another over starting. Deba Sen is going to be bowling it. Yeah, Tigers, one thing you would say is that their fielding pressure, defensive pressure has been pretty good so far. They haven't bowled too many loose deliveries. We've talked a lot about Humayun Jyoti behind the stumps and kind of the energy and expertise he brings to that position. Saves them a bunch of runs every innings. Here's Sen. Gets this one just right, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good delivery. He just may get asked to remove his sleeves, but at the moment the batter doesn't seem to be worried about him.
They're more beige than white, these sleeves. I guess they get the old colour chart out. Work out if it's too white or not. Ahmed on 13. On the walk, and Jyoti.
Oh, you've got to take that.
He doesn't handle it, but yeah, they don't take the run.
Yeah, I think that's all about Mohammed sort of just turning around. He plays a shot that goes back, and then he's sort of saying, it's up to you. It's your call. If you want it, you need to be here.
I think the non-striker was worried that because the striker was kind of not facing him, that maybe it could cause a mix-up, so maybe that's fair. Full toss, though. This one could be taken. Oh, it's a really good catch. Take it out there. Shanawazur Rahman. He has made good ground round to his right, so Mohammed was on strike. They didn't take the bite. Might have been a bit of a risky one, but it hasn't paid off. Unlucky 13 for the batter, as Azhar Mohammed's going to have to go, and it's 24 for 3.
Yeah, well, it's unlucky. Double 13, 13 runs, 13 deliveries, a catch taken. Rahman, he is an exciting player to watch. Takes a good catch. He's pretty sharp out there in the field, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see him in the action with the ball pretty soon as well. Well, very disappointed is the batter. I think he'll look back at that missed opportunity. If they didn't take that single, it would have meant he was not on strike. But he stuck around, it has to be said, but the rate he was going at just wasn't helping him. Ends up scoring 13, ends up being 14 balls. But it needs to be at a quicker rate than that. And that rate, just to give you an idea where that's got to now, we're just under the 11. I'll get the feeling that by the time this over's finished, we'll be at 11.
Yeah, I mean, they're making hard work of it. Whenever you get a full toss, very low full tosses as well. Not easy balls to get under. That one was carrying a bit of hang time. Really good catch, I have to say. Shanawaza Rahman caught it on the run. We talked about how difficult it is when you're trying to catch while you're still moving. You know, when you're running like that, the eyes would have been bouncing around, but he judged it perfectly. So Sen, he's a beneficiary of that bit of fielding. He takes a wicket. After Ahmed, the new batter, on strike. Oh, could be trouble. Could be trouble and gone. Got to say, it was pretty adjacent to me. Again, the only question was if it was sneaking past the leg stump, but I think when we see this on the replay, it hits him pretty full. And my instinct was...
Not out.
Yeah,
no. It's missing leg stick.
I don't think that's conclusively missing. No,
I
think that this is every chance of hitting him.
No way.
I've looked at it a second time. I'm going to modify my comment too. It is possible it might have flicked the leg stump.
No way.
Well,
when you look at the angle as well, that's a tough call. I mean, umpires thought long and hard about it.
Yeah.
I think the appeal has a lot to do with that one.
I'm going to put myself in the umpire's shoes there.
Go on.
I looked at it live. I looked at it on the screen. I saw this replay at full time. And I think maybe because where is Pagos afterwards, I was convinced in real time that I thought it was a good decision. I mean, it really shows me that you get the benefit of replays. We're looking at a couple of replays. And so, you know, we have to be fair there.
It's a tough call.
Yeah.
But I was watching it. I mean, you went for it straight away. I was watching the batter. And I didn't see him go. I didn't see him come across the stumps. I saw his feet probably pretty stable, stayed where they were. Yeah. That's why I was saying I don't think so. But yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah. Foot fielding fail. But it is a fourth wicket, 24 for 4. Yeah, no, I'm willing to also say that, you know, when I slowed it down, it wasn't quite what I saw in real time. And, you know, one thing that annoys me as well, and I'm not saying on that occasion, because I think you're probably right with that one, is sometimes when things aren't hitting the middle of middle, everyone thinks, it's missing.
It doesn't, you're right. It doesn't have to be hitting middle stump. And a lot of people think it does.
Yeah, I mean, if it was missing by one stump.
Yeah.
I think that's the point of that one. Anyway. Also, if you hit the ball, as my coach used to say, if you hit the ball with your bat, you don't have any of these issues. So anyway, it's the 5th over that has just finished, and Hammerby on the ropes a bit. It's 26 for 4.
Yeah, good over there from Sen. He started well, didn't he? Gets the first ball in just inside that line. So straight away, he's got confidence that he can get the ball to go more or less where he wants to. And that's what he does. He gets that wicket and then he gets the ball right up there to the new batter. Okay, maybe he does get it a bit lucky, but sometimes it's the way it goes. It swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, that's true. Kind of really good start to this innings, didn't they? Zafar taking a wicket off the very first ball. No avoidables yet. That's another reason the score is down at 26 off 5. Not quite runnable pace. 2 essentially new batters at the crease. Now it'll be the captain, Farouk Ahmed, who is going to come back. His first over, and he went for 6, including a leg bye. This is in the air, and it's just going to slice away from the fielder. He has a bit of work to do, and he's not able to make the stop. Arif Hussain is the man who found himself on the other side of the field. He offers the foot, doesn't really work out for him. 4 runs, a welcome boundary. Maybe that one could just change the momentum as Hammerby trying to put some sort of a comeback together.
Yeah, feeling the काफी कोशिश करती but चौका लग गया. That's what's got to happen here now. You've got Haslan Ali and Ahmed Khan have really got to bring some sort of fight back here.
Swing and a miss. One thing I would say as well is, take it back to, comparison with umpires. Even at the very highest level in Test cricket, you see those kind of decisions. That's something that you'll see. It wasn't one that was so much of a howler that you think, oh, that's unimaginable.
Yeah.
You just saw it slightly differently in real time. And they're the sort of ones you might see overturned on DRS and quite regularly. This one goes leg side. Won't quite carry. Oh, dear. I think he's all right. He's tripped the light. Fantastic. Saka out there at deep mid-wicket. And
what are the batters doing here?
They're going to get an overthrow, but just check out the backup. Jyoti couldn't deal with it, and he bounced up. And then the fielder has proper hoofed it.
He's volleyed it.
Have a
Watch
look at
this.
This is unbelievable. First, he has to avoid the rope. I think he does. And then you think that's the end of the excitement. Well, you're wrong, because Jyoti gets a skip off the surface. And I don't know if we had the backup fielder, but he kicks that all the way back to the offside. They were definitely getting an overthrow. Oh, wow. That was amazing. Another one out to the leg side. Same fielder. Saka.
Well, they do go for 2, and he's going to be short, I think. Yep, he is. He backed himself to get there, and he's the one who called it and said, yeah, I want it. I'm confident. But he ends up being short, and Khan will have to go. And I think it was probably on if you, I don't know how quickly ran the first one, but he did turn and say, yeah, I want it straight away. I think it was all down to a clean pickup. And this time, well, that ball doesn't bounce over the bowler.
Yeah.
Bowler does the right thing, takes the bails off quickly.
Yeah, and he goes the short way that time. Again, it was good attack. The difference is as well, I mean, that's a much shorter throw. So things going from bad to worse. Worse for Hammarby as they lose a 5th wicket due to a run out. Now 33 for 5. And it was a good bounce throw. I was taught, well, we were taught, I suppose, bounce it to the bowler if you can. Good flat bounce throw. It just takes a bit of the sting off the ball with the bare-handed fielder at the stumps. I mean, the keeper is one that you can afford to kind of throw on the full a bit more often, and it will get there quicker. Of course, they've got the gloves on. Around the wicket, this is hit pretty hard. But nice bit of fielding out there. He's been very good, Shanawaz Uraman, at the moment. Just a single. They're running out of time to put something together here. It's been a funny little innings. Only the second over went for double figures. It went for 11 apart from that. We've only had single-digit overs, including a couple of really tight ones. Zafarullah only went for 1 in the first. Deepa Sen only went for 2 in the 5th, also picking up 2 wickets along the way. Just struggling to get any kind of energy into this innings, Hammarby. See if Aslan Ali, the keeper, can turn the corner. This one's cut away nicely. Again, third man's going to have to do some work. Will just be 1, but he will retain the strike. I think that Aslan Ali, he's going to have to play an engineering role if they're going to get there now. It's 6 overs down, and the score is 35 for 5. So that will mean they need 49 off last 24. It's gone up above 2 a ball. Well, what you would say, Hammarby, they're going to need something to happen real quick. They're going to need probably a magical over or close to if they're going to work their way back into this contest.
That's exactly what they need here. I mean, you see that it's 50 required of 25 balls, so need basically 2 runs a ball. Put it that way. And another way to look at it is 12 required per over. So they need 1 magical over. And certainly, you've seen some good hitting there from Aslan Ali. I think a lot will depend on him, the left-hander. He's played some nice shots.
All right. So here is a new over starting. Kausar Ahmed is the man that's going to bowl it. This time sneaks between the batter and the stumps, and another dot ball. When you need more than 2 a ball, that's not helping. I think, yeah, got to get across and probably
that's been the story of the innings, though, isn't it? Yeah. There's been too many dot balls, but the batters have wanted to play the big shots, but they're missing out on taking the singles.
Now he goes offside. So you see the footwork there. It's not getting in a great position to hit with any power. And I think Faizan, the new batter, just have a look at the feet. See how that kind of little skip out away from the ball.
Yeah.
Has a hard time getting back. The win predictor is almost losing the patient at the moment. Hammarby.
That's quite conclusive, 2%. Really, isn't it?
What's less than 2? Might find out after that. It's not really working. Got to say, Kausar Ahmed. Okay, maybe he was a bit lucky with the first one, missing the leg stump between the batter and the stumps, but yeah, the next 2 have been spot on.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's the thing though, isn't it? It's not about taking wickets. If you're a bowler, it's not about taking wickets. Dot balls sometimes are more valuable than wickets, especially when you got something like Farzan in there. 4 balls, just 1 run. Keep him there. And this one he's put straight in the hands of the keeper. And well, that's an interesting dismissal. He moves right inside this one and goes the other way.
He must have heard me. The problem is he didn't get enough on it, did he? It's just a little bit of glove, and Jyoti does the rest. So trying to manufacture something, nothing going right, as it will be the end of Syed Faizan as he is removed from the equation. And Hammarby, let's just say they've been more nail than hammer in this innings as they fall to 35 for 6.
Yeah, just not happening for them, is it? Really isn't. Another batter comes and goes. And certainly are liking the sort of the vocalness and the desire really from the Stockholm Tigers. They seem to be up for it. As a team, they're getting together at the fall of every wicket. Everybody comes in and making a lot of noise, and they seem to be in the right mood for this match, and they're certainly causing a lot of troubles for Hammarby. And Hammarby, okay, where do you go from here? With that rate, is just spiraling upwards massively. It's just under 15 now, and we were saying that they need maybe a magical over to get them back on track. Looks like they might need more than one. They need a couple. New batter makes his way out there. Azhar Javed.
Yeah, so Charlie has just posted a link to something. That's a bit of fun. I see Diana's put a in-stream video on Instagram, so check it out. Just some of the Blue crew enjoying our Monday. I'll show you that at some point. Might have to share that as well. Nice work from Diana. Not so much happening on the field though for Hammarby. Of course, Ahmed, he's got the batters on toast at the moment. This one, no real footwork. Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, it has no issues, does he? Ahmed in getting his line right to the right-hander. What a great over it's been. Just one, well, no runs from it. He's got the wicket. We're not going to see another wicket made, are we, surely? Maybe not. Not now.
Yeah, so he's disappointed. He's just missed his spot. I mean, this one, yeah, for sure, has to be called. When you see 2 maidens in a match, 2 wicket maidens in a match. Khalid Mahmood did it in the first half, in the 8th. Still, this one's next best thing, isn't it? And maybe they'll be so disappointed they couldn't make more of this chase. There you go. Well, we do get the 6 dot balls in the over, essentially. And they do get a wide and nothing else off it. Hammarby after 7, they're 37 for 6. And this one's gone off the rails, but the good news is we're not too far away from another opportunity in about 35 minutes. We will have the last match of the day here on a very sunny Monday in Stockholm. You see that Hammarby have won the toss. This time they'll get it to bat first. They won't have the pressure of chasing. They will be able to go out there and set the pace. And so let's just see if Hammarby can square it up a bit like they did the other day. They didn't have a very good first game against Mashtap, but they came out and won in the second. At the moment, you'd say the Tigers, they're quickly becoming the defenders, aren't they? They defended 62 successfully, which was a new record on Saturday. And this one, okay, 83. It's a few more, but it's still not what I would say is a very imposing total. But they've been really good, giving very little away. With only 36 runs off 7 overs, that's way less than run a ball.
Yeah, it just goes to, once again, just to back up what I'm saying, I think the bowling in this group has been really, really good, really tight. They haven't given too many runs away. They haven't given too many freebies to the batters. I think that's the difference for me between Group A and Group B. Group B is really being all about the bowling tight. Taking the catches as well.
Here we go with Rizvi Hoke, who is into the attack. First one, top spinner, does
I think there's a sneak there.
You think so?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of tight. Let's see what the umpire says.
I'm not so sure. You've been right pretty much all day. Well, no signal, so there was a nick.
Yeah.
Geez, Rico, you're seeing him well.
Yeah,
you're right. Okay, that's why I missed it. It took a big edge over his shoulder. I think maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to go to Specsavers. I haven't been very good today.
Just tired yourself out, your day off, your day of rest.
It's Monday. You need a bit of time to get your eye Anyway, nice start from Hoke. And the next one, they'll get one. I don't think they'll get more than that.
So what did you do your day off?
I actually went out into the kind of surrounds of the city. I was out in the woods and I explored some of the kind of lesser known areas.
Yeah.
It was quite nice.
It was nice to be out on the Saturday night, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had a good time.
Town.
I had a bit of everything on the
Wasn't
weekend.
Wasn't it busy?
Saturday night in town, and then Sunday I was out in the country. It was nice.
Beautiful city, Stockholm. Really is.
This one gets past the batter. So we've got a painful 2.5 overs ahead, I think, if you're a Hammarby supporter. But, I mean, this is where you got to tell yourself, look, try and get closer. Because the more you can get, it's going to be good for your net run rate, which could be crucial come the end of the week. It's a bit short, should be launched, and it is, but it's higher than it is long. It's a catching opportunity, and it's taken. So that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it, for Hammarby? They are getting hammered in this game, and that one flew all the way out, and it was a simple catch, essentially taken in the end. This is one really that probably should have gone the journey, Rico, but it's the batter that has to take a journey off the field, because he's the seventh wicket now to fall. It's 39 for 7.
Yeah, he's cranked it pretty hard, but unfortunately, I think there was more wristy shot than it was power. Goes a long way up in the air, not able to get it over the boundary, and the catch made to look very easy by the fielder. And now this guy looks like a junior going out there to bed, doesn't he? Look little.
Not the tallest, but that's Tanvir. He's come in to the side.
He's tiny. How old is he? Come on, look him up.
I'll do it.
Tanvir.
You want me to carbon date him?
Yeah, let's have a look.
I'll tell you in a second. So I'll tell you exactly in a second. But yeah, good spot. Again, your eyes not letting you down. But, he's a very healthy 20 years old. In fact, well, he'll be 20 on Wednesday. So he's at the moment he's 19.
19. So we've got a birthday coming up on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's a nice little moment when I noticed there's a birthday coming up. Yeah, 25th of May 2002. And he'll get a run here. That's a nice one.
Gets himself off the mark.
Liked his effort in the field, Tanvir, in fact. He put in a couple of good chases. For some reason, they've gone up with their chances, but I don't think there's too much chance of them chasing this down. It's the end of the 8th over. It is 40 for 7. Pretty comprehensive team bowling performance. See Deba Sen, 2 for 2 off his 1 over. We haven't seen him since. Apart from that, I'm going to say that we saw Qausar Ahmed bowl a really good over. He only conceded one, which was a wide. Took 1 for 1, but I think they're taking the opportunity here, the Tigers, just to throw some overs to some other bowlers, give them a chance. And I can understand why, because you want to have as many options as possible at your disposal. It's a nice catch, lost over by Qausar Ahmed to remove Asadullah Javed to go with his excellent over that he bowled in the 7th. Next one's a full toss and just knocked past the mid-wicket. Tanvir with a couple of nice strokes in the leg side. He moves to 2.
Yeah, well, this man bowled very well for the first time we saw him. Rahman is coming on to bowl here now. He's a very clever bowler. So always kept the batters guessing. Just setting his field there now.
I see that Benedict has come into the chat. Hello to you, Benedict Chambers. Actually caught up with him. And we're getting ready to play some of their juniors. We're playing on Saturday night for your Gordon. Benedict, yeah, had some low-scoring thrillers, and hear me out. Well, they love a close game. I'll let you see how that went. Well, this one is travelling, and this one's out of here. Maximo! Now he's watched it all unfold, hasn't he? Hassan Ali, who's seen 5 of his partners dismissed while he's been out there. This one he does get pretty well. 6 runs, and they could have used this a bit earlier, hey?
Yeah, they could have. I mean, he's getting himself set, but I suppose in fairness, he hasn't had too much of the strike either.
Yeah, that's true. It's only his 12th delivery faced. This is Shanawaz Rahman. This one's hit pretty well as well, but it's going to be caught. Well, that's a really good catch. And the Tigers, they have been bringing the pressure in the field, so it's going to be 6 and out for Hassan Ali. And that really is the final nail in the coffin, and he's caught by the Tigers skipper. And Farouk Ahmed made that look easy. It wasn't, because that was hit pretty hard. Catches it with 2 feet in the air. And so, once again, Hammer time, not really showing up. Hammerby now 47 for 8.
Yeah, they're going to... Well, it's going to be close, whether they remain or stay in or all out here. I think that's maybe going to be the challenge here for them. It's got another batter that comes out, and it's getting some appreciative and motivational chat there from Tanvir.
Yeah, it's really gone off the boil. I mean, this has been an interesting series because the boundary's certainly about 5 metres in from last year, but so many teams have struggled with the bat.
Yeah.
I think the bowling, the fielding's been good from some teams, and that's certainly been a factor. New batter out there coming in at number 10, worked away first up.
It's a nice little shot, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst. Yeah, I think that this looks like Umesh Javed, who's come out.
They take another. Go, go, go.
Yeah, well, we need to run a long time to run these down. So, Shanawaz Rahman, beneficiary of that good bit of fielding. Now a big swing and a miss from Tanvir. One more ball left in his over. It's well handled by Jyoti. He's been solid again, hasn't he? That one didn't bounce as much as I think he thought, but he still took it. Now, almost a catch.
He's running into danger as well. It runs back, and the catch goes down for Rahman. He shakes his head. He can't believe it.
Don't think this... Does this carry? I felt that it didn't quite. And I've been seeing it right. Of course it does. I've seen everything wrong this game. I'm just going to have a nap, I think. Anyway, bowler was blocking my view. That's my excuse. Okay, I'm not umpiring this game. Anyway, it's 48 for 8 after 9. And Hammerby, well, it just shows you that what the Tigers did the other day when they defended 62 wasn't a fluke. I mean, Hammerby, a lot of buzz about them and their kind of unit, but
yeah,
they've held them to a really low score, 48 off 9. It doesn't look like they'll get too many more, as we're about to see the last over of this game.
Plenty of activity at the moment on the old wildlife. All seagulls making a lot of noise, flying around. You can maybe catch some of them in the background sometimes. But yeah, a lot happening. Seems to be more exciting what's happening down on the lake and in the forest than there is in the middle there with the batting at the moment. But they will get another chance. They'll be batting first in the next one.
Saka's getting it over. Yeah, Tigers, if they can only put it together with the bat, I mean, they'll be a real force. And they haven't really... I suppose in the first game, they had a fairly simple chase that they knocked off. Big thanks to Raz Imtiaz on that occasion. But they weren't chasing that many. Next one, nicely hit. And this will be 4. Well, that's a good shot. And just how about that for some power from the young man? Well, he's still a teenager for a couple of days. And this one explodes off his bat. Tanvir gets 4.
Yeah, that's hit really well. It's a fantastic strike. Let's have a look at that. It goes like a rocket. There's a fielder out there. He can't do anything about it. He ends up on the deck. So, Tanvir is probably making sure that the skipper's having a good look at what he's doing out there.
Yeah, it's not a bad shot as well. Down the ground. Got a new air of confidence about him. And, well, the skipper, he's the only player that hasn't batted yet for Hammerby. Mohamed Munir. I suppose he's in the side more for his bowling. And so, just 4 balls left to go on this one. Let's see if Umesh Javed can get something away. He tries, almost finds the cover. But there's extra cover out there on the boundary. Just a single. Okay, so they're going to struggle to get to 60 here. It really shows you that the Tigers haven't given Hammerby too much oxygen.
Not sure what the bowler's doing here with his trousers. So, yeah, that's better. Get that back down there. I think some of these trousers may have got mixed up in the changing room.
Maybe they've shrunk in the wash. Well, I'm going to go get some eye drops because everyone thinks it's very funny that I've seen everything wrong this game. So this should just be 1, unless I'm wrong with that as well. But last ball coming up. And look, credit to the Tigers. And the thing is, they will be chasing in the second game because Hammerby have the chance to bat first. Hopefully Hammerby, they kind of bat with a bit more freedom, I suppose, batting first with no particular target in mind. As this ball is going to be the last one, and it will be the end of proceedings. 57 will be the final score. 83 to 57. It is the Tigers on the prowl on a sunny Monday. They were hunting in packs, weren't they? They were a pretty good unit in the field. Their bowlers came to the party as well. Didn't give too many loose ones away. And Hammarby will be so disappointed to go down in this one. The margin of victory is 26 runs.
Yeah, I think they'll be disappointed in general with the way they batted. I think they're smart enough to know what they did wrong. They won't need us to tell them, but there was just too many dot balls early on. I mean, even at a point when the score was 18, 12 of those, if you remember, came off boundaries. And that tells you just how many were missed out. But it started with a cracking catch. The first ball there from Safarullah, right on the money, and what a great catch it was from Jyoti. And they, from that moment on, they were fired up. They were on a high. And there they were, 1 or 2 boundaries. As I said, the boundaries were there, but they weren't following it up by taking the singles. They were relying on just hitting big and hoping that that was going to be enough, and it wasn't to be. I mean, this was a lovely shot. But, it was all what was going wrong in between. And this one, well, this was a crazy run out. And that certainly, if there was any fight back, that was taking the sting right out of the tail. Just not able to get a move on. Then a good catch there from Rahman.
Some really good catches taken. Talk about winning matches. Yeah, that one. All right, I'll give you that one on further review. Just think he got quite a bit across. Probably wasn't as far across on impact as I had thought. But yeah, they just didn't give him too much away. I mean, that wasn't the best, but there was plenty of good fielding in amongst it all. And this is an interesting one as well. Is he trips the light fantastic, and then we saw the ball kicked away from the backup fielder. Wow, I mean, that kind of power, maybe we should be playing in the Premier League. But what I would say is this rate was spiralling out of control, the rate required, and then nice bit of fielding from Saka. Just pretty clinical there. And that was yet another run out, and then just couldn't get anything going. Finally, you saw a little glove behind. That was after a run of dot balls as well. It's a really good over it in there from Kauser Ahmed. Only conceded 1 run, I should say, in the 7th. Picked up a wicket along the way, and that was the case. Just the wickets continued to tumble. So every over between overs 4 and 9 had a wicket. In fact, the 5th over had 2 of them. That one, tough return chance opportunity that was grasped. And a nice little moment late on. The youngster, Anas Tanvir, got 4 there, but it was a bridge that was a bit too far for the batting side, Hammarby, as they went down comfortably, but they'll get the chance to set the pace in match number 28, which is coming up in around about 15 minutes from now. Hopefully you can join us for that on the European Cricket Network. And the Tigers, well, they'll be out to make it 4 out of 4. And look, if they do that, there'll be some distance between them and the rest of the teams here in Group B.
Yeah, certainly will. And as we see that scorecard, it's a thought for you here and everything. How about this? They hit 6 fours and 1 6, 30 runs in 7 balls. Which meant that of the other 53 balls, they scored 27.
Yeah, well, that just shows you.
Yeah, so that's all the statistic you need to look at. They need to eliminate those dot balls if you have a look at that scorecard.
You look at some of the players that missed out, though. Khalid Mahmood went first ball. Aftab Ahmed went first ball. I mean, there's 2 batters they probably want to get a few runs. You see 2, 3 and 4 getting to double figures, but nobody else. It was Arslan Ali who kind of watched the carnage unfold from the other end. He top scored with 18 off 13 deliveries. And the other thing about that, just the 2 extras. One of them was a leg by, so I don't even count that as an avoidable. Just the 1 single wide. And that just shows you the discipline from the Tigers. They've been excellent so far. And look, not so much buzz about them when they only made 62 in the match on Saturday, but they still got away with a win. They haven't tasted defeat yet. You see their bowlers put in a real complete performance.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic performance. You see that the captain there was more than happy to allow some of the other bowlers to have a bowl in this one and keep the others well rested. But nobody really, I mean, the highest run score for bowling there was at 14 of Farooq Ahmed. And that was of his 2 overs, which, you'll take that any day in T10. Yeah, all bowled really well, but well done, I think, to Debsen. Picked up 2 for 2 and was on a hat-trick as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ashful Alam went for 11 off his over in the 2nd, but the whole point is they have heaps of options, don't they, the Tigers? And their fielding was excellent. Farooq Ahmed, he ended up with 40 not out in the first innings. Was comfortably the highest score for any individual in this contest. But you're right, plenty of good performers. And Hammarby, well, they'll hope it's hammer time when we return in about 15 minutes because they want to do what they did the other day. They dropped the first one on Saturday, but came back with a win to finish the day. Can they do the same thing again? Join us to find out very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day and hope the sun's out in your neck of the woods. If not, or even if it is, join us very shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. And now it's time for the last match of Monday, day 7, coming to its conclusion with another match between the two teams that just battled out that last game. It is Hammarby who are taking on the Stockholm Tigers. Well, I'm sure both these teams, they'll be desperate to get these 2 points. Last game of the day. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, who's with 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for match 28.
Okay, Hammarby the call. Heads the call. It's heads. Okay, good luck. Yep, good luck.
So it is Hammarby that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first this time. So the teams, I think this is kind of fair, they'll get to bat in the other way around. So it will be Hammarby batting first, and we have seen scores here, probably 85 or so seems to be par. Maybe, I think it should be a few more, but I think the bat's taking a bit of time to warm up, and you can understand why it still is very early in the season. But the weather's been warming up, so we've been enjoying that. Currently, we've got around about 18 degrees, so beautiful conditions for cricket. Beautiful time to get ready to go over to Rico 4 as we get ready for this match, match 28. News from out here in the middle, Rico, is that it will be Hammarby winning the toss, batting first. Let's get ready for the last game of the day.
Well, let's get ready, and maybe let's get ready for some hammer time, because Hammarby, they're looking to bounce back after that. Well, you've got to say it's quite a miserable day for them out with the bat. To 83 to 57, losing by 26 runs to the Tigers. And this time, though, they have the opportunity to put the runs on the board. They're going to go with Arsenal Ali to open up. That doesn't surprise me. He was the only man that was able to get any runs on the board for them this time round. But they have got other batters out there that can perform. I mean, I think they are definitely missing the likes of Arsenal Ali. He was in good form for them. But there are 1 or 2 others as well. I think Azam Mahmood, I mean, he scored 37 of 22 against Master when they got that victory the other day. He needs to be in good form as well. But the main thing is for me, and I think we all came to that conclusion, is that though they need to play the shots, they also need to take the singles, just try to eradicate the dot balls. But take nothing away from the Tigers. They've been very good with the ball, and they're expected here 88 to 83 to go on to win this. I mean, they're in good form themselves, but their bowling has just been tremendous as well. And I think as long as you have their captain, Farouk Ahmed, he was the player of the match as well, in good form, they're always going to be difficult to beat. And they've got 1 or 2 other players in there as well that can, when it comes to, if they can get going, they'll cause trouble for the bowlers. The umpires are out, they're ready to start. And you'll see that the players are making their way out now to join them. So out comes the Stockholm Tigers. They'll be very, very happy with the start that they've made. I mean, they've all been close games, haven't they, with the Tigers? They beat the Stockholm Mumbai Indians on during the 2 matches, the start of Group B back on Saturday. And everybody remembers the historic match number 22, when only posting 62 themselves, they managed to contain Stockholm Mumbai Indians to 49, but they've showed that strength here again today with their bowling. The bowling is really good. They take some good catches as well, and that's why Hammarby, chasing 84 for victory, only got to 57 for 8. So how do they contend with this bowling attack? I think the key thing is not to expect to be able to hit boundaries. I think treat every run as valuable, take the singles, try to rotate the strike. And that's what they're going to try and do. Arsenal Ali, following his 18 of 13 deliveries, will be opening up with Imran Ullah. See how that goes. There's the bowler. He's adjusting his field. Ullah, he did make a good start, but he was run out though, wasn't he? On 10 of 8 deliveries. So that could have been a massive turning point in that match, because at that point they were doing okay. They made an okay start. First ball will be delivered by a man who's in pretty good form. His first over always seems to be his best in his spell. Zafarullah started with a wicket of his very first delivery, and this time to the left-hander. It's been worked away to fine leg, and I suppose that's good field positioning from the captain. So off the mark straight away. So straight away a much better start Zahrola once more now to the right-hander. And in the air, guides this down to third again. They have got that slip in play. They always start with that for Ula. It's a confident-looking shot. So both batters off the mark. Very good afternoon to everybody. It may be good morning to some of the viewers as well, wherever you're watching from. Hope you've enjoyed the matches here today. This is a Gandhi ball, and that's going to be five wide. So Ula, he's not able to get the line right to the left-hander, and that is a massive bonus. And massive, well, say a massive bonus is a massive dive as well from the wicketkeeper. And Jyoti not able to get anywhere near that valuable runs. That certainly will help. Better. And the chase on for the fielders. Need to be looking for two. They do. Nice looking shot. Nice confident start here from Ali. Also good, I think, from the captain, from Mohammed Munir, realising and acknowledging that none of his batters really got game there. So let's stick with somebody who was out there and did a good job, Ali. Though the attack is slightly different, but at the moment, he doesn't seem to be too bothered about it. Oh, and this one could have gone anywhere. Big swing across the line. We've seen many a times this being knocked back onto the stumps. He chops it onto his back pad. Fortunately for him, stopping the ball to go onto the stumps. Third man and fine leg are the two players that are back. Everybody else inside the ring. And that's a lovely shot. Oh, this is delightful. What a classy shot this one is. He waits for it, executes it brilliantly. That is top draw, 4 runs. Wonderful shot. Just using the pace of Ula. Ula once again just ill-directing that delivery to the left-hander. So he's not as confident bowling to the lefty as he is to the right-handers. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a great comeback. And asking the question from the umpire, but I think he gets back into the crease okay. So he prefers to come over the wicket to the left-hander. A really good delivery. And to see here, yeah, it's easily, comfortably in as the ball is then rolled back onto the stump by Jyoti. A good start. 13 off the first over. No wickets down. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary position Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. Last game of the day. And yeah, bathing in the sunshine in Stockholm. And one thing about this time of year, when you get to Sweden, is that there's just a lot of daylight. And so you do kind of really get to enjoy plenty of the sun during the day, which is what we're seeing here. I had a question from Jamshed Ul Islam Tanis. He asked, do I think that me and Jyoti is the best keeper in ECN? I said, he's certainly up there. There's quite a few we'd have to consider. I'm a big fan of Jyoti's work. Probably for me, maybe some of the best keeping I've seen this year was Jason Martin from Griffins, from Guernsey. I thought he had a really good series in the ECL. Anyway, moving right along. The first one is slammed down to the ground, if you don't mind. Maximo! Well, once again, we've got the Ula battle. That was done, and now it was Ashraf Alam. It was a bit expensive in the first game of his over. This is just a flat bat smack off the bat of Imran Ula. Out of here, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, this is what we want. Hammer time, and we're getting it. Good shot. And it's time for the batter, Ula, to do the damage. This one's just a little too wide. That's why that slip is in that place, just in case there is a little snick on this one.
It's a very attacking option, isn't it? But yeah, it was working out before for them. So frustrated there. Couldn't catch up with the bounce from that one.
Hit hard, straight to the fielder though, and that's disappointment. He didn't have to move, did the man, and that's unfortunate for Ula. And Imranullah has to depart. He probably hasn't hit a ball as clean as this in a long time. Comes right out of the middle of the bat. It goes like a bullet. But unfortunately, the man with the shades on says, no trouble, no trouble. What are you worried about? It's easy.
I love this expression. It was absolutely fantastic work. And you're right. Imranullah absolutely smacked that. He won't believe his luck. A couple of metres either side. That's definitely 4. Let's have a look at this one more time. He says, yep, I got it. And you know, I don't drop them. He's been excellent, hasn't he? And what I would say, his fielding is important. And I think that's Arif Hussain that takes that catch. He's been patrolling that area again. So Arif Hussain, he's had a real clean pair of hands today. And he's instrumental in the first wicket of the 4th match of today. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, good, important point now for this man to come in. Azam, Mohammed. I know that they rely a lot on him performing well. He's certainly got, the batter, Aslan Ali, that's shown his class already. He scored 13 or 14 in the first match. So he makes, just like Aslan Ali, he did make a start. But now he's got to see it through. He's got to bat all the way through here for me and help the other batters work around him.
Yeah, run rate's not a problem at the moment. I would like some of that last game. Anyway, it's a successful bowl, Ashful Alam.
Goes down the ground, just dropping in front of the man that does the fielding there. And that's Kaysar Ahmed.
Yeah, this one wasn't hit well enough to give Causer a chance. Again, challenge delivery. Yeah, the bowling has outpaced the batting, I think, so far in Group B. No doubt about it. Hammarby, I'll be hoping to bounce back the way they did in the last match on Saturday. That was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because Mashta, they touched him up slightly and chased down Hammarby's total of 83 in match 23. But then it was Hammarby's turn as they chased down 77 in match 24. So that was their only win so far in the series. And they'll be hoping to get some points here on day 7.
It's a good delivery to the left-hander, but he's not able to get hold of it. Takes 3 of them to get there. Fortunately for Jyoti, somebody does take the stumps.
I was going to say, there's the bowler and the keeper both chased that, and I was looking back to see if anyone was going to be taking the stumps. You're right, the keeper's end was covered. But, yeah, just a bit late on that.
They're taking a long time, aren't they, getting the field set in between balls to the combination of the right and left. See, they're just getting ready now.
Last ball of the second over coming up from Ashraful.
Short and worked away, and that will be 4 runs. Nobody there to score a leg. And that goes smashing into the banner. A banner that Sam Williams has probably just repaired. Well, go back over there, Sammy. Take your hammer, a bit more hammer time. But now it's hammer time, not just only from Hammarby, but need some hammer time from Sam Williams as well.
You're right. And you won't be thrilled with that, 25 for 1. You're right, he just spent a few minutes making sure that banner was nice and tight, nice and straight. And so, at the moment, that's a very good start for Hammarby.
Yes. He's saying, I'm not going back.
In the back.
He said, I'm not going back. I said, I've done it once.
How's your luck? Anyway, Stockholm Tigers, if they can win this game, then they go 2 games clear at the top of the table. They'll be in great shape. Ashton, they got the day off today. Hammarby, a lot of buzz about them, but if they lose this, they'll be 1 and 3. They're not in a great position at all. Plenty of exciting action coming this week in Group B. Of course, we'll find out which 4 teams will join the 4 qualifiers from Group A. Now we're going to see the captain, Farouk Ahmed, coming on to bowl the 3rd over. This is just something we noticed today when we looked at some statistical information that more wickets fall in the 3rd over than any of the other overs around it. Let's see what happens here as Farouk Ahmed comes into the attack. Right arm around.
Edge, and this races away for 4 runs. Goes sailing over Jyoti. Hey, look, this is an interesting. You'll like this. So with that 4, they moved on to 29.
Yep.
Now, they took them to the end of the 5th over and into the 6th over to get to 29 in the first match. So they are absolutely storming here. He said they need to, Hammerby need to do a bit of hammer time. Well, they're doing just that.
Yeah, interesting. And we haven't seen Khalid Mahmood yet. He was the man who got up first ball of the innings last time. That's what kind of just put them on the back foot, didn't it? But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is just batting first. No particular total in mind. Just batting with a bit more freedom. I think it's a bit less stressful.
Head up in the air, and the fielder calls it and spills it. Oh, what a drop this is. He can't believe it. And he's having a look around at everybody else. I don't know who he's looking. He's thinking that his mind is saying, I've got to blame somebody. Who can I blame? Well, he looks left, he looks right, he looks up. There's nobody he can blame but himself. Oh, this is an absolute dolly. As we see Sam Williams head down with hammer in hand, making his way back to that banner. And look at that, the double teapot. You can only blame yourself. That's a dolly.
Oh, and he had the sunglasses on, even though he was looking to the sun. I mean, Jyoti was thinking about it, but there's Sam. He's going off to fix the banner up again. But, I mean, yeah, Jyoti was thinking about it, but I think it was the fielder's catch. I mean, it went straight to him.
Yeah.
Jyoti probably could have got there, but then he's running with the flight. I know he's got the gloves and all that, but I don't think it was unnecessary pressure. Yeah, if Jyoti was
he did call it. The fielder called it, and
yeah.
To be honest, I mean, nobody drops him on purpose, so he was absolutely sure he was going to take it. And then he goes through his hands, down his arms, and rolls down and hits the deck.
Yeah, not ideal. Anyway, get to see next delivery now.
This is hit away on the onside, and the ball is going to beat the fielder, is it? And no. Well, there's the batter that Sam Williams is on his way to fix it. He's just got there now. With hammer in hand, he's going to be doing his old hammering trick.
I do like the banners, though.
There we go.
I do think it's nice how in every country we go, it's in the native language. And yeah, Sam, there you go. That's why he's on the big bucks. It's growing cricket in Sweden. And there's plenty of growth that has happened over the last few years in this country. I think up to something like 70 clubs across the nation. It's a good amount.
He puts a little bit more into this, doesn't he, for Garment? And he wouldn't like the fact that he's been hit for a few. The captain hits the deck hard here, and well, I think even Jyoti feels that into his gloves.
Yeah, nice bowling. Getting a bit of extra bounce out of this pitch. But yeah, Hammerby a lot more comfortable at 2-2 if they can finish the day with a win, or if they only have one win out of their 4 games.
Smashed! And that is travelling. One bounce, 4 runs. And he's got hold of this, hasn't he? That is gone like a bullet. Well, this is Captain Caveman clubbing. Bang! Over it goes.
Yeah, and so I mean, it's a similar delivery, maybe a bit fuller than the last delivery, but not an easy shot at all to go on the walk. Absolutely cracks that. So 11 off this over now. I'm going to say Frukamit was a bit unlucky the first ball. Took a bit of an edge. Flew away over at Jyoti for 4. That one was a comprehensive boundary though. Last ball of the over. Azam Mohammed. See how he finishes this power play.
Gets an inside edge and a good bit of running from Arslan. Gets there and make the single. 37 at the end of the power play. And last time they batted, they were in the 8th over when they got to 37. So you can see the difference already. They are in cruise control.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, you have a bit of luck in there. I mean, like that boundary, first ball of that over. But yeah, 3 pretty productive overs. Consistent stuff so far in this innings. They've gone 13, 12 and 12. So excellent start. Let's see if they can carry it through the middle overs, because field will go back, and it looks to me like they're going for some spin, and it's going to be Shahnawaz Ur-Rahman who's going to bowl it. So yeah, once again, like we saw this morning, with Mujtaba being brought in a bit earlier, I think we're going to see Rahman a bit earlier than we saw before. Jyoti gets the helmet on, so he's ready for action. Always very sensible if you're keeping up to the stumps to have the helmet on. You get those little deflections. Can be quite dangerous, but yeah, let's see how they deal with this, whether they continue the all-out attack approach or maybe just rein it back a little bit now that there are 5 outfielders in play.
Rahman gets ready for his spin. Nicely bowled, but nicely played as well. Be prepared to take the singles That was a message. And that's what they've been doing here so far pretty well. And I think the strike rotation is so important. It's already caused a few issues because of this left and right combination for the fielding side. And it continues to do so. And time will be an issue. The longer these two can be together, I think they're going to struggle to get all the overs in, or the 9 overs completed by the 40-minute mark.
It's a good point. About 15 minutes to bowl the first 3 overs.
Gets that one through. Not too deterred about it. Here's the batter. Like the little roll of the wrists afterwards. Plays that well, and here comes the attacking throw. Oh, it's a wild one. This is going all the way to the boundary, is it? Oh, it just dies down.
Oh, only 2. Could be more.
This one I thought was going to be another 6er. And it was a wild throw. I mean, look, it's a good pickup, but the throw goes completely off. Says, oh, yaar, aaki kar deta. And Jyoti said, yaar, kiddhar mari ball? Kiddhar gayi?
He just pulled that throw at the last moment. Anyway, back to live action. Not too much damage. Just the one overthrow.
It's nicely played once again by Ali. He's played quite sensibly at the moment. He's continuing in the form that he was in the first innings. The only batter really to make any real contribution. Now Rahman has to adjust that field to a right-hander, so he's got the 3 on the boundary, but nobody else. Just those 3 on the leg side. Nobody in the inner circle at all. Nobody at fine leg. And the attack again.
There's that man Arif Hussain again. This is probably this is the closest he's gone to misfielding all day, because this just bobbles in his hands a little bit. Once again, it's hit hard to him. You see, he just didn't have it in a great position to actually throw the ball, get on with it. Otherwise, we could have another run opportunity.
So that field has a change again now to the lefty. Oh, and this goes through the keeper. He's got to hurry, and they do get there. It's going to always call a wide.
Yeah, I think this misses leg stump. I mean, you have to decide if it's over leg stump or missing. I think that it just misses the line of the leg stump. You tell me, Rico. You're seeing him well today.
Yeah, only just will be called a wide. And Rahman, he's putting his hat on, then he has to take it off again.
It's good backing
up.
The
signal's given.
Good backing up, actually. Just keep that just to 2 wides.
And that's going to be played through the gap of the 2 fielders. There's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice way to finish the over. So makes the most of the extra ball that had to be bowled because of the wide. And nicely played. Even though that offside is stacked heavily, that still goes through. Cuatro queridas más. As we move to 48 after 4 overs. What a start.
They're flying at the moment, aren't they? Hammarby, again, no pressure of the chase. They're just batting. They're just, taking what they think are calculated risks at the moment. Just that leg side wide. I mean, that is a correct decision with the leg side wide. Anything that is missing the leg stump, I'll be a left-hander, right? So for you guys, it look like this. Anything that comes kind of behind the legs, I should say, if it misses the leg stump, misses the line of the leg stump, it will be called a wide.
Wide ball.
It's black and white. That's why I think we have very few arguments with the wides, with the leg side wide rule that we have, because it's just consistently applied. But the extra ball getting punished for a boundary. So it's a good start continues for Hammarby. Now, looks to me like we're going to see Sheriff Saka. So they're going for spin twins through these middle overs. Guess we'll have to see if we do get Rahman coming back after that over. That ends up costing 11. Essentially, they get 6 off that last ball because the 2 wides and the 4. Here's Saka around the wicket to the left-hander.
It's up in the air, but it drops safely. And this is exactly, you see, Vinny, with the difference it makes. I know that they've been fluent with the boundaries as well, but it's taking those singles. It's what they've done. They've taken the singles and they've just basically, they look at different sides, rotating the strike all the time.
Yeah.
The bowler's got to get the ball right to the lefter, then the right-handers. Just doing everything right at the moment, creating issues, creating problems for the Tigers.
Just seem a lot more composed, to be honest, in this innings. Muhammad's been very good so far, 18 off 9.
Yeah, clever.
It's selective, hey? It's about being selectively aggressive. So you don't have to go after absolutely everything. And that one brings up the 50 now, as Hammarby cruising in this one. 50 for 1 in the 5th over.
I think Sarka's probably got.
Is he playing baseball in those trousers?
He's played out. There's a man out there who should field it and he gets the throw in. I reckon there's been an error. I think Sarka might have Kesar Ahmed's trousers on. They might have mixed them up because Kesar Ahmed has difficulty in keeping his trousers up. Sarka has a problem keeping his down.
Yeah, I gotta say, he just needs a bit more flexibility in the knees. Now he's getting the message saying, pull your pants down, will you?
Really?
I used to hear that at school all the time. I went to quite a strict school.
Pull your pants down.
Anyway, here's the next one.
You go down to the woods. Never mind. Here we go, back to the
Sarka with the long draws on now. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he gets inside edge. And is there enough to take this to the boundary? I don't think so, but they've got to run hard. They've completed 2, and depending on where the throw ends up, they'll probably stay with that. They do.
Happy with the couple. Sarka just lured the batter out of his crease there, but little edge took it past the keeper. Yeah, maybe got to keep being aggressive.
Oh, this is out of here. Oh, it's gone a long way. Balle, Kinna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia.
He plays a bit of fetch here, gets from outside the off stump, it goes with the spin. And you're right, the fielder went all the way back. That had an instinct that was going to go all the way. Azam Mohammed, good knock this so far. He moves to 27 off just 12 balls. And this is the kind of innings they could have used last time from anybody. Hammerby, here's the last ball of Sarka's over.
That's going to be a chase for the fielder, and he ain't going to get there. 4 carreras más. Qué guay, qué genial. Eso es muy grande. Y así necesita. No tiki-taka, pero golpe, y 4 más. As the umpire was in danger there, being knocked over.
Yeah, this will be a good view. This is the umpire coming into the action.
Well,
and, that's probably not the most dainty jump, but it was effective. 63 for 1 after 5 overs. Well, I would say Hammerby, they're a bit like some of like my grandmother's oven back in the old days. Takes a while to warm up, and we saw it on Saturday as they lost their first game to Mashtub, but then looked good in the last game of the day. And it's much the same story here. And they're in a great position to put 120 plus on the board. We haven't seen those kind of scores so far in Group B.
Yeah.
And Azam Mohammed, he's leading the way. He needs to go on with it, though. I think they want him to bat deep. And if he does, 100 plus should be a formality.
Yeah, the batter's having a nice long chat. And I think that's all about just, Azam Mohammed saying, look, just stay here with me. You've got to, you play the role that you played so well up until now, Hassan Ali. So he's really batted well. He's really impressed me. He's batted sensibly so far. He doesn't need to change anything he's doing. I do like his gloves as well, all black. I don't think I've ever seen a pair of all black gloves before.
I've seen a few more of them these days.
Helps the umpires, doesn't it, with the white ball?
Yeah, that's true. Do you want them to help? All right, here we go with Farouk Ahmed bowling.
Makes a good connection. This is going to stay hit. 4 runs. He backs himself to play the shot. Probably doesn't get it out in the middle of the bat, but with the field the way it is, you can't afford to bowl short. Bolts it short, makes clean contact, and once that gets past it, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't super short. It's a bit of a risky shot, if I'm honest, but it's a risk that Arslan Ali gets away with. He takes this off like a 4-stump kind of line and gets it away through the leg side for 4. Chancing his arm a bit, but they do have 9 wickets in hand. We're into the second half of the innings now.
And thank you very much. I'll have more of those. He pumps this away. And it's a lovely hook shot. He says, you can bowl these to me all day long. I've got no risk. When you haven't got that man back there, I mean, it's a flamboyant effort from the man inside the ring, but he really does need to be Superman to catch hold of those.
And this one was genuinely pullable.
Yeah.
And the other one, he took a bit of a chance, and it was a bit forward to pull comfortably. It was more of an inside half of the bat. This one was genuinely whacked away. They didn't have the field set for that either. No one at deep square. He's got to pitch it up. Got to keep it simple here, Farouk. It's just getting a bit carried away. I think trying to bang that into Arslan Ali, who now looks pretty good as well. 26 off 15.
It's a better delivery, Yorker length, but nicely played. Good bit of cricket once more, and this is what I was calling for when Hammerby, and then, well, some bad cricket. They could even come back again, you know. They decide not to.
They could have.
Could have made 3 there. They'll take 2.
These two
I'm just laughing at the headgear of the fielder. What is he got on there?
He's got a floppy hat on and a cap backwards over it. I think he's holding Farouk's cap, I think. Anyway, yeah, they'll get a couple there. So it takes it up to 73. Partnership going pretty well, worth 54.
Well, this is up in the air. This is an opportunity. Fielder getting under it. And Kaiser Ahmed makes no mistakes. So a partnership of 54 comes to an end. And, well, Aslan Ali, he's batted well, hasn't he? He's got 28 runs on the board for him. And that's of his 70 delivery. He's given them the start that they wanted. They're happy to break this partnership, Vinny, because it was causing them all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, that shot's on as well. I think down the ground, it's one of those ones you're driving on length and you're just hoping you get it out of the middle or close to. It wasn't a terrible shot, but just didn't quite get the kind of contact he wanted. And the risk with that as well is normally it's the better fielders from the opposition that are in those long on, long off positions. And Causer wasn't going to miss out. So the partnership is broken at 54, but a good knock from Aslan Ali. He's been good today with the bat for Hammarby. And the score is 73 for 2. Gives us a chance to look at Khalid Mahmood. Well, he was the man. Rico went off the very first ball of game number 27. But here he is in game number 28 and coming in at 4 instead of opening. He'll be hoping that he can make a bit of a push in the last 4+ overs, get them well over that 100 mark.
Well, it's a good time to come out, isn't it? The foundation has been laid. You've got plenty of time to bat as well. So, yeah, certainly different circumstances to the first match. Just has a good look around before he faces the first ball from the captain of the Tigers, Farouk Ahmed. Bangs it in, but he's going to be too wide here, and it's been called a wide. Not really sure with the field that he's got set why he goes for banging the ball in. He seems to bowl much better when he pitches the ball up.
Yeah, unless maybe he's trying to set him up for something. You know, bangs one in, then goes fuller. Let's see what he does here. To Mahmood, who's on a pair.
Beats him with that short one. It's a better directed short ball. It's at the body. Hasn't got any room to manoeuvre this away, and it's not that far away from catching the edge.
So he's gone
the way through the journey.
I think this is the setup. He's gone short. I think this is full. I think they'd like to get Mahmood. I think that's his best chance of getting him. Here's the last ball for Farouk Ahmed in match number 28. Oh,
full toss, and it's probably called for a no ball. It has. So it goes all the way to the boundary. 4 runs, and add 1 more to it. That's 5, and it has to be bowled again.
Well, I was right. But I don't know when I said short, full. I don't think I meant this full. This one would have crashed into the solar plexus, I think, of the batter. But he does get a fair bit of wood on it, so that'll be a 5. And a free hit coming up. Not ideal at all. And suddenly, Farouk Ahmed spiraled out to 28 in his spell with the ball remaining. And that ball's a free hit.
Yeah. So an opportunity for Mahmood to go big on this one. Will he make it count? Well, he doesn't. And it stays inside as well. So no wide call. So he does finish with a dot. So he makes up for it, really.
I think that one just sneaks inside. So he gets away with a free hit. And 6 overs down, 79 for 2. The 10s here gets them to 119. If they can keep this rate up, they'll get 132. Anything in that range will be excellent. And don't forget, the Tigers, they had their own kind of issues with the bat. Well, they have done so far in the series. See Hammarby strong favourites. They've had a few little spikes you saw at the end of the first over. They thought it was fairly even. The pulse rate just kind of fluctuating as the game goes on, as you can imagine.
Kaiser Ahmed in the ball the next over. He's getting his field set, so 24 deliveries left in the innings. And 24 runs. Well, that gets you easily to the 100 mark. That's a runner ball. That's the minimum that they'll want. It's hit pretty hard at the fielder. He does really well. He's had a good day out there. Once again, difficult one to handle, but no mistakes made. That's Hussain once more. Yeah, hits it hard, and then it skids off the surface as well. And Hussain is skidding around himself. Firmly struck down the ground. Fielded, long off. It's a gentle throw back to the bowler, Ahmed.
Yeah, so final push. Mahmood will be happy to at least have some runs to his name. Bowled pretty well, in fact.
He wants to change to round the wicket. Not sure why. But, he's now pushed the man back on the boundary square leg, so one man on the boundary offsides come in. Well, that's why he wants to bang the short ball in, and I think he'll get back comfortably, and they do tidy it up. Takes a number of players to back up.
And Jyoti airmails that over the bowler.
Does catch him on the side of the lid, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why I think he doesn't want to run.
Yeah.
Well, he's saying, okay, now I know what you want to do. Let's try it again. He's ready for it now, Mohammed. This one is a slower, straight delivery. Clever bowling. Just decides, well, okay, I know you're expecting a short one because I've rattled you. But I'm going to just flight this one up there to you.
Yeah, so where are we at in this game? I mean, I think they could use at least a boundary and over, probably a couple of boundary and overs, what they'd be banking on from here. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he wants to go for it, but the bat stays down.
I think he's trying to pinch a cheeky one here.
Keep it on the bat. The bat just stays in the crease.
He didn't leave early.
Oh, well, this one is out of here. And that's a message. But the bowler wanted to give a message, but he's been given a message, and I'm loving that in the background. The youngsters playing the game. So, oh, what a shot.
Go.
Well, sign him up.
Two good shots in one. That's the kind of action you get here.
That. But this was a big six, and then we had the youngster over there, the left-hander. He's pulling the ball quite nicely as well.
And so, got to say that Qasr Ahmed, yeah, just that little cheeky smile. I think he was looking to pinch a wicket, but it just shows you if the non-striker's actually watching the bowler, then they won't leave early.
Absolutely,
That's literally all you have to do.
Nice shot there, really. The legs were out, but the bat was in.
Okay, last ball of the over.
And it's a swing and a miss. And the end of the over, so 88. And how about, look at that.
Not much faith in the Tigers
that
batting.
Win percentage there. Well, we'll go back to that in a minute. Talk about what's happening tomorrow.
Tomorrow is day 8. It'll be Tuesday, and Matchday, they'll be back after a day off today. They've had the extended weekend, Sunday, Monday off. They'll be taking on the Stockholm Tigers. I think that'll be a really interesting clash to start the day. Then Urmia versus Hammarby. Well, two teams that have kind of been off the boil a little bit. Urmia, they always seem close, but never seem to be able to get the wins against Hammarby, who they put themselves into a pretty strong position here, but still a lot of work to do as we head into the 8th over. And so looks like we are going to get some more spin, and Rizvi Hoke is going to bowl it. Potentially can still bowl 2 overs. Let's see if there's some sort of acceleration. That was a better over for the Tigers. Despite that one, the rate has dropped to 12.6 at the moment.
Launches it, but it goes up in the air. Opportunity. Fielder comes in and holds on to it. And that's well done. And the wicket first ball. And it's Farouk Ahmed, the captain, that does the catching. Hawk does the bowling. And they have a breakthrough. They've got the big hitter, Azim Mohammed, out at a good time for them. I think he was always going to have a go, wasn't he? He throws everything at this. Tries to launch this one to the moon. But it doesn't quite make the right sort of contact. And he has to make his way back. But it's been a good innings from Azam Mohammed. 33 of 16.
Yeah, that was just towards the bottom of the bat, wasn't it? And I really like the way Farouk Ahmed gets in there quickly and gets set under the ball. We talked a bit earlier about making position early, and he does the work kind of early. So he is as still as he can be. Look, he is still on the move, but that's just because he got a good 2-3 steps. Doesn't even have to dive. And so Hammarby may lose that wicket. And let's just see if that just slows things down at all. Mohammed been excellent, 33 off 17, but he's gone. And so now we'll get to see after Ahmed. Well, he's another guy that's on a pair. Mahmood got off the pair earlier. He's on 11 now. Let's see if Afi can. He does. Gets off the mark immediately. Goes straight through RFSA. Hasn't looked like fumbling a ball he's touched. I suppose he doesn't touch that, so maybe the streak stays alive.
Well, we saw him had difficulties, one that was blasted at him, but this one goes all the way through. And now the bowler has to chase the ball back. It says, Aja, come on. I still need you.
Mark Risby Hock as a spinner. Got a bit of spunk about him.
Hock. This is down the leg side, but he does get a fair bit of... Oh, well, the finger has gone up here, I believe. I'd like to see where this actually pitches. Let's have a look. Where does this pitch mean? Does it pitch on line?
For me, it's the height that's the biggest problem with this.
It also pitches on that leg stick.
Climbing. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that's a bit of a rough one, if I'm going to be honest. It did hit him high. I mean, yeah, the pitching is another conversation.
But it's on the way up as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was the main one for me. But ultimately, he's going to have to go. Hit across a fairly straight delivery. And that will be another wicket. The score is 89 for 4. Khalid Mahmood, his luck's out today. He was taken by a screamer. First ball of their first match today. Now he's LBW to hook for 11.89 for 4. And so...
Risby Hogg, once again, we're seeing that take the pace off the ball. I mean, maybe he's come on to bowl a little bit too late here. I always say the 4th over, that would be my tip. He's come on here and he's picked up 2 wickets already.
What I would say as well is when the batter's covering the stumps, it's also tougher for the umpire because you can't see the stumps. You can't see the top of the stumps, so you have to kind of make a mental image. It's kind of more of an instinct thing than anything else. You've got to know these spinners are going to get a lot of bounce off this surface, especially with Hock putting some work on the ball like he is. He's got 2 for 2.
This side not going to go for that one. It's Ahmed Khan that's come out there now.
I don't know how good over this is though. It was a kind of funny little finger up that he gave as well. It was a little sneaky decision that he gave.
It's nicely played. Picked up by Arif Hussain. No issues at all. Yeah, it was not easy. That's all you're saying. When the umpires have to, they can only give it the way that they see it. And they've all done a good job. I mean, you've got Mohammed Munir Hussain and Samir Ali, the man in black out there at the moment, being led very well by Stefan Gooch. As we have a quick sneak at the bowlers, there's been some pain. Farouk Ahmed, he has picked up a wicket, but he's gone for 28. And Zafarullah will probably still come back, though his first over went for 13.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, they've got options, that's the thing.
But I mean, the bigger the bowlers so far has got to be that last over, bowled by Hock, 2 for 3.
So here's the 9th. I always often say it all happens in the 9th. Yeah, you think that, but maybe would you go back for Hock in the 10th? Swing and a miss to start the 9th. I mean, the way he's bowling, I'd be tempted to stick with him.
Yeah.
And that's the thing when you've got so many options. You can kind of give everyone an over and then decide who you think in that game you want to bowl again. I'd be giving Hock the ball back. 2 fairly new batters at the crease. Remember, it looked a formality that they'd get something like 120. It's not the case anymore. Even with a good couple of overs here, might be about 110.
Firmly hit, shouts and catch it. They just pushed that man back there, actually. It's a good field movement. He was inside the ring, he got pushed back, and the man on the boundary at square leg came in. And right on cue, the ball goes straight to him. It's a good bit of fielding there. The bowler was the one that requested that, Ahmed. Got to run here hard, and watch out for the throw. Direct hit would be interesting.
Decided to go the underarm, went the safe option. That would have been maybe having a peg at it.
I think so.
You had the captain Farouk Ahmed backing up. But then, who knows, might bounce off the stumps and go for 4, knowing my luck. 10, now 9 balls left, 93 on the board. Causa into his second over.
Gets the toe end of the bat, but well done. The man at third stops it.
I mean, the thing is, even if it goes horrendously from here, it does look like they're still going to get the 100 on the board. And if they do, they're still going to ask questions of this Tigers batting lineup. who've been a bit inconsistent, I suppose.
Up in the air is an opportunity. Rahman takes it. No issues. So a nice catch taken. So he went for the big one, can't. But he goes. Look, the one thing I will say here, I mean, I know we're talking about are they going to get to the 100 or not. But this is the highest score in the group so far.
Yeah.
It's the highest score in the group so far.
Already?
So, yeah, it's the highest score in the group so far. And, we saw 87 by the Stockholm Mumbai Indians to defeat Umia, who scored 84. That was the highest up until now.
Yeah, and they had 7 balls remaining when they chased that down. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, we had Mashta chase down 85, so ended up with 86 with 2 and a bit overs remaining. That's why I thought, well, people haven't batted that badly. Hammerby, I should say, themselves, they scored 77 off 7 overs when they chased down the target. So we've had some chases kind of done in quick time. But yeah, you're right. No actual team has touched 100 so far in Group B. Went to match 8.
Good over, nice and tidy. Got the single there at the last ball, so 95 for 5. So will they get to the 100? So 5 runs needed. I think the 2 batters there, they'll see that there's only 5 wickets down, so they can afford to be risky to try and get to that score to the 100.
Got to say hello to Keanu Nolan. Nice to see you popping in, Keanu. I know you've been working pretty hard. Must be getting late. The east coast of Australia. It's just about 1:45 there. Hello to you, Keanu. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us on ECN. We appreciate your contributions, as we do everyone. Some interesting debates in there. I know that Luke's in there. I know that Mohammed Riaz is in there. Amar Ami is in there. Sandori as well. And look, some lively discussion. Taranjit Singh as well. Now, what do we got here?
Oh, look at that. Oh, isn't that sweet? Look at a deer coming out from the forest. Absolutely, Bob. I told you, when I say we're right in the country here, that's a lovely shot. We've seen rabbits. We've seen the baby deer now there. It looks like a baby deer.
Well, it is match 4. We normally talk about food chat, don't we? So
that's not nice at all. Ah, that's horrible. Shall I just switch him off for a while?
All right, here we go. Just joking.
They don't go with hot, which is a surprise.
Yeah.
They go with pace, and I was just going to say, these 2 batters will love pace on the ball because they can do exactly that. Throw the bat at it. It's short. He swings hard, gets the edge. It goes to the boundary. 4 runs, and for me, this is a mistake bin.
You've got to say, what does Hock have to do? I mean, he just took 2 wickets for 3 runs in the 8th, and he gets bumped for Ashraf Alam, who's been pretty expensive today. So, yeah, an interesting one, to say the least. And now they've climbed to 104 with 5 balls remaining.
This is hit pretty well, but you can't hit it to that man anywhere else. It's fine. But if you hit it to Arif Hossain, he's going to take those. He eats those for breakfast.
Yeah, he's been so good with his hands today. I suppose that's why I'm not a captain, because I suppose you could say Ashraf Alam comes back and takes a wicket with his second delivery of the over. And it was a bit of 2-foot spring from Arif. He's been so good in the field, hasn't he? So a 6th wicket falls. This is going to be the party time now for Hammerby. They've got a couple of wickets left in hand as well. 4, in fact.
I'm just seeing the score go up, and it's because we have seen some penalty.
Well,
look, this is what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Penalty runs. I'm thinking, how's it gone over 100? Well, there you go, 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't notice 100 come up, and you're exactly right. We had 5 penalty runs for time. And yeah, we had that left-hand, right-hand combination early on. Must have cost him a little bit. So Hammerby getting a bit of assistance. It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, there were 5 wickets down. I think if there's, is it more than 5, you get an extra minute? Or is it over 4, you get an extra minute?
I think more than, when you get 5 down, you get the extra minute. But
yeah. But I mean, that's the responsibility of the fielding captain. They are warned all the way through. Jyoti probably won't throw this.
yeah, we were saying that the beginning, when he had that left and right combination, they were very slow. And look, he's rushing now to get back to his mark, but the damage
Yeah, no point
has
rushing
already
now.
been done. It's already on there. So 105 for 6.
Yeah, that thing is 8 wides in this innings. Well, there's only been 3 wide deliveries and a no ball.
Swing and a miss. So they do get, I mean, this is the highest score It's the first time any team has gone past 100. In fact, it was the first time any team's got to 90. So they'll be pretty disappointed if they're not able to register a victory here. I mean, they've got to still bowl and field really well. Ball to go in the innings. And, well, it's not a good finish to the innings. I mean, there's dots and dots and dots. It's not the way to do it. So it was I suppose they would have got to exactly on the 100 if it wasn't for the 5 penalty runs. But 105 they finish on 6. It's been a much improved performance, they'd have to say. I mean, they'd be disappointed that the last over only in terms of runs of the bat just came, nearly got the 5 from it.
Yeah, 5, and I suppose the 5 penalty runs. So they do get to 105. Well, if you're good enough to get 101, you should be good enough to get 106. That's what I'd be saying. At the Tigers, they do have the task ahead of them. And Hammarby, well, they're trying to drop the hammer, aren't they? Kind of wasted a good start in a way. You look that they scored 63 off the first half of the innings. They scored 37 off the second half, but they do get the 5 penalty runs. So things were slowing down. The wickets were tumbling. And once again, the action was out there in the middle. And Jyoti, well, he's a good keeper, but he's not quite up to stopping that one. That was really wide down the leg side. And in the end, you saw the Tigers, they were just copying a bit of stick early. It was very different Hammarby side in the first half, although that man, something stay consistent. Harry Hussain, he says, there's no dramas, hit the ball near me and I'm going to catch you.
Yeah, that was Imranullah. Hit it pretty well, you have to say, but straight to the fielder. We see quite a few of these. You've got to say that sometimes fortune does favour the brave. Well, one did go to the boundary, and this one gets dropped at the fielder. I just love the reaction. I love the way he's looking around at everybody. He just needed somebody or someone to blame. Couldn't find anything.
He's wearing the sunglasses too, so blaming the sun is probably not a good strategy. Yeah, they kept swinging, didn't they? Like I said, they're in a great position. We talked about maybe 130, definitely 120 plus. This one was almost hunting the umpire. You've got to credit to the Tigers. I mean, for the most part, they've been really good in the field. Their defensive pressure's been good. Just some of these deliveries, I think, probably not the best. Right around to the left-hander. Ultimately, he would pitch one up, and he would be gone. That was Hassan Ali. He's batted pretty well today. Nice catch by Koza. And that just sparked a little bit of a something, didn't it? Because in the second half of this innings, they were able to put the brakes on. They were able to take a couple of these opportunities. And, well, I say above average score. That was above average as far as the ball from Farouk. But despite that one going out of the ground, there weren't too many that followed it. Nice to see the juniors getting involved on the other field. Khalid, well, he's coming off a duck. He got a few runs in the end. But yeah, 105, I think it'll be a really interesting finish to the day. And Tigers, they've kind of played themselves back into the contest, haven't they? And that one, maybe a bit fortunate to get the decision, but regardless, you saw that Hammarby probably played a few shots that didn't really execute well. A bit of luck towards the end, but 105, I mean, it's advantage Hammarby for me, but the Tigers, it'll be a good test to see where their batting's at, see if they can chase these down.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what their approach is. I mean, obviously, they know that they need to be going at over 10 and over to start off with, so the power play needs to be 30 plus. The key thing is for them is that they also think about keeping some of those wickets intact. It'd be no good than just going out there and swinging blind, losing a few early wickets, and then they really will be up against it. They've got to pace themselves well, and that's basically what Hammarby did here. They started well. Hassan Ali continued the good form he was in, 28 of 17, liked the way he batted. Imranullah, he was unlucky, smashes it straight to Arif Hussain. He timed it beautifully, but again then, Azam Mohammed, good innings from him as well. Played a good little partnership there with Ali. That was worth over 50 runs, and that's what got them in a good position. They weren't able to finish as well as they started. 63 came off the first 5 overs, but that's when they went a little bit off the boil. There was a few too many dot balls really, but well, I suppose supported with the time penalty that was issued to the Stockholm Tigers. They did get past the 100 mark, 105 for 6. It's the first time a team's got to the 100 here in Group B, and I think they'll be looking to make that count, and it's a score that they certainly will be looking to defend.
It's a bit like when you have to tip at the restaurant, you know, they get 100 and then they throw on 5% at the end, they get the 5. And look, once again, you know, we saw plenty of options used, 7 bowlers in total. And the one for me was Hock. He bowled a great over in the 8th, 2 for 3, and instead of bringing him back, they brought back Mohamed Ashful Alam. But to be fair, he went for a boundary first ball, but only conceded one more run after that. So he didn't do too much wrong. End up with figures of 2 for 17. I mentioned the 2 wickets for Honk. And also Koza Ahmed chipped in with 1, as did Farouk Ahmed, the skipper. We're going to take a quick break. Always a quick turnaround. Last game of the day when we return. It'll be 106 for the Tigers if they're going to sweep this mini-series and keep their undefeated record alive. As you saw at the Tigers, they had a few moments where their chances dipped, but they still do have a chance. They're going to have to bat very well, though. 106 they will need. Match 28, their final innings of the day. On the way, Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu alongside Rico Ford. Hope you're enjoying your day. It's great to have you with us on ECN. Back shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Nosbury Cricket Ground as we get ready for the final innings of it's match number 28, and it's match day 7 as well, where Group B continues. Teams will battle it out between now and the end of Thursday to see which 4 will join the 4 teams from Group A in the quarterfinals on Friday. Razim Taz is taking guard with Arif Hussain. Both these batters, if they get going, they can make mincemeat of this target of 106. But it has to be said that runs have been hard to come by most teams, and if they are to do it, it will be the highest chase that we've seen in the group, because they're chasing the highest score that we've seen in the group. Up until that score, 87 was the highest that we've seen. So it just goes to show just what a ask it is. But look, has to be said, it's a perfect day for batting, perfect afternoon, and I think if the batters can get in, if there's too many loose deliveries, they will latch onto them. Aftab Ahmed is going to be bowling the first. Here we go. And starts well, just getting that ball to swing away. A very warm welcome to all of our viewers. You are the best cricket audience that anybody could ask for. The best in the world. You are simply the best. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the action here today. And, he lets himself down with a good start, and then this wide delivery. Aftab Ahmed trying to reward his captain with the early wickets that they need. Tries to flick this away. It's a big appeal, but I'm guessing this is going down leg side easily. Yeah. And the bat is a long way out, and the ball is still in that trajectory of missing leg stick. So not out. Diaz, it's a strong unit. And you allow this one to go. It's another wide. Just there. It's always sort of bowls, and then he has a little conversation with himself as he walks back. He's like, yeah. Literally, I think he just needs to push this up further. He's getting good swing, but he's too short. He needs to get a bit further, and then he'll have the bat up. If for him, playing and missing. And this is wide again, and the bowler can't believe it, but when he looks back, he'll see it's well wide. And the umpires have been pretty consistent with that. And the umpire just explaining to the bowler the reason for calling it a wide. He doesn't have to do that, but look, sometimes it's nice to be nice and be fair. Ahmed. This one, it will be wide. I don't think he'll even look at the umpire. He'll just put his head down, walk back to his mark, and he does. All the runs so far are in extras. All wides to start off with. Once again, started with a beauty, and now hasn't been able to get one straight. Frustrating, I think, also for the batter. In the air, he gets enough of this. It goes over the man who's sort of at the backward point inside the circle. And there's that swing again, but he just plays this with the swing and gets it over the field at 4 runs. So the first runs off the bat come to Razim Taz. He certainly would love to finish with a bang in this final match, and trying to keep, that's what they're trying to do here, of course, as well, trying to keep their winning start going. They've won all the 3 matches so far, have the Tigers. Oh, that's a good ball. Doesn't come up as much, I think, as Imtiaz is expecting. We've seen that a few times today. So it's only just missing out on the edge of the bat. Whether it would have carried through to the keeper or not, I'm not sure. But it's a victory for the bowler. And he goes too wide again here. It's almost like when he delivers, he sort of hops off the pitch and the ball goes in. Look how quick he is to go to one side, almost collapsing over there as well. I guess he needs to just follow through in a straighter line and maybe run towards first slip. See if that helps him get the ball in the right areas. But that's too many extras in this over already. That's a nice shot. It's straight down the ground. Bowl, kinna sona shaka. Look how well he was waiting for this one, and he just literally walks into this. It was that one which just was a little bit straighter, a little bit closer to him. He allows for the swing. Just watch the movement here. Gets himself set. Couple of steps and says, "There you go," and holds the pose beautifully for Diana Oros to snap away. It's another one that we shall be looking at on the social media. 15 off the over, still a ball to go, and it's a Gundy one. It's another wide. I think he's, by my calculations, that's an over being bowled in wides. So, well, we know that there were issues with the extras for the Tigers. Well, now there's issues for Hummerby as well. This one just hits the inside of the bat. And that does complete a very long over. It goes for 16. The two batters have a little chat now. Yeah, they've been gifted with several extra runs there. And the thing that what makes that harder is that not only do you give the runs away, but you give the option then of the extra balls going to the boundary. So 17 of the first. We welcome back for the last time today as well, Vinny Sandhu into our commentary position here.
Thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. Yeah, 5 wides in that over, an 11 ball over. Not ideal. You know, this 106 kind of feels like they're chasing 1,006, and maybe you feel like they don't have a shot. But the thing is, they absolutely do. And they know how many they need. See, Raz Imtiaz, he was really good in their first match. Then he missed the second match due to a gig. He was playing guitar.
Yeah.
And he's also a professional musician. But he's back and missed out in the first game with the bat today. Let's see if he can continue this good start. He's got the strike back. I like this as well. He's certainly made the most of the first over. He's out there with Arif Hussain. I think that's a pretty powerful opening combination. I wonder what the issue is here with Mohamed Munir, who's ready to bowl the second over. I think what it is the keeper wants their helmet to be up to the stumps. I like that. If you're going to go up to the stumps, then you need the protection. They'll get an allowance for this one. I imagine they might. Although you could also argue they should have had the helmet ready to go.
Yeah, it should have been there behind already, shouldn't it, Vinny? You're absolutely right. So,
all right. So, I mean, it's a pretty attacking move to get up to the stumps as well. Arslan Ali had a pretty good day with the bat. All right, let's dance. Good first over. We're worth 17. And now we head into the second.
well bowled. Well played as well.
I think the reason he's coming up to the stumps is because he knows that Imtiaz likes to walk at the bowling. I think normally he wouldn't, but he just wants the batter to stop doing that, or at least know that if he does it, he misses it, could be in some trouble.
Yeah, I like the move. I do. You can leak a few runs maybe, but look, you've got to back yourself. That's a good take.
Good take.
You know, and I know that I've called for it a few times when I've seen batters, and we've seen some batters batting a long way out of their creases today. The keepers not been coming up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the pace they need, basically 21 per 2 overs. That's what I'll be looking at, see how they're tracking in this chase, the Tigers.
He tucks away. Just a gentle sort of paddle towards the square leg area. Gets fielded for a single being taken.
Yeah, nice little bit of shape in from Munir.
Seems to be struggling a little bit with his side there. So he just bowled that delivery and he's seems to be nursing like a strain or a stretch.
That could happen. First ball or two. He might have warmed up or bowled a few. kind of just loosening up. But yeah, when you get in the match, it's a different kind of situation. You put in a lot more effort.
Ball, but once again, as soon as he delivers that ball, he's struggling. So he certainly has got a bit of an injury there. Don't know whether he just a muscle pull slightly. He's trying to stretch it. And he certainly wants to be. They need him fit for sure. And they want him to bowl his second over, especially the way this has gone so far. Just 2 runs from it.
Good start to the over. Can he finish it the same way?
Slow delivery, but well played.
Yeah, singles are okay, but like I say, 21 per 2 over pace. That's pretty much where they're at the moment. Again, the power play is so important. Something like this, you would be wanting to get something in the 30s, I think, in the power play to feel confident.
Oh, that's hurt. That's caught the keeper right on the foot. I think that's right on the inner part of the ankle. And well, these cricket boots don't give you too much protection in that area. Look at this. Ouch.
Pretty good stop. Guess on the instep, I think. Maybe the ankle. I mean, it does well. Again, yep, there you go. See? But what he does do is he blocks it, and that could have easily gone for 5 wides, Rico.
The lid's come off, buddy.
He said he's off. He said, if only I had a helmet for my foot. That's what he's thinking.
He says, forget it, I'm going back.
Last ball of the over.
Nicely played. I suppose also he's gone back because it wasn't Imtiaz on strike. He's the one that likes to come down the track. So the end of a good over there from Munir. Just goes for 5 runs off it.
Yeah.
And certainly claws them back after the first over went for 17. So the score moves on to 22. 2 overs gone.
Tigers, if they can pull off this chase, there'll be daylight between them and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, because there'll be 2 games clear. Mashta, they're the big threats, I think, as well. They did lose one of their games to Hammarby, but just shows you that this group is wide open. Even Urmia, that we saw this morning, okay, they didn't get the results, but they certainly were close there and thereabouts in their 2 matches. So anything can happen in this Group B. I think every single pairing, you'd say, you know, each team is capable of pulling off a victory, even if you kind of favour one over the other. I think in this format, it's highly unpredictable. So now we're going to see over number 3, and it's going to be Khalid Mahmood to bowl. He'll be bowling around the wicket. Last over of the power play coming up. We talked about third overs a lot today, haven't we? Let's see if this third over brings a wicket.
Up in the air, and maybe it should have. It snatches at this, and should have been a chance, and it would have been the end of Hussain if it was taken. It was the right shot to play, but he doesn't really get the placement right.
Yeah, Tume's Javed there, and that's the area that Arif Hussain has made his own today, really, that point region.
That's exactly right. Hussain, the batter, he's taken 2 great catches there himself, and I think he's played that and thought, I think I'm gone, but he gets a life. Oh, false shot, opportunity, and no mistakes. They've got a big wicket, and he's so disappointed with himself. As Imtiaz, and he doesn't get this right at all. It sounded horrible off the bat, and no mistakes made from Asad Javed.
I think this is third over pressure. I think it's knowing the power plays is coming to an end. He tries to go over it mid-on, doesn't get it at all, so he'll be so disappointed to go in that fashion. So 2 chances. One wasn't held, one was. And so Imtiaz has to go for an unlucky 13. The score is 23 for 1.
Yeah, I suppose the way that both these batters started, if you had the option, which batter you'd like to see the back off, I should say, it probably was Imtiaz, and Imtiaz does go. Though we do know that Arif Hussain, if he gets flowing, he can be a very aggressive player in his own right.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah. Good opportunity to see Farooq Ahmed. He held that innings together, didn't he, earlier? Let's see what the strategy is to him. It looks like Khalid Mahmood's going to go around the wicket. This didn't work that well to Farooq, I have to be honest, before. A lot of balls that just kind of angled in that he helped away on the leg side. They've got a deep square leg back. They've got a long on back.
Yeah.
And nobody at deep mid-wicket. If you're going to have this strategy, I think you've got to get away from him a little bit. Here we go. As the captain faces up for the first time.
Good start. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? A lot of bowlers seem to always automatically, when the the left-hander comes in, decide that they want to go around the wicket. And
if I was to flip the script, if I was a left-handed bowler bowling to a right-handed batter, I'd certainly want to go over the wicket. So that's why I'm surprised that so many right-handers do want to go around the wicket, left-handers.
Nicely played, but should be stopped and has been. Asad Javid continuing to do good work there. Another batter here, batting a long way outside the crease. I'm just wondering whether the wicketkeeper, having clocked one in his foot, will be tempted to just get the lid and come up again.
I think he's rushing to get up there again. Yeah, but I mean, the main reason I was going to say that I'd like to be bowling right arm across a left-hander is just because of that angle. I think sometimes it's a tough one for them to deal with. He's staying around the wicket to the right-hander here. Mahmood.
Chance. And no mistakes. And Asad Javid takes the second catch in this combination with Mahmood doing the bowling and Asad Javid taking the catch. Seems to work. It's another one. And nicely taken by Asad.
Almost an instant replay. This one probably a bit fuller than the ball that got Imtiaz. The result is the same. It's hit straight to Asad Javid, who hasn't made any mistake catches being held. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf used to say. And that is now both openers back in the shed. They've gone the same way, caught by Asadullah Javid. And off the bowling of Khalid Mahmood. So 24 for 2. And the Tigers just hitting a bit of a snag here. We talked about wickets in the third over. Well, that's a very good example of it there. 2 of them falling in this one.
Yeah, and Hussain, after being dropped on 2, not really being able to make it count. Went for the shot, but it's another miscue, another mishit. And man inside the circle, taking the catch. And sometimes we often see, like, once the power play is done, those 2 men, mid-on and mid-off, go onto the boundary. And quite often, the ball ends up, more often than not, dropping in front of them. It's sometimes brave to just keep them up.
Yeah, true. It's a good point, actually. Try and tempt them into a shot. Last ball of the power play.
Oh, well. Oh, no. Down it goes. And not only does the ball go down, 1 or 2 of the fielders. Well, Asad has gone down. Asad Javid. And this is a big opportunity. Look, he tries to get funky, gets it all wrong. And it's a crocodile-style catch which goes down. Big opportunity. And he's going to be very disappointed that he wasn't able to hold on to that. It's a good over, though. It gets 2 wickets, but he knows it should have been 3. Everybody collapsed down when that one goes down.
Yeah, I mean, that's 4 chances out of the 6 deliveries in the over. 2 were held, 2 weren't. Yeah, tried to get funky, no real fine leg in there. That's the risk. He didn't cover the angle of it. And so 25 for 2 turns out to be a pretty good power play. I was talking about the fact they'd want something in the 30s. They fell short of that. There were 17 off the first over, 5 off the second, just 3 off the third. And there were the 2 wickets. As Mohamed Munir is going to come back into the attack. And first ball gets smacked through cover, gets over the infield and fairly races to the boundary. This game full of swings and roundabouts. And once again, on the charge. We've seen that tactic used today. This is a pretty nicely executed cover drive.
Yeah, Saka probably thinks, forget it, I'm not getting funky anymore. I'm just going to stand up and hit the ball hard. Yep, he's far better doing that. This time gets just a little faint touch on this to take it to the third man.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a good over, but it's not a disaster. They've still got 8 wickets in hand. They've got recognised batters at the crease. Just that rate at the moment. Kind of hovering 11 to 11.5. I don't think they want it to get out to more than 2 a ball. I think now's the time.
Captain Munir. This one's hit pretty hard. It's going to take some stopping. And, well, that's a really fine bit of fielding. And Khalid Mahmood, well, showing that it's not just all about what he does with the ball, with his bowling. Well, he takes that energy and commitment into the field as well. This is a really good stop.
Yeah, I mean, bowler couldn't get down to it. Wasn't the greatest running, though. They only get 1 there because they just trot the 1 thinking that's all there'll be. And so, probably should have got 2 instead. Just a single.
Up in the air, Shahs will catch it, but nobody in the circle there. See, this goes back to what I was talking about, the long off and long on. I always used to be of the opinion that before I put my fielders back, I want to see one go over them first. If it doesn't go over them, why am I going to push my mid-bit whack on the boundary? Let them play the shot first.
Yeah, it's true. And it's also a catching position if you're in the circle. If they miss Q1, they try and go over the top. I kind of agree. It's just because you can put them back. Maybe you shouldn't necessarily straight away. I get that there might be an argument saying, well, they might get one to them on the circle anyway. It's also true.
Nice hit, and this one is not going to be stopped. One bounce, 4 runs. Hit clean and straight. And all of a sudden starting to get the acceleration in both these batters. We know all about the power of the captain, Farooq Ahmed. He was the man that single-handedly sort of got them to that big score first time round, 40, not out of 27. Well, he hasn't been out in the day. He's going pretty well again here. This is up in the air, and look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You keep your men on the line. You got a chance, and they don't. And the chance goes begging.
So that'll be the end of the over. It'll be 37 for 2 after 4 overs. Funny little start to this chase, but again, they know how many they need to get. They're batting accordingly. They're being selectively aggressive, but kind of leaning towards aggressive. You can understand that. And Farooq Ahmed, I think the more we see of him with the bat, the better he's getting. Of course, that last one was miscued, but the captain, there's a lot of weight on his shoulders. He's been their best player today with the bat. Let's see if he can get them home.
Yeah, he's batted really well, actually. Like I said, he hasn't been out yet so far. Made 40 not out in the first match. Now he's looking to hold the innings together, but he'll be concerned with the bat if lost already. Well, there's Bambi. Hello, Bambi. I'm loving that shot. I really am.
It's a bit like a kangaroo from that.
Well, that's not going in Bambi's direction, I hope. Watch out, Bambi. Get out of the way.
That's a
big hit. That's the first time I think we've seen one go over the fence, and the fielder's going to go after it. Well, Bambi was there for a while, but I think Bambi's gone now. He's thinking, okay, it's too dangerous to be around here with these kookaburras flying around. This is a lovely shot. Just look, gets a full swing and absolutely hammers that. And look, just one bounce and it goes over the fence.
Yeah, I mean, the thing there, it's that angle we've been talking about, hey? Where the right-hander going around the wicket to the batter who cracks it out of the ground. So here is Mahmood with a reply.
I think that's okay. Does well.
Yeah.
Just inside.
Yeah. When it bounces near the line, it also gives you a better indication. It's bounced just after the line. The popping crease, that was just inside the wide line. Good call from the umpire.
They looked for 2 maybe, and well, if they'd gone for it, they would have got it because it wasn't picked up cleanly.
Remember I talked about that 21 per 2 overs pace to get there? I mean, it'd be 42 off 4. They're kind of more or less there. 63 off 6. Let's keep an eye out for that and see if they can stay on pace. I think as long as Farooq Ahmed's there, they will be there or thereabouts. Saka on strike at the moment.
Gone. Gets the edge and has to go. So Saka is the 3rd wicket for Khalid Mahmood. He's one man that's not giving this up. He's giving 100%. But they all know that the danger man is the captain at the other end. That's well bowled. A nice tidy gloves from Arslan Ali.
Yeah, big nick, wasn't it? Really big nick. You see it there, and he just loses his shape, loses his composure. And Arslan Ali back now from the stumps, and he takes it fairly comfortably. Breaks a burgeoning partnership. The Tigers now 44 for 3.
Yeah, they're picking up wickets at key times, they are, but they will know that it's the danger of the captain that they need to see the back of. I mean, if they stay up with the rate, which they are at the moment more or less, I mean, it's just climbing slightly, just around 11.5. I mean, they're looking to get a good over in here.
Jyoti's on a duck, or on a pair, I should say. And so he'll be pretty keen to avoid that. Can't whack it around, though. Haven't really seen it so far in this series. Here he is, facing up to Mahmood.
It's well bowled. Well, he was out the very first ball, first time, so it's not going to be a golden pair anyway.
Tries to get cute with that, but just beaten by the angle. There we go, they're multiplying.
It's family time now.
Yeah, that's very nice. Where is that? That's over behind the gardens over there. All right, back to the cricket though, and the next one will be knocked away into the offside. Oh, that's no good.
That's right on the lower back Is it low? No, the shoulder. Maybe the shoulder.
Well, that's why Mafe can't get him out, knock him out. He's a pretty tough unit, though, for Ahmed. Just don't think he's expecting this. I see this when he comes down to the striker's end. And he gets home safely, but he's not safe because he had an instinct it was coming, and he was right. Maybe he heard it coming.
You say you duck into it. That's how you duck into it. You knew it was coming, but still, he couldn't avoid it.
You know those movies where the ninjas have blindfolds on and they got to hear the sacks of things getting swung at them, and they just got to sense them? That's the kind of sense I think the Farouk Ahmed needed. 45 for 3 after 5 overs. The next 3 overs, pretty important. I think he's getting some of the magic spray there as well. I think he's good to go. It will be Jyoti who will face up. What a good opportunity for Humayun Jyoti, though he hasn't had too much of an opportunity with the bat so far, hasn't stuck around. He'll be facing up to Azam Mohammed in over number 6. Time to get moving. Run rate required. It's up above to a ball. 12.2 required. Let's dance. 6 over.
Firmly struck. Just goes to just short of the 30-yard circle. See, now this is the point I was making earlier, wasn't it? 2 catches were taken by I think it was Javed.
Yeah, I said
Javed when he's on the 30-yard circle. Now that would have been another opportunity. Until they go after you, keep the men up. That's my tip. Hit firmly, but fielded well, and a good arm as well. Good bit of cricket.
Yeah, it's nicely done out there. Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see how the captain Farouk Ahmed deals with the leg spin of Azam Mohammed. I think he's keen to get after him. Jyoti facing up now on 2.
And this is well struck. Is it going to go all the way? It does. Shaba, manos arriba, Mitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
You can see what he's capable of. Jyoti stands and delivers. Just plays that on length. Does hit across it slightly, but he gets plenty. First shot in anger from the plucky keeper bat. A handy Maximo for the Tigers.
Oh dear. And just as you sort of G him up a bit, he then chops this one onto his stumps. Chasing a wide one. Maybe it does stay a little bit lower, but he gets down on one knee, and all he does is he creams it back onto his stumps. Another one bites the dust.
He knew it was going to be the quicker one as well. I think he picks it, but he just doesn't execute the shot well. Because for sure, Azam Mohammed, after getting the spinner knocked out of the ground, he was going to go and level up the pace. And Jyoti just cannot take a trick with the bat, can he? He goes 6 and out. He brings up the 50 for the Tigers, but he falls straight away. Now they are 53 for 4.
Yeah, he goes for 8 or 5 deliveries. It's a long walk back for him. So then the batter comes out to join the captain. So this man, well, Qasar Ahmed, certainly injected some rhythm into the batting at times. He needs to do it here now. Floated up and he makes good contact. He needed to make good contact. And goes for the sweep of what was more or less a straight delivery rather than play straight. Went across the line.
63 was my target after 6 overs. Again, they find themselves a little bit behind that. Well, looks like they will anyway. Let me just put a caveat on that because Farouk Ahmed is facing up now. You get one retain the strike, so yeah, not a bad over at all in the end from Azam Mohammed. Does go for a 6, but the rest of it was pretty tidy. He goes for 10. The score is 55 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that rate now. So it was hovering around about 11 for a while, and there's a couple of tidy overs. Oh, look at that. That looks pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
The win probability. So it's saying that
I want to know when they got ahead.
To 10.
Well, you know when they just snuck ahead. That was when they took 17 off the first over. Remember that? And it just snuck ahead, but just like that, it was gone because the second over went ... 1 1 1 wide 1. So just 5 off the second. And now we are going to see change of bowling. Humayun Javed is going to bowl over number 7. I think we're going to see some attacking stuff.
Goes short and gets punished straight away. It's not a good start. And, well, there's not too many left-handers that I know that don't like the ball in that area. They'll pull and hook Do the cows come home, or do the deers come home? Maybe here in this beautiful ground at, well, in Stockholm, the Northborough Cricket Ground. The deers are still out there. I can see them now. The top of the screen. I think there may be one or two others that have come in to have a feast. Oh, got him. Ugly shot. Well, this is a shot Maria Ganda. Bappers Agia Banda. That was not a good shot, and he knows it as well. And he's gone all the way through him as the bowler. Umyaz Javid. It wasn't a good one. It leaves his stumps exposed.
Yeah.
And they get knocked over. He didn't have to do that. He hit the first ball for 4. He could have been a little patient.
Yeah, but he misreads the length. That's the thing. Because the ball before was short enough to pull, and he pulled it away comfortably for 4. He kind of thinks this is the same, and he's maybe looking for it because he hit the last one so well. But this is certainly fuller. It's probably a good metre, maybe more fuller. It's below the top of the stumps. It's always hard to pull balls that are, below the bails. And he finds out the hard way that that one was. Big blow, that one for Hammarby as they look to square this mini-series. The captain's gone. He's had a good day with the bat, but he'll be disappointed to fall for 20 for Farooq Ahmed. Now it's 59 for 5.
Yeah, that's a huge wicket. And maybe you can go as far as to say, well, that's the one that probably does level this series between these two teams. I said right before the start, that's I saw that written on the cards that they'd share the spoils, one apiece. Certainly now, with that wicket gain of the captain, seems that way. Umyaz. Javid comes in, sort of carves this away out in the region of the offside. They'll take the single, no panic. So here's the fielder.
Keanu has asked me, has any player ever had all ducks in a series? I don't think all ducks. We've had runs of 3 or 4.
We
Mian
have, yeah.
Shahid in Portugal had a horrible run for a while.
He's been cracked pretty hard.
Taranjeet also had a bit of a run of ducks, didn't he, at one point?
Taranjeet, yeah, there was one point where Taranjeet would either score runs or would get out for a duck. It was quite amazing. And in fact, I think one of the statistics, I think it may have been at the ECL, he was the player that, though he was doing pretty healthy with the score, he was also the player that had the most ducks.
Yeah, it might have been, the ECC last year, playing for Romania. But yeah, you're not wrong. It might have been this year in the ECL, you're right. Anyway, so these wickets just helping. So yeah, I mean, I bet they'd love their 5 penalty runs back, but they won't get them back. They need somebody to kick. Who can it be?
This has been hit on the onside. Good bit of fielding. Lovely pick up. Clean and gets the throw in.
The other thing I want to say is Humaz Javed bowls are pretty tidy over there. And it is actually his birthday. Would you believe it? I'll tell you what, he's only 16 years old today. Can you believe it? Happy
It's
sweet
not.
16, Humaz.
Seriously?
Humaz. Yeah, it is. And look, this is what we've got tomorrow. Probably see him tomorrow afternoon, I imagine, because they're taking on Umyot in the afternoon session, Hammarby. But first, we'll see Mashta against the Tigers. That should be a really good clash. I mean, I think Mashta, they would have been watching these games today with some sort of interest, I'm sure. Well, the animals are multiplying. Too many for an arc now. As we move into over number 8.
So playing away, a bit more work to be done there out there by the fielder. He's done very well so far. It really has. Look, picks the ball up cleanly, one-handedly, fires it in. Well, happy birthday then we have to say to Umyaz Javid. Well, it's his birthday, and well, on his birthday, he just took the prize wicket off the captain, Farooq Ahmed, and certainly put his team well on top here now.
Good delivery. Now you need 15 and over, probably more after that. You got to look at getting 15 this over or dying trying. I think you just need to. So probably getting up to about high 70s or 80. And you got 4 more balls to do it. So I think you got to attack now and ever.
Oh, that's well bowled right through the gate. Knocks them over. And Azhar Mohammed takes his second wicket. He's bowled really well for me, Vinny. I think he's just been tidy. He's had the radar right all the time. And just creating things. And enjoying himself out there. Good, well bowled. Another wicket.
There's a bit of the Shahid Afridi quicker ball circa 1994 about Azhar Mohammed. He rolls his fingers on some. But then, yeah, it's a real wristy snap that he puts on this one. And he gets it straight. Got Jyoti with it. And now he has another wicket. Diva Sen going for just 4. And Now the Tigers, it's a long way back, isn't it? 64 for 6, with a quarter of an innings remaining.
Yeah, looks like they're going to taste defeat for the very first time unless something spectacular happens. Not only are they losing wickets, but that rate required is climbing higher all the time. And the new batter has to take on the good bowling of Azam Mohammed. It's right up there again. And he gets, you see, he gets that one where he gets a fair bit of lift outside the off. And then, like you said, there's that quicker delivery that skids through, which they really haven't been able to pick.
I think he's setting him up here. I think he goes the quick one this ball because there's no guarantee he'll be facing again the last ball, Hock. So let's see what we have. No, it's another leg spinner. This is what I mean. That's why I thought maybe I would have tried to surprise him with it then, because if he does get a single, then you don't have him anymore. You've got Khosar Ahmed to face up to the last ball, but still very good bowling from Azam Mohammed. He's got 2 for 12 plus this.
This one's sprayed down the leg side, and you're going to take the 2. Well, no signal for the umpire, so I'm guessing this takes something on the way through.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Actually hits the bat onto the pad.
I thought it came back off the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, me too. The umpire, they're all over it. So it will be 1 run to finish the 8th, and it's 66 for 6. Well, 666 the Devils' number, and it's a long way back for the Tigers. Looks like once again, Hammarby, the kings of the splits.
Give it to the birthday boy. Come on. We can then sing happy birthday as he runs through.
And you see it's been a pretty good effort. I mean, that first over got away from Aftab Ahmed a little bit, had some control problems, but 3 for 11, Khalid Mahmood, 2 for 13, Azam Mohammed. They've been the keys, haven't they? And well supported by Munir and Humayz Javed, the birthday boy. Sweet 16, here he is to bowl another over, but he's not going to start just yet. And look at the number he's got on his back.
Yeah,
number 16.
Sweet 16.
There you go. Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Bahut badaiyan. Apna Javed the birthday aaj. Gets a bit of swing into that, but just over pitching slightly. And there's that. Oh, well, I did say today it is World Turtle Day. Well, that was certainly a Tortuga bounce on World Turtle Day. Bounce comes in, flies off the deck. There we go. Watch this. Boom. Just gone a little bit too wide there, as Javed just needs to compose himself and get his line right. Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when we are able to acknowledge the players' special moments, birthdays or whatever it may be. And of course, we already gave a big shout out early this morning. See this delivery first. That's well bowled. It gets a good bit of pace, doesn't he?
He's getting him through.
Yeah,
probably hasn't stopped growing yet either. Isn't it scary when you see someone that was born in 2006 playing out there, Rico?
What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
Nicely played, worked off the body. Fielding has been really good in this match, I think, for Hammarby. Can't work out who that is right on the boundary there on the leg side, but he's been fantastic. Just patrolled the boundary really well, got a really good arm.
Yeah,
So nothing's gone past him.
And the Hammers take a while to warm up, that's what we know.
This one gets dragged away. Yeah, so it's the birthday of the bowler here, Humayz Javed, 16th birthday, and we also said congratulations to Pratik Sankey and his lovely wife Fred for the birth of their first baby, Alora.
Bit of a baby boom here in
Definitely.
Sweden. It's straight, and this will take some stopping. In fact, it's perfectly placed, threads the needle down the ground. Might be a consolation boundary, I think, but still, pretty good shot. Look at that, good straight follow through. He looks exactly where he wants to hit it. And that one will split the fielders. Nice batting, and yeah, they need something to go right, don't they? Mr. Hock trying his hardest. Nice 4 down the ground. Last ball of the ninth coming up.
And this one goes through the keeper. It will be byes. And
that guy is very fine. He's not a third man. He's not even a second man. He's a first man, I think, because this one pretty lucky it doesn't hit the helmet, to be honest. Man, almost had a direct hit run out opportunity as it is. It won't make too much of a difference, I don't think. As we're into the last over of the day, 9 overs down, it's 75 for 6.
75 for 6, and well, there's still 5% chance.
I think that hasn't updated from the last ball or the last over.
You think?
I don't think 31 of the last over is 5% chance. Maybe if you can call Chris Gale. All right, so
Aftab Ahmed.
yeah, Aftab, who bowled the first, so I'll bowl the last. Just had some control problems in the first over. Let's see how he goes here with a slightly older ball. I mean, this would have been a wide if he'd gotten across. He said it'll be a leg bite.
That's Armour beat. Looks like they're going to do what they did when we saw them on Saturday. They lose the first, and then come back when they warmed up and win the second and win it quite comfortably. This is a nice shot, and it will beat the two fielders again. It dissects them perfectly. 4 more runs. Well, we saw one shot in this area earlier. This is just as good.
Yeah.
Gets a lovely timing, gets a good bat lift and hits it dead straight. 4 runs.
Really
Nice
good shot. I mean, I think that both batters have shown they're capable of getting the boundaries. They've just been too few and far between at the moment. A few bit of talk about if there's a team that will challenge Albi Zalmi from this group. It's in the chat at the moment. I mean, a few people saying, no, I think Albi Zalmi look pretty strong, and that is true.
Yeah.
My thing I would say, well, some people talk about the Tigers, and for sure, I think their defensive pressure with the ball and the field has been good. The batting's been a bit iffy for me, but Mashed Up, keep an eye out for Mashed Up. I think they topped their group last year, fell in the semi-final stage.
Firmly struck, but straight to the fielder. There's a comfortable catch taken from Azam there. And he's had another good day, hasn't he? Azam Mohammed was good with the bowling. And then safe hands there, taking the catch. Another wicket goes. And after Ahmed, he picks up his first wicket in his second over. Like you said, he was probably a little bit expensive, just had difficulty in getting his line right. And then late on the day, well, when you know that the game's already sealed and packaged, it's always nice to be bowling because you know you may always pick up 1 or 2 wickets, especially when we're now 7 wickets down, 2 balls to go. He certainly will be eyeing up another 1 or 2. The slow ball and almost gets through onto the stumps, just evades them. Here we go, there's that swing, still getting plenty of it. That one, it was, well, tuned into off stump until the last minute. Somebody turned the dial and off it went.
Yeah, so last ball of the day. It's been a great day. Just a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow from 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India for another day of ECN action. Right now, it's going to finish with a bang, and it's the stumps that get banged. So unfortunately, it wasn't the greatest day for Ashraful Alam. He goes for a globe, and in the end, it's a pretty comprehensive win. Hammerbeat getting there, day back on track. The middle stump feels the whole brunt of that delivery, so a nice finish for Aftab Ahmed as well, but a fairly comfortable win for Hammerbeat, and end up splitting this mini-series on the Monday afternoon, and they're 2-2 after that result. As for the Tigers, it's the first time that they experienced defeat, and it throws the group wide open, doesn't it? They're 3-1, 24 runs the margin between these two teams in match 28.
Yeah, congratulations to Hammerbeat. They came back well, didn't they? After losing that first match by 26 runs, it was fine for them to find their rhythm, and they did find their rhythm, and they win here by 24 runs. And nice to see the players acknowledging each other's efforts. And I said at the start, before the start of this match, that I thought that both teams were capable of getting a win apiece, and that's exactly what happened. And well done, of course, to the match officials as well, for Mohammed Munir Hussain, Samir Ali, and the tournament referee and third umpire, Stefan Gooch. It's been a fantastic day of cricket as we have a look back at the highlights. And it started pretty well with the shots being blazed all over the place. And we know that Raz Imtiaz, if he gets going, can be dangerous. And this one was dangerous for the wicketkeeper. Took one on his foot.
An ankle breaker.
There was the wicket, and there was that man there who was in the right place all the time, taking the catches. And he was, well, jumping for joy, wasn't he? And, that was Asad Javed. And this one, this could have been another. It gets put down, but it doesn't end up hurting them.
Funny over because, I mean, they had 4 catching opportunities in the 6 balls in the over, but 2 were taken, 2 weren't. Farooq Ahmed, a lot was on him, and certainly looked for a while that he might be able to take them there. That was a big hit, wasn't it, all the way over the fence?
Yeah, that was a terrific hit. Getting a lot of applause, but then there was a snake and there was a good bit of bowling. And that was a wicket that they needed, and that also was just another wicket for that man. Just bowling a good line, a good length, getting the edges. But this one was sent a long way. But, it was the wicket keeper there, Jyoti, after finding the boundary, then chops one onto his stumps. And a lot then had to rely on the captain, but when the captain was done by the young man, Humias, the birthday boy, and there was really no coming back. So, yeah, well bowled, and happy birthday again to Humias Javid. And he got the prize wicket for his team. We saw a couple of good shots down the ground late on from the batters late on. And, just going to show that on another day, different situation, they can still be effective, but when they were in there, there was no comeback. Sort of nice catch there again, taken by that man Azam Mohammed, who had a very good day. And to finish things off there right at the end, it was Aftab Ahmed who picked up 2 wickets in the final over. This is what we have coming up tomorrow.
Yes, we do. We'll be back, and it will be Tuesday action. Mashta, well, they've had the day off. They've been watching, I'm sure. They're taking on the Tigers. That'll be a really fascinating start. Don't be late. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. The first ball will be bowled in match 29. And in the afternoon session, we'll see Urmia taking on Hammarby. Urmia, they'll be desperate to get some points on the board. They seem to always be in close matches. They seem to always get the rough end of the stick. It should be fantastic to see those 4 teams going at it on day 8 of action as Group B continues to take shape. And with that result, really, it makes things really even. I think if Urmia can knock off Hammarby in at least one of those tomorrow, that'll make it even more kind of tense. And remember that these teams, they're all competing for one of the 4 quarterfinal places against the 4 qualifiers from Group A. As we see the beautiful Norsborg cricket ground bathed in sunshine. We hope it stays that way tomorrow. Have a look at the scorecard in the final match of the day. 81 is what they were able to manage. I think 85 seems like about a pass score. 80 to 85, that's where they end up. Farouk Ahmed with 20. Apart from that, Raz Imtiaz 13, but could go no further. A dozen to Causer at the end. I like the batting of Hoke as well. I think maybe he could bat a bit higher. But the Tigers, well, they taste defeat and they're just not able to chase down the score. I think they'll look back at the way that they bowled, particularly in the first half of that match, and just feel like they let Hammarby get away a little bit.
Yeah, bowling was good though, wasn't it? I was very impressed with Khalid Mahmood. Picked up 3 wickets for 11. He took the key wickets when he had to. And, well, I'm going to give a shout out also to the birthday boy, Humias Javid, because the 1 wicket that he took was the one of the captain, and if they had any hope of getting the score, he had to be there. So he clean bowled the captain. It also was a good bit of bowling there from Azam Mohammed. He's somebody that impresses me all the time. I think he's going to get a stat loads of wickets. I think he's a crafty little bowler, and he's that quicker ball of his will always get him wickets.
Yeah, I agree. And you get a look at the table now. So Hammarby are on 4 points with the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They've just got ahead of them on net run rate. Stockholm Tigers, they're still leading the way. But Mashta, I mean, look, if they can win a couple of times tomorrow, then there's every chance that Mashta could actually be top of the table come lunchtime tomorrow. So, I mean, a lot still to go down. Urmia, they're no easy beats either. I mean, they're always around the mark. And we saw them pushing SMI this morning. SMI, big day for them. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're getting their first wins in ECS cricket, and they got 2 of them. Yeah, it was a great day. I mean, a historic day for them. I mean, they made history for the wrong reasons when we saw them back on Saturday. But today, they came out there winning both their games, and they were a very happy team at the end of that. And their captain, Sanjay, you know, he was a very proud man. And so rightly he should be, because, you know, a team that have never won the European Cricket Series, they got off to a bad start on Saturday, and then they came here this morning and they played beautifully. I think they bowled so well. Yeah, for sure. I mean, for some of these teams, it seems like one aspect of their game is going well, maybe another isn't, normally the batting. So it's been a really interesting group. I want to thank everyone for your company today. It's been great to have you with us once again on the European Cricket Network. We've got the best cricket audience in the entire world. We certainly thank you for staying with us throughout the day. Big thank you to the Blue Crew, to everyone from the Albi Zalmi Club for hosting us so well. And of course, big shout out to our wonderful partners at Spring Productions, to Andres, and also to Dennis for their expert work, and even getting some beauty shots from, you see some of the deer in the distance, which these cameras are pretty good that they've got. You've got to be careful because they're always around the cameras. But I just want to say a big thank you to everyone for making this happen. And the weather was great. Hopefully it stays this way. And I think think we're going to see a few twists. I think we're going to have a few more close games in Group B before this week's out.
I think so. I mean, you've seen how closely all those teams are. Tomorrow, though, I think we're going to have a run feast. I just have a feeling we have a run feast coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the bats will be swinging tomorrow, so swing into action. Join us again for those games, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of the cricket fraternity here at ECN, all of our family. Hope that you have a happy and safe evening, along with Rico Full. We'll see you tomorrow for more action on ECN, for more FanCode European Cricket Series from Sweden. Good night, everybody. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia.
The keeper in your mind, standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.